Okay. Uh, we will continue yesterday's meeting. This meeting is now out of recess. We went into recess this afternoon. We have a whole new group of people today. It's good to see all of you. Let me just make a couple comments about what we did. As you'll notice, we split the agenda into 2 days this time to try to accommodate people that have to travel a distance. So all the counties that traveled for a distance were put on the agenda for yesterday. And then all of you that live close to home here, we put on for the second day. I hope you find that a little bit better than sitting through 2 days. And we've grouped all of the cases for each individual county together. So all of DeKalb will be together, all of Fulton will be together, all of Gwinnett. So let's go from one case to the other. We don't have a whole lot on the agenda for cases today. Let's hope we can get through them as quickly as possible. Thank you for being here. We have our quorum in attendance, and we're just going to jump right into this and see if we can move along as best we can. The first case on the agenda today is SEB 2024-044 Hall County, City of Oakwood special election March of, I'm sorry, 156 case. That'll be the cab. We'll put it with the cab once. Yeah. I did, but I didn't. We got the cab down here. I was just going to put them all together. Okay. So the first case is SEB 2024-044 Hall County, City of Oakwood special election March 2024. It's tab number 72 in your binders. Investigator Koth, if you would like to proceed. Well, hang on a second. Hang on, Tony. All right, let's try it.
So it is the microphone.
Good.
Okay. So the Secretary of State's office opened the investigation after receiving a report from the Hall County Elections Office that there was a balloting issue discovered during the March 12th, 2024 City of Oakwood special municipal election, which was held in conjunction with the 2024 presidential preference primary election. Hall County reported that during the advanced voting period and continuing throughout the remainder of the election, they ultimately identified 293 voters who did not reside in the city limits of Oakwood, yet received ballots that included the City of Oakwood special election race. Inversely, it was also learned that there were approximately 22 City of Oakwood residents who were issued ballots that excluded the City of Oakwood race. The allegation that incorrect ballots were issued to voters was substantiated. The investigation determined that voters who resided outside the City of Oakwood received ballots to participate in that municipal election and vice versa. Those who resided within the city limits did not receive ballots for the election. In late 2023, the court handed down an order that required Hall County to create new combo codes to reflect the new redistrict mapping. This placed the county in a precarious position because redistricting went into effect after the initial ballot build and was completed after the county completed the logistic and accuracy testing. Upon the discovery of this wrong balloting issue during an internal audit on or about March 4th, 2024, Hall County immediately began communicating with poll pad vendor No Inc. and the Secretary of State in an attempt to identify the root cause of the problem and correct the issue prior to Election Day, which was March 12th. However, the root cause of the problem was not identified until Hall County investigated the issue using post-election data to analyze what occurred. Once the problem was identified, the findings were shared with the other entities involved, Secretary of State and No Inc., which included recommendations for future process improvements. It was determined that the newly created voter combination combo codes were not included in that initial data extraction. Therefore, the new combos were not properly mapped or assigned to the ballot style appropriate for that combo. The ballots that were not assigned to a ballot by default were automatically mapped to the ballot style of the lowest combo within the same precinct, a party specific. This resulted in several voters receiving incorrect ballots. In all, 293 voters who did not live within the city limits of Oakwood received ballots containing the City of Oakwood contest, and 22 voters who lived inside the city limits of Oakwood did not receive a ballot containing the city contest on it. The margin of victory in the City of Oakwood council member race was 88 votes, but there was no record of any petitions filed with the Hall County Superior Court to contest the election results. Hull County stated that the Secretary of State and NOINC were both aware of the redistricting changes and believed that following the redistricting updates by the counties, they would have each taken the appropriate actions within their purviews to reconcile the election project or ballot bill with the voter registration system. The Secretary of State and NOINC mutually concurred that each county possesses the most comprehensive understanding of its unique circumstances and should assume responsibility for notifying relevant stakeholders of modifications to the voter registration system that could potentially impact the election. This is especially pertinent in the current context where changes had to be implemented after the ballot was constructed and the logic and accuracy process was completed. Moreover, Hull County had the option to perform a reprocessing of the LNA testing, which would have allowed them to select a voter for each precinct combination to verify that all configurations were correct. Had the county chosen to reconduct the LNA testing, it is highly probable that the issues with the ballots would have been identified. There were potential violations for Hull County elections, State Election Board Rule 183-1-12.19, preparation of the electors list and use of the electronic poll book.
Any questions of the board for the investigator? Member Paul.
Thank you for the report, Chief Investigator Koth, and thank you to the county for self-reporting and for working all along to try to resolve this. Can you tell me at what point in the post-election process the actual issue was identified and the number of ballots wrongly issued were identified? Was it before or after certification of the election? Do you know, is that in the report?
Was it, I don't.
When they discovered that 294, I believe, ballots were wrongly provided to people who did not, to voters who did not live within the district. When was that discovered? When was that number discovered? During the advanced voting period?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
We'll get to the Hull County one.
It was during the advanced voting.
Thank you. That was the only question that I had.
Any further questions from the board for the investigation team? Hull County is listed as a respondent. Hull County is here. If you would like to make a comment, please press the button and I will. There you go. And please identify yourself for the court reporter.
Thank you. My name is Lori.
And if you'll speak in the microphone, please.
Do this.
There you
Okay. I don't usually need that. My name is Lori Wirtz and I currently serve as the Director of Elections for Hull County since 2018. Prior to that, I served 10 plus years in Jackson County. And with me, I have our attorney, our elections manager, Tom Brotz, our Paige Thompson, Justin Lawhon, Paige Thompson. And I have Tom Brotz, who is our senior election specialist, and Dr. Wimpy, who is our senior registration specialist, here with me today. I am here to respond to the allegation, the potential violation of SEB Rule 183-1-12.19, preparation of the electors list and use of the electronic poll book. And specifically, I would like to begin by responding to the communication portion of that rule. And I would like to list the communication by beginning with this information. On Monday, February 26, 2024 at 1:36 p.m., Michael Barnes released a buzz post statewide. In this post, he advised all counties to contact the following stakeholders if redistricting efforts result in new combos or in new combo numbers. In this post, he advised us to contact the following people, which is our ballot builder, Samantha Sheldon, NOINC, David Greenwald, that's our poll pack vendor, and our election liaison, Nicholas McKinnon, and our election information systems team, Amanda Deering. And these are the stakeholders that Michael Barnes had identified that we needed to contact if we found ourselves in this situation. So I have a lot of emails here where we have contacted. And I would like to begin by saying, as early as January the 8th, 2024. We have an email where we notified David Greenwald that we were anticipating changing our combo numbers to an intelligent numbering system. And we communicated with him via email and asked, what would he advise us and how can we do that? And then we asked him if there's anything we need to know moving forward before the PPP, and there was no response. So our communications began as early as January 8th regarding that Hall County was wanting to change the numbers. February 12th through the 16th, I have a thread of emails between our ballot builder and various Hall County election staff, mainly Tom Brotz, having discussions regarding the creation of new combos as required by the federal court ordered redistricting and the renaming of combos. We first notified David Greenwald with no link by phone of this issue. We called him pretty much immediately. We notified him as well as we did I spoke with Blake Evans and Michael Barnes as well on February 26th. And there are many emails with David where we're discussing this issue. I'm not going to read those to you, but I have them here. And on March 6th, I have an email exchange where Blake Evans tells me he knows that David is continuing to research the issue and that David's going to follow up with us the next morning. On March 7th, I have emails with Amanda Deering, who is the election information systems team that we were asked to notify. And in that email specifically, she is verifying our combo information for the purposes of making sure that the information displayed on MVP is accurate, where voters can go in and look at their sample ballot. Those were accurate. So I wanted to give you that information. I have just a little bit more information that I would like to share with you regarding the communications. And I want to say in the PPP and the in conjunction with Oakwood special election, it was unusual for a lot of reasons. Not only the federal court ordered redistricting, but for a lot of reasons. But it remains that we communicated strategically and urgently throughout this process and asked for assistance and asked for help to identify what was going on. The number was much lower during early voting, and we wanted to identify it so it didn't continue. And we were unable to do that. Other noteworthy information, on December 29th, 2024, Blake Evans released a buzz post talking about the redistricting deadline. The deadline was February the 9th, and we completed on January 27th. And the buzz post states, and I am quoting this, as long as you are not adding or removing precincts, your PPP election project should not be impacted. We didn't add or remove any precincts. Kay, Dr. Wimpy, she first noticed what appeared to be an issue on February 22nd when she discovered a voter who voted on February 21st received a ballot that he was ineligible to receive. And that put us on notice. We had an office meeting. We decided it's one person right now. We're going to watch it. And if it continues, we have to make some phone calls. So it continued, and we went through a process of elimination that Tom can share the details of that with you, but it wasn't LNA related. Our ballot proofing was smooth. It went fine. And never was there ever an opportunity to go back and redo LNA testing. LNA testing is required to be done before we deploy our equipment into the field. And obviously our equipment is in the field. And not only are we required to complete LNA before the equipment goes into the field, but we're required to advertise that. And I don't think it would be a good look for any county to say we're going to pause voting and drag all our equipment back and re-LNA everything because we think there might be a problem. That wasn't ever a reasonable suggestion. It's the first I've heard of that. And when I read it in the complaint. And I also want to point out that with communication, the Secretary of State is aware of everything we do as far as redistricting go. The system notifies them. We begin the process of redistricting. We submit a spreadsheet. They look at it. They approve everything we're doing. We begin it, and the redistricting process is not complete until the Secretary of State staff pushes the button and publishes that information. So anytime we have done any redistricting, which is what is required to do the data changes that we did with the combo numbers, they are aware of it. And just to back that up, I want to read to you from a buzz post by Michael Barnes on February 26, 2024 at 1:25 p.m. We have noticed that a number of counties have active redistricting efforts underway in Jarvis. And that's all I'm going to read, because they can look right into Jarvis and see a status on any county that is in redistricting, and they are aware of it. And the vendor, No Inc., we have an email dated January the 8th where we informed them we were changing combo numbers. We reached out repeatedly. We got some reach back to us, but we didn't get any answers. I know you probably have a lot of questions. Tom Bratz conducted our internal research. He's the one that can explain to you how he discovered and what he discovered. And he has data with him that you can view as well if you'd like to.
Do you have copies of the emails with you?
I do.
Can you see those, please?
The big boat. No, the one.
God bless you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have, did these individuals vote in the election incorrectly? Or they just received the ballot?
They voted.
They voted.
We don't know. They cast a ballot, so we don't know if they cast a blank ballot or in what manner they voted, but we do know they cast a ballot.
Okay.
If I can follow up on that, do you have any record of undervotes in the municipal?
I'm sorry, will you repeat that?
Of course. Did you happen to track undervotes in the, or drop off?
I'm deferred to Tom.
Understandable. I have been able to follow this. I understand what happened. And I think that this is sort of from my perspective, this is a series of unfortunate events that you have done everything in your power and everything according to statute and regulation that you needed to do to correct for this. But my issue lies in what happened after the election, and the fact that there were more, the number of ineligible voters far exceeded the margin. So my questions are, were the candidates in this competitive race made aware of the issue prior to the deadline for filing a challenge?
Yes, ma'am.
So they knew, they were aware, and they chose, the candidate who received fewer votes chose not to contest the election.
It is my understanding, based on an article that was in the newspaper, that he stated publicly that he was told he needed an attorney and could not afford one, and he really didn't want to move forward with it. The Board of Elections were made aware. I notified them immediately. And they included a statement on the certification page that they had been made aware of this information, that they were certifying that those were the numbers as reported by the machines, as they're required by law to do.
Okay.
And I asked the legal, it was a different attorney at the time, but I asked our legal representation, can I go to the judge and ask for a new election? And no, that's not how it works. So I would not be able to do that as the director of elections. And neither would the Board of Elections. And I don't know about the city of Oakwood, what they can or can't do, but.
But you actually actively sought that as a.
Yes.
Well, I have no further questions.
We also, thank you. We also have identified some corrective action that would prevent this from happening, but we haven't been able to gain an audience with the Secretary of State's office to make that happen.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
What is the difference in votes between the winner and the loser?
88,
88.
yes,
So it's quite possible this could have affected the outcome of the elections.
it is.
And the candidate who lost the election didn't have the finances basically to sue.
Yes,
So this whole thing started, my understanding is with the changing to alphanumeric combos, correct?
we didn't change to alphanumeric, but we were considering changing to either alpha or numeric or a combination. But we wanted to go to an intelligent combo numbering system where we can look at a combo and know immediately what Senate district it's in without having to refer to a list. And so that's what we did.
Was a change made to the alphanumeric?
Change was made to an intelligent numbering system, and I'll let Tom speak. He's the one who designed that and implemented it, and it was approved by the Secretary of State's office.
So would this have happened if the change hadn't been made?
I'm not sure I understand the question. You say the change. We all county implemented a meaningful combo numbering system, and it is all numeric. There is no alphanumeric.
Okay, I'm just reading.
Yeah.
From here.
Well, we explored alphanumeric initially, and then thought to ask the question, has that been implemented? And we received a response that indicated the alphanumeric had not been tested in the equipment. So that made it precarious, to say the least, to move to a alphanumeric. So we reverted and went back to an all numeric, which is not nearly as descriptive in the meaning of the coding, but it still works.
Okay.
And if I could, Member Gazal had asked the question about the when the timing of the discovery of the quantification of the wrong balloting. It did happen before certification.
Ms. Wertz,
Yes, ma'am.
the redistricting order from the court came out on December 28th. Is that correct?
It is. We learned about it when we were at conference in December.
Okay, which was a New Year's weekend at the end of the year. And you were given February 9th as the deadline
Yes.
for ballot build.
To finish the redistricting so that we would have time to do the ballot building and get the ballot builder involved with all the changes created by redistricting.
Correct. So to complete the maps, the redistricting maps,
Yes.
right? And how long does it take to ballot build?
The process of ballot building is after the candidates qualify, we submit that information via Jarvis, and the ballot builder builds the ballots. And they're with the Center for Election Services. It depends on the complexity of the ballot. There were other counties that had special elections as well, and I know that those ballots are a little more complex or should be more complex to build if you do the proper mapping and get all the districts in that need to be in. But they do that on their end. We submit the information. Ballot building happens at the Secretary of State's office. Then we proof the ballots. They are, we get a package, a ballot proofing package, and we proof the ballots.
Correct. And when did early voting start for the PPP?
February 19th.
Therefore, you had less than 6 weeks to ballot build, provide the proper redistricting maps, and load the poll pads correctly.
That is correct.
Mr. Chairman? It seems to me that the errors were committed inadvertently by knowing, not by the county. I have not done the research on this. I would like to do some research on whether you got proper legal advice in terms of requesting a new election, because that is what should have happened. Whether or not you are in a position and have standing to do that, I'm not prepared to say. I do believe that the Secretary of State could have stepped in, or even the governor, although getting the governor involved in a municipal election is kind of raising issues quite high. I think it's exceedingly unfortunate that this is the outcome, and that it was due to lack of resources to challenge the election. But I can't see where you have done anything wrong in this process. I believe that you exercised appropriate due diligence along every step of the way.
Thank you.
I kind of want to piggyback off of that. I am impressed by how well you documented this process. That's extraordinary. And I will say that I absolutely agree with Member Gazal. My question for the attorney is, did you reach out to the Attorney General's office to get guidance on whether or not you can redo the election?
I'm sorry. And to read this extensive list of emails that was provided to us.
So I am the current,
Please identify yourself.
Sure. My name is Justin Lawhon. I am interim county attorney for Hall County. I cannot speak as to whether my predecessor that was advising the board at that time, if he did reach out to the Secretary of State or Attorney General to get any guidance on this. It's my understanding that he did look at the code section and he determined that the election superintendent did not have standing to bring an election challenge, that had to be an aggrieved candidate or a citizen who was residing in the district of the special election. And since no one did that, either the candidate or a citizen that was eligible to vote, that there was no proper grounds for us to act on that.
Okay, so you're unsure as to whether or not they reached out to do you know if the Attorney General's office was notified of this matter at all?
I cannot speak to that myself.
Okay.
I do not know.
Okay. The attorney that was providing you with guidance, when did he leave his position?
So Van Stevens was our attorney. He was working for Hall County on a part-time basis. He was our former county attorney. He was representing the Board of Elections during that time and in the transition process. I was assistant. And I do recall doing some legal research for Van and talking to Van about the issue. So he actually stopped working with Hall County elections after the general election in November of 2024. And so I've effectively been their counsel since that time.
After this particular election occurred?
after the general election in 2024. This was in March of 2024.
Right, okay, so he just stayed through that cycle.
He stayed through that cycle, that election cycle, and I assisted
Right.
him at that time. And I can't say that he didn't make an informal phone call to someone.
Yeah.
Van is not known to email people, but he may have made a phone call. But I do remember doing legal research for him and giving him some case law and code citations.
And you said he was there on a part-time basis?
Yes, so Van had retired from Hall County beginning in, I believe it was January of 2023. But then he formed his own LLC, and the county continued to use him as a contract attorney. And he worked on a part-time basis for Hall County on special projects, mainly having to do with the transportation, local option sales tax that we were trying to get passed that year. And he also continued to advise elections during that time. And so any matter that involved elections or T-Splost, and there might have been a few other projects, maybe White Sulphur Road, I think that we were working on at the time, they would bring him in and he would work about 20 hours a week on that, and he would bill the county for his services.
So this particular election had a T-Splosh.
The T-Splost was on the general election ballot in November of 24.
Right.
But this particular election was in March, and all the elections that year, he advised the board of elections
Just for that year.
just for 2024. Yes. And maybe in 2023, if we had anything, I can't recall if we had.
He was there in 2023 as
He
well.
was. Those 2 years, he was working on a part-time basis for Hall County, and elections was one of the things that he focused on.
And in 2022, he was there full time.
He was.
But then he came back in 2023 as a LLC for special projects.
Right. We have a very small law department. At that time, we only had 2 attorneys, and so we needed Mr. Stevens' assistance to help cover all of these other areas that he had expertise in that I didn't have at the time, and our former county attorney, who's transitioned recently, didn't have either.
And there's no documentation of him reaching out to the Attorney General's office or the Secretary of State's office regarding this matter.
I do not have any documentation of that, no.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Wertz,
Yes, ma'am.
did you contact the Secretary of State's office about whether you should have certified the election knowing the errors had occurred?
Yes. We were told that certification was not optional. It had to be certified. And therefore, the board felt compelled to write a statement above their signature and sign underneath it, stating that they were aware of the issues that had occurred and that they were certifying the numbers. Those were the numbers that the machines reported when we reconciled.
Is there an area on the certification form for you to write in your concerns about the certification of numbers where you know errors have occurred?
No, ma'am. I have a copy of that certification with me, I believe, if you'd like to see it.
I would like to see it.
It's
So ask some questions real quick. Can you just explain to me one more time why LNA didn't pick this up?
So logic and accuracy testing, one of the things that I didn't appreciate previously, but in the process of investigating this, logic and accuracy testing is formed on one of 3 data loads that are loaded onto the poll pads. The initial data load for LNA purposes is where LNA is executed for preparing the election equipment for the active election event for voting. Then there's a subsequent update to that for early voting, which is a repeat of the same process with another run, if you will, to catch any updates. And that is at a precinct combo level. There are no individual voter details in those data loads. The third data load is the election day data load. And that's where this wrong balloting actually was impacted, was on election day. And that data set, it does have voter specific detail. And that occurs after LNA is all done and the equipment is out in the field and is voting, and voting has been occurring. So the assumption that LNA will catch everything, I think needs to be revisited.
So you discovered that there was an issue early on in the voting, right? And you proceeded,
Yes.
you went ahead with it anyway.
We had one voter initially that we noticed that there was an issue with, and that was because Dr. K is constantly sitting at her desk and auditing everything that's happening during early voting and on election day. And she noticed an irregularity when a voter had was indicated that a voter had received an NP ballot, meaning a nonpartisan ballot, meaning City of Oakwood, because the PPP was not nonpartisan, only the City of Oakwood was nonpartisan. And so she pulled that voter up to look, and they lived across town, across the county from Oakwood, on the other side of the county. And she's like, this is really weird. So we huddled together and tried to figure out what happened. Is it an anomaly? And then we continued to watch. And then as the number grew, we're like, okay, something is really going on here. We have to report this. We didn't know what the spread was going to be between the winner and the loser, but we knew that it could be very close, as in any small or municipality election. So we reported it that Monday. That was on a Wednesday that she discovered it. And we huddled for Thursday and Friday, and I believe probably even spoke over the weekend. And then on Monday, we all gathered in Kay's office and made a phone call directly to Blake Evans. Normally, I would call our liaison with anything, but this was a significant matter with severe consequences, potential consequences. So I went straight to Blake Evans and called him. And he said, I'll call you back. I'm going to loop in Michael Barnes. And so Michael got looped in and he returned my phone call. I called him from my personal cell phone, but I did print my bills and the calls are on there. So I wanted to be able to prove that I called him. And we spoke numerous times, and I believe that what happened was unintentional. I believe that, but I also believe it's time to become intentional about what we're doing. And as Tom hasn't had an opportunity to say yet, I don't think we have no visibility to the information that is loaded into our poll pad. No visibility. We have forms that say, is the light green? Put a check mark. There's 9 bullet points, I think, to performing that process. And then you sign it. We have no visibility. When we're approving our ballots, we have to look at the spelling of the candidate's name, make sure there's not over 25 characters in that, the commas are in place, and the dot at the end of junior. We have to make sure everything is right. We're told to read them frontwards and read them backwards, and we do. But with our data load into ePoll, into the poll pad, it's just sign right here that you received your import, because it's imported to us. And we have no visibility to it. So we have no idea what's in there. Since this happened, and we have tried to, like I said earlier, meet with Secretary of State staff to help resolve this issue for any county, for everyone in the state of Georgia, with no response. But we now can ask for visibility to that data and we receive it. So it's available. We just don't receive it unless we ask for it. It's not part of the process.
What guidance were you given when you contacted the Secretary of State's office on that Monday?
We're looking into it. We're going to get back with you. We had several phone calls and emails. And they said, we're working on it. We don't know what happened. We're trying to get it fixed. Actually, Michael Barnes told me on the phone that, he did not think there was going to be a problem on election day. He said, I think the problem's ended. We still didn't know what the problem was, but on election day is when the real problem happened. Because as it turns out, the voters that we were seeing in early voting, that was an entirely different situation than what happened on election day. And Tom can explain that.
Have you determined what caused the problem?
Yes.
Okay.
The mapping, the methodology, and I've got the data to try and explain it in very granular detail if you care to.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'd understand that, so.
They basically arbitrarily took every combo in a given precinct and mapped whatever that ballot was. If it was a new combo number that was created due to the court-ordered redistricting, mapped it to the lowest combo number that existed in that precinct. And so if a combo was, a ballot was, the lowest number is Oakwood relevant. It was in the city of Oakwood, which what did happen in precinct number 9, which is our Morgan 2 precinct. Every voter that voted in that precinct, their ballot was cast as Oakwood relevant, even if they were in the county and not in the city of Oakwood.
Is that a manual process or is that
It had to be. We have no
technological issue?
That was manually imparted. Somebody, impacted that by deliberate means is the way I would say.
And who does that?
It's not at the county level. We have no visibility to that. So that must have come from inside the Secretary of State's office. Because the vendor is along for the ride.
Mr. Brett,
Yes.
does the Secretary of State send a paper backup poll list?
Yeah.
Was that reviewed or referred to see if
Well, that would not have balloting information on it.
it would not?
I don't believe so, because that's going to be your backup for your voter rolls.
Right.
Yes.
But
It would
would
have
not,
precinct and combo, but it would not necessarily tell you which ballot they're going to get.
okay, would not have ballot.
Yeah, it would not have what I would call ballot determination information.
Okay.
I have a theory, and it's only that, but I'm going to share it with you. I believe that our election was created as if every voter in the state of Georgia got the same ballot. And in a lot of counties, every voter would get the same ballot because it's the PPP. And there were a few counties that had special elections, and I don't believe that mapping was performed as it should have been for the counties, or at least for Hall County. I can only speak for us. I believe our election was created as if we were not having a special election, although it appeared on the ballot. And we know that because we ballot proved and voters voted that should not have for that election. However, I believe our election in Hall County was set up by whomever, not us. We executed the election. As if there was no mapping that would set aside the city of Oakwood voters for a special ballot. They just let every voter come in, get a ballot, and the default is it goes to the lowest combo number in the precinct they're voting in. That's the default that you see if it's a statewide election.
Yeah, I'm sorry if this has been asked before. Have y'all asked for a new election?
We were not allowed to ask for a new election. You have to ask the judge for a new election. And I inquired with legal about that, and I was told you don't have the authority.
Y'all were told you didn't have standing to ask for
You
an
didn't
election.
have standing, and the Board of Elections did not have standing either. We conduct the election, but that's what we were told.
Wait,
Any further questions from the board?
Now, this is kind of really getting into the weeds, and it's less related to this and more looking forward. How many split precincts do you have with multiple combos?
Oh, all of our precincts have multiple combos.
28 of 31. We have
28 of 31.
we have 3 that are single combo to the sole combo to a precinct.
And it would be untenable to try to move towards single combo precincts.
We've discussed it in-house.
But we prefer to move to vote centers.
I would prefer to move to vote centers resolves this. Full stop.
Yes, please.
Yes, thank you.
I would like to make sure that we're on record that, and I'm not speaking for the entire board, although I feel that the board may support this, that although we do not have the authority to instruct you to issue another election, a correct election should happen. I strongly encourage it if you're able to get the guidance and the approval from the Secretary of State's office. But I do think that this board should at least even send a letter to the Secretary of State's office informing them that this needs to be redone. Because this is a perfect example of a disenfranchisement of voters and their votes and what they want. The fact that there was any type of involvement in this process at all manually is concerning to me. I'm not accusing, but I am very concerned about this election. And this is what we talk about when we say things like, we can't run around telling everybody that we have a perfect election system, a perfect election process, and that everything is going well and everything is great and no one has anything to worry about, when we have a candidate who unfortunately did not have the financial means to contest an election where he could have been the rightful winner. This is a major problem. And I commend you. I commend your staff for what you've done, the documentation, the data, the just all of it. You've done a fabulous job, and it's not fair that you have to sit here and kind of take the arrows of this when you were given misguided information or no support at all. It's really unfortunate.
Thank you.
Any further questions from the board or comments? The chair would entertain a motion at this point.
Mr. Chair, I have a motion. Considering the circumstances and the timeline and the efforts that have been demonstrated that were made to provide and conduct an accurate election, and the understanding that there were shortfalls, not through the fault of Hall County, I recommend that we dismiss this case.
Dr. Johnson has made a motion to dismiss. Let me finish, please. Dr. Johnson has made a motion to dismiss SCB 2024-044. Is there a second? We have a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor?
Yes.
All those in favor of dismissing this case, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so I move this case is dismissed.
Mr. Chair, is it possible that we do send something to the Secretary of State's office about this? Because this is gross neglect, and I'm really concerned about this.
Is there a third member of the board that wants to send that letter?
Absolutely.
Then
I don't know if I can add, we talked about this about a year ago about certification. It is in my true belief, they should never sign that certification.
Yep.
So if they came and met with Secretary of State's office, it should have just never been signed. You knew it was a problem. It should have got signed.
The certification that I gave you, you'll notice that there are two of them. They're different. And I, in my ignorance, but following my heart, I suggested to the board that they not certify the election.
Thank you.
And I was told I don't have the authority to do that. But the board did say, we're going to write a statement, and then they amended their statement to make more sense. And so we had two meetings and we had two certifications, but the last one was the one that still stands.
So basically, again, going on record, the rule that was shot down by the Georgia Supreme Court to give election officials reasonable inquiry time to look at data to ensure that that what they're certifying is accurate. If that was in place, it may have helped in this scenario. But because we believe, or there are those who believe that certification is ministerial, that you just certify regardless of whether the data is correct or not. That's how we end up in this situation. Man, thank you.
It is unfortunate that the courts have ordered boards of election, county boards of election, to violate the law and sign an oath, a document that the election was correct and accurate.
When it was not.
When knowing that it is not, or not providing an explanatory section that they're signing to the best of that they have reservations about the accuracy of the election.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Director Mills, it's the will of this board that you prepare a letter to deliver to the appropriate party, the Secretary of State, and maybe legislators, and perhaps the governor's office, expressing our concern over the results of the election that occurred in Hall County. If you'll prepare that, just deliver it to the board for our review.
And who would you like it sent to?
I think that it would certainly go to Secretary of State, possibly copied to the governor's office, and maybe the Speaker and Lieutenant Governor.
And please include that it was suggested not to certify.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda. Hall County, SCB 2024-021. Security of Elections Equipment, absentee voting 2024 presidential preference primary. Please proceed.
On Saturday, March 2nd, 2024, the Glade precinct located at the East Hall Community Center ceased operations for early voting at 5 p.m. Once workers left for the evening, an alarm was activated. A Hall County deputy responded to the scene and found the community room, which housed the polling precinct and its voting equipment, unsecured. The poll manager stated that the door securing the polling precinct had a malfunction that he was not aware of. It wasn't until the morning of March 4th, 2024, that he learned of this malfunction. He said that when he arrived at the polling precinct on Monday, March 4th, he instructed one assistant manager to check the seals on all poll pads and instructed another assistant to do the same with all the tabulators. He himself checked the seals on all BMDs. Everything was still sealed. The poll manager reported that he spoke with Ms. Wertz, and she informed him that a community center employee found that the locking pins on the door did not work. He reported that Hall County maintenance personnel arrived and repaired the door's locking pins. Potential violation of 183-112, subsection 04.
Thank you. Any questions for the investigator from this board?
Question.
Member Johnson.
Perhaps the investigator would know where it states that the process of that they were verifying the seals and confirming there were no breaches of the voting equipment. What was done to confirm there were no breaches of the voting equipment?
All the seals were still intact.
We both have our microphone out.
Yes. The respondent in this case is Philip Lavallee, and my understanding is he's not available in Hall County, wants to respond on behalf of.
He is not here today. He came to our office that when he got the letter and said that he was going to be on a family vacation. And I thought that I could respond for him, and I assured him that would be okay. I mean, if you want to continue it where he can testify, you can. But I'm the one who received the phone call, and I was not there when he left the polling place on that Saturday, but I was there for all of the other events that happened. Following that, the discovery of it, I was notified.
Well, let's move forward and see how far we get with this.
So on Saturday, March 2nd, I got a phone call from one of our board members, Gayla Sheets, and one of her friends who was a deputy who worked for Hall County called her and said, "Hey, I just responded to an alarm at East Hall Community Center, and I went in to secure the building, see if the building was secure, and the door to the room where the voting equipment is stored was not locked. I pushed it, it opened, I went in, I know you're on the board, I'm calling you to tell you." There was not a report filed, so I have no report from Hall County about this. I went over there, they had left, and the building was secure from the outside. It's a small community center, has a couple basketball courts and a kitchen. And the room that I didn't get to go inside, I went over there and I made sure the exterior of the building was secure, and that was between 5:30 and 6 o'clock. And I spoke with that building is a county-owned building, so I was able to contact the department director for that department. And he assured me that the building was not going to be reopened again until Monday morning when the poll workers arrived. So the building was secured from that point, and we know it was secured prior to that point because the alarm sounded. It was determined that there were some kids who hung out in the gym to finish their basketball game. When they exited the building, it sounded the alarm. And I think that was approximately 5:20, and the poll workers had probably left just right before that. So I don't really know the timing of that, to be sure, but I do know that that's what happened. The deputy went in, found that the room was not locked. Mr. Lavalley went through the motions of locking the door. It appeared to be locked. What he didn't do was push or pull on the door to make sure that it had latched, and it was a faulty lock, which was replaced Monday morning. On Monday morning at 6:30, Tom and I were there when the poll workers arrived and went in with them, and we checked all of the seals ourselves to make sure they matched the paperwork that they were recorded on the night before or on the Saturday before, and they all matched. Further, which is how I believe this got reported, we contacted the Center for Election Services, Michael Barnes' department, and spoke with Chris Ballou. And Chris walked Tom through the process of accessing the log files. And those log files show you if the machine's been turned on. And so Tom was able to walk through that with Chris on the phone, and we got the okay verbally on the phone. Go ahead and open the polling place. Everything is fine. And so we reached out to them and said, what can you do to help us? We've checked the seal numbers. They're all good. But is there a step that we can do? What would you do if you were here? And he walked Tom through it. And so that's the entire story, unless Tom has something to add. Tom always has something to add.
Nothing to add.
So the room was unsecured for a short minute, but the building was not.
Well, the room was unsecured, but there were kids in the building that could have accessed the room, correct?
Yes, they could have.
Okay.
That is true.
And you said when you tested,
So you did say the log files were checked on the scanners
Yes.
and the BMDs? Were they checked?
Files were checked on the BMDs. The ICPs, all the covers the seals were intact and were locked. So we didn't have any need really to check and pull apart the ICPs to pull log files. We tend to leave those cards in, so because we don't want to be pulling those out and then putting them in another computer and then putting them back into the tabulators. That's a practice we would avoid. But we did check and pull the log files and provided those to the CES because one of the things that's really confusing about the current environment is with the BMD battery failures and not maintaining date and time is log files get very confusing to decipher.
Were you able to look at the log files yourself?
All the log files for I believe it was 22 BMDs were reviewed by myself and also provided to CES to look at as well.
Were the date times correct?
No, because the BMDs
Battery.
don't, yes, they don't keep the correct date and time.
Date time has to be corrected every time you turn it on?
That is correct.
That's a problem.
It is.
I mean,
It's a nuisance. And if you have a situation like this, it is problematic because when you turn it on, the BMD, you don't know if it reverted back to the date of creation of the device, which would have been in 2017 in most cases, or it was the last time it was turned off, which would have been yesterday.
Correct. So when you're looking at the log files and there's a date time, how do you know if it's which date time is correct? It's what's on the BMD or what?
That's what's on the BMD.
So you have to interpret.
You do. When you boot up the BMD, you have to look at it and say, is it yesterday? And then pull that log file or go back to 2017 if it went back to an older date when it powered up.
So how can you be sure that the BMD was not turned on?
The log file unfortunately can't show that. And that, by the way, the log file is for the ICX software. It is not for the operating system.
Interesting. How do you know that someone could have had access to the flash drive in the,
That's what we were trying to check for.
but you don't have the correct date time on the log files?
That is correct.
This is a problem.
It's a limitation of the current operation of the system.
And the current operational system is what runs on Windows 10, correct?
That's Android. I don't know what specific version.
And it will no longer be supported as of next year,
That I don't know.
correct? Another problem.
Any other questions from the board? Chair to entertain a motion at this point.
Move that we issue a letter of instruction regarding securing the doors. I would suggest that folks check those doors, make sure that they're locked. And this is not just Hall County. We've got 159. Everybody needs to check the locks, make sure they're actually functioning. But my motion is for a letter of instruction to be
We have
issued.
a motion to issue a letter of instruction on case number SCB 2024-021. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Discussion, yes. Mr. Chair, I find this concerning, not in particular about Hall County's actions, although the doors do need to be locked and all the equipment secured. The problem is to confirm or ensure that the equipment has not been tampered with, which is quite problematic for this voting system that we have. I think I saw 2 weeks ago a flash drive inserted into an Old Dominion ballot marking device that only took seconds to change the ballot design and create a ballot that would alter the votes on this system. It only took seconds, and all it needed was access to the back of the BMD or the flash drive insertion point. So this is very concerning. Not that your actions are just a matter of whether a room was secure or not, but the issue is if the room is not secure and the equipment is not secure, it's subject to tampering and hacking and altering an entire election. So that's where the concern comes in.
We have a motion and a second to issue a letter of instruction on SCB 2024-021. Any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. A letter of instruction will be provided on this case. Thank you, Hall County.
Thank you.
Have a pleasant drive back
Thank you. We're looking forward.
all the way to Gainesville.
You are all welcome there anytime you want to come see
Is
us.
the lake still full?
I will be there.
Yeah.
It is.
I will be there.
I need to get up there and enjoy that. The next item on the, if y'all will give me a minute, I need to discuss something with you. Sorry about that. Next item on the agenda is SEB 2024-222, Gwinnett County. Gwinnett, we are so happy to see you here today. So 2024-222, Gwinnett County improper processing of absentee ballots by election officials. That is tab number 74 for the board. Please proceed.
Okay, this is the Gwinnett County improper processing of AV. Okay.
Yep.
The investigation was opened after 6 absentee ballots were delivered to the Secretary of State's office that had been deemed undeliverable by the U.S. Post Service. The 6 ballots were missing the city, state, and zip code on the mailing address, deeming them undeliverable. Zach Manifold conducted an inquiry with his staff about the ballots. They advised that this was the last set of absentee ballots mailed from his office instead of Fort Orange Press due to time constraints at the deadline. His staff reviewed and determined that it appeared an employee loaded the incorrect size label into the Dymo printer, causing the city, state, and zip not to print on the bottom portion of the label. Mr. Manifold advised he will update the work procedures moving forward to audit these ballots before they are being delivered for mailing. His staff stated that they were only able to get in contact with one of the 6 voters to explain the error. The investigation determined that Gwinnett County voters intended to vote by mail. However, the elections didn't properly mail out the absentee ballots as required due to an employee error. Potential violations, OCGA 21-2-386, subsection A1F.
This sounds like a U.S. Post Office issue to me. Just kidding. Any questions from the board, the investigator? Respondent in this case is Gwinnett County voter registration elections. Gwinnett County is here. I see them. Would you please press a button and then identify yourself for the court reporter?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the
And
board.
speak into your.
Sorry. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Melanie Wilson from Gwinnett County Board of Registration Elections, the county's law department. I have with me my colleague, Zach Manifold, the election supervisor, and my colleague, Samantha Ruth from the law department. I feel at a significant disadvantage here this morning. And so I mentioned to Ms. Roth, Ms. Koth before she started, that we would actually find it helpful to have this matter continued. We have not had the benefit of reviewing the summary. Certainly as counsel, I have not. I'm largely hearing these facts for the first time. We pride ourselves on being prepared for presentations at the state election board. It's not our posture to come here and ask for a continuance in circumstances where we have, certainly me as counsel, have the requisite information to provide an adequate response, but I don't feel able to do that this morning because I don't have the benefit of the investigation summary.
When were y'all given notice of this?
So we're here on a number of other matters. We knew it was on the list, but we were never sent the investigation summary.
Let's hear the patent. Okay.
If a continuance would allow for a more fulsome discussion of precisely what happened. In particular, I'm interested in what follow-up the county may have done once the error was discovered. I'm perfectly happy continuing this.
I'm just waiting to hear when the notification went out.
Mhm.
Sarah, question for you. Was the printer label, was that the mailing label to the voter or the return label for the absentee ballot to the office, the election office? Which label was incorrect?
The return label.
the return label that should have gone to Gwinnett Elections.
Yeah,
Okay, so presumably the absentee ballot was sent to the voter correctly,
yes.
but the return
On the
label.
inside part to send back.
Thank you.
Commissioner Britton.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
This is Elizabeth Delma, State Election Board. This one shows a respondent as Gwinnett County. So I think a mailing, we can check in the letters to make sure a letter was sent on this one, but we also reviewed. What we found was a number of the cases didn't necessarily have the county listed. So we went in specifically, Mr. Patton and I, and tried to notify the county. So you were notified on some of the other ones, I assume, because you got some emails.
We were notified of several of the other ones,
But
but
you
we
didn't
did
get
not
this
get a
one.
summary for this
This one
item.
would-
So that puts me as counsel at a significant disadvantage, being able to represent
Yes.
the issues appropriately to members of the board.
This one would have probably been mailed. So I can't, because it's on the list that would have been mailed. So that would, the other ones I would have sent a SOI. But on this one, it wasn't on my list of emailing it to her.
Yeah.
Because the challenge is that sometimes with the cases, the respondent, which the county who's involved may not necessarily be listed as a respondent. So it's confusing sometimes when the letters are sent. But for this meeting, Mr. Patton and I went through and tried to make sure that the counties were properly notified.
Yep. I noticed in the report that Mr. Manifold had been questioned about this by the investigator, and obviously this board will give you the continuances for your question. I'm not sure that it would change the outcome of it ultimately as to what this board decided, and it'll just delay the inevitable. It seems to be just a human error to me, which occurs all the time. So, I mean, if you want to continue, it's fine, but Mr. Manifold was there. I mean, he was questioned about this. He knew what happened, or kind of figured out what happened with it. And so if y'all want a continuance,
I'd be interested in knowing if any of these.
Okay, so Mr. Chairman, my colleague and I, we're gonna keep going. We're gonna continue, we're gonna defer to the board's clear desire to continue with this matter and have it heard today. As I said, I don't have the benefit of
we can answer that question. With
Okay.
Okay. If we need that, we can continue with what's that.
Right.
So we can dispose of it. All right, I'm sorry.
as best as I can discern, based on the information that I acquired this morning, there was an error with loading the labels into the printer. A printer generates labels that are applied for the envelopes that are sent out with an absentee ballot. And so the address, when it was printed, when the information is printed onto the label, less than the full address was ultimately provided on the label. As I understand it, this matter was handled internally. Typically, our absentee ballots are mailed out through a vendor, but for reasons that I'm not fully able to share with the board this morning, the printing was handled internally. We do know that several ballots ultimately ended up with the Secretary of State and not with the voter. I believe there were 6 voters who were adversely impacted by the omission, by the error, by the failure. That's not something that we're able to hide from. It is my understanding that efforts were made to contact each of the 6 voters. I'm not sure how much success we had with that. I believe it was 1 out of the 6, so that meant that there were 5 voters that were impacted by our failure, by our mistake. 1 of the 6 voters was able to vote, but the other 5 were unable to vote. Gwinnett County prides itself on providing a high standard of service. The board takes pride, staff take pride in how we execute elections. And a poor quality label that results in the disenfranchisement of voters is never something that we're going to be satisfied with. Without reference to there being a complaint or having to come before this board, that's our failure. And so an apology is owed, absolutely, because the voters who relied on us to execute our responsibilities were let down. What I am unable to speak to this morning is the subsequent remedial steps, because it's always important, I think, for us to communicate to this board how we respond when there's been an adverse event, how we move to address the failure, correct it, and then take steps to ensure that it doesn't happen again. I'm going to ask Mr. Manifold, the election supervisor, to speak to that. May I do so?
Yeah, I want to, Dr. Johnston had a question that may determine whether or not we move forward on this. Dr. Johnston, do you want to?
Zach, maybe you know the answer. I know you were only able to contact one voter. Did the other voters try to vote in person?
I believe what happened is, I think we actually got contacted on election day by the Secretary of State's office at some point during election day, that they'd had these 6 envelopes bounced back to them. And so our staff did immediately try to call and reach those 6 voters, but they were only successful in reaching one of the 6. I know my staff did say they also did written correspondence, so I assume we also sent a letter that day or something to notify them. But obviously, if you can't get them on the phone on election day to let them know, the one voter that we did contact did go and vote. We did confirm that, but the other 5, it looks like they did not cast a ballot.
Mr. Chairman.
Member Gazal.
Chief Investigator Koth, can we see, do you have copies of the PDFs of the envelopes? I'm sorry. I know it's a disruptive request. But I think I'll understand exactly what happened if I actually see the envelope a little bit better.
And I would add, you may remember, a lot of large counties had probably a couple thousand applications submitted on that Friday evening before at the deadline. And so you may remember the Cobb issue that popped up. A lot of us had to pivot because the vendors weren't going to be able to get the ballots out till I think midweek the next week.
Right.
And so we did essentially have to manually hand stuff and process a couple thousand absentee ballots that weekend to get them out. We immediately kind of pivoted rather than waiting around to see if the vendor was going to be able to get them out that next week. And from what I understand, like I said, somebody loaded the wrong label size in the outgoing ballot.
So these all happened on the very last day when voters.
These would have all been voters that submitted on that Friday.
The last day. Okay.
Yeah, and we worked all weekend to get those out.
Right.
Mr. Chairman, while board members review the sample that Ms. Carl provided, I would ask that this board issue a letter of reprimand in these circumstances. Certainly understand this is not a case that we can ask for dismissal. We made a mistake, we failed, but we do think it's appropriate that this board issue a letter of reprimand. When we don't do the right thing, we should have our knuckles rapped. So rather than refer the matter to the Attorney General, I would respectfully request that this board issue a letter of reprimand in these circumstances.
Mr. Manifold, do you know how many voters requested absentee ballots on that last day?
I know we had close to a couple thousand absentee ballots that we had to process that Saturday, Sunday. We had staff in all weekend to get that out by Monday morning.
But you mean the last day for
The last
requesting
batch.
an absentee ballot?
Correct.
Correct.
That last batch of
Well, and-
applications that came in.
And what is the last day for the vendor, Fort Orange Press, to handle the request for the absentee ballot? It's probably in the contract with Fort Orange Press.
I'd have to look at that contract. I can't remember. I think they have to get it out. Essentially, as it gets closer, it has to go out within 24 hours kind of thing. And I think at some point they let us know that if we use them because of the backup, I think it was going to be Wednesday before they were able to get any of those ballots out. And so when we found out that it was going to be Wednesday, we immediately started that weekend moving to manual hand stuff of absentee ballots to essentially process those internally at the office.
So you don't know the last day that Fort Orange will process an absentee ballot?
Typically, they mail them on Monday. We can typically get them out that Monday, Tuesday. We can get that last batch out that came in Friday night.
Before Friday?
Yeah, that came in. And so, but we knew, like I said, when we told them how many we had and we got word that it was going to be midweek, I think we were concerned that they just weren't going to make it. So we got those out on Monday, as best as we could.
Correct. Echoing my concern with the Postal Service. So Postal Service delivery from New York to Georgia and perhaps a Postal Service delivery from Lawrenceville to Lawrenceville is iffy with the performance of the Postal Service.
I will say we have added a step of having a manager will actually, if we have to do this where we're doing these manual batch, we have added a process that having a manager review, flip through those to make sure that there's no printing issue on the outgoing labels.
Correct. I'm looking at the envelope that's provided with the incomplete address, return address, but the return to, it's
the outbound.
It's the outbound.
It's the outbound.
Yeah, outbound, yeah.
Mr. Manifold, do you know for certain that the 6 that were received were the only ones that were put on the wrong label stock?
These are the only 6 that we know that got returned. I'm actually kind of surprised. Usually the post office can even pick that up, even without a city or state. Very often, I've seen ballots as long as it has that coding in it with a barcode or whatever. It's usually not looking at the text. It's usually reading it and delivering it. So I'm actually surprised, even without. I've seen some before where with some of the automated systems that go out where it didn't even have the address at all and it still got delivered.
Right. So it's highly likely that these were the only ones that were.
I suspect so.
Okay.
Let me ask a question. I'm a little ignorant towards this. So there's a barcode on the top of that. Does the post office deliver by the barcode or by the?
So I haven't seen the actual. Can I get a copy?
Well,
You want to see it? Is that what you said?
Let's see that real quick. Yes, there's a barcode above the address. My question is whether the post office delivers by the barcode, reads barcode, or whether they read the address.
And that goes to my question and the exchange I just had. My belief is that these 6 are the only ones that were, because normally they would use the barcode. And
Correct.
there's no indication that the barcode is correct or incorrect. And so those got bounced back to the Secretary of State's office, but none of the others did. So even if
Typically the USPS is reading the barcode. It usually is not reading the text of the address. So I'm actually surprised. Like I said, I've actually seen ballots get delivered before without any address. And the voter is always like, how did this get to me? And it's because it's reading that barcode.
My question is if they read the barcode, maybe there was more than 6, but they just didn't.
well, they got delivered. Yeah, that was exactly my point.
Yeah.
I'm pretty confident that if there was a miscoded address, and I've used this before back in WordPerfect days, right? I remember that. And that was a nightmare. So I have greatest sympathy, but so as not to prolong this, at the appropriate moment, I'm prepared to offer a motion.
Any further questions from the board?
One question, do you recall the last date to apply for an absentee ballot for this election?
For that one, so this was the presidential. So it was that Friday, the 11 days out. I can't remember whatever the 11th Friday, whatever the 11 days on that Friday was.
I recall that incident happening with a lot of different counties, just receiving thousands of requests on that very last day and it's
October
being a mess. So.
It was October 25th.
Pardon me?
October 25th.
Yeah. Any further questions from the board? Chair to entertain a motion at this time.
I move that we issue a letter of reprimand.
We have a motion to issue a letter of reprimand. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second to issue a letter of reprimand on case SCB 2024-222. Any discussion? Should we send one to the U.S. Post Office also? No. Hearing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Next item on the agenda is SCB 2024-198 Gwinnett County fraudulent voter registration. These don't get progressively worse as we go, by the way, so it's Gwinnett County fraudulent voter registration, please proceed.
Complainant advised she received a letter from the Voter Participation Center in the name of an unfamiliar person, Brian Minter. Mr. Minter's voter registration gave a nearby address on the same street, and the investigator attempted to make contact. A female had answered the video doorbell and stated no one by that name had lived there. Several numbers were called with negative results. The address on Mr. Minter's handwritten voter registration application is the complainant's address, so she's saying he doesn't live there. We were never able to make contact with Mr. Minter. However, the allegation was substantiated. So we have OCGA 212561 subsection 3 for false registration for Brian Minter.
The respondent in this case is Zabrian Allen Minter. Does the board have any questions for the investigator?
I have a question. When did Minter register vote? What was the date of voter registration?
It was 2023. Let me pull it up. (2/24/23).
And how is the voter listed in Jarvis? Active, inactive?
Active.
Active,
No voter participation history though.
and no voter participation.
So I understand correctly, you were never able to make contact with Mr. Minter?
No.
Is there any flag or notation in Jarvis about this voter?
My notes just say he's listed as active.
Sarah, is there any indication that the complainant notified Gwinnett County of the issue?
I believe the complainant called us, like sent us the letter, the complaint through our division.
Right. Did the complainant reach out to Gwinnett County first?
I don't know.
Manifold, do you know anything at all about this case?
All right, can you hear me? Yeah, I think this one came in, I want to say it was like October 24th, which was like 12 days before the election. And so it was too far inside of the deadline to do a 2:30 voter challenge to tag them as challenge for the election. It was inside, you may remember, I think it's 45 days now to do a 2:30. We didn't have a lot of information at that point, other than the person had it's actually Representative Donatucci that is the person that received the mailing. And we worked with her, and she kind of gave us some background, and we went ahead and sent it on to you all to investigate what was going on, because she said that this person had never lived there. I can tell you that I've talked to her, and she does plan to file a 229 challenge on this voter. So I do think the voter will. I think there's enough evidence that we have confirmed now. The investigator, I think, has confirmed that this person never lived at that address. There wasn't like it wasn't like one of these things where they had lived there in the past. So I do think she has told me that she plans to file a 229 challenge to have the voter go before our board for removal. So I do think that'll happen hopefully sooner rather than later. I did tell her if she didn't file that our board would probably start a 228 voter examination process to clean this up as well.
Any further questions from the board?
I would just like to comment, this is precisely the circumstance that 229 challenges are appropriate for. So I hope that the Representative Duntucci follows through.
Correct. This is actually kind of one of those personal knowledge
Yeah.
of a 229. So
Precisely.
this is kind of a perfect 229 case.
Exactly. In the meantime, since we have a respondent who has not responded at the appropriate time, I would like to make a motion.
I'm going to call it. Is
Right.
Mr. Mentor here by any chance? Mr. Zabian Mentor? Zabrian? No. Okay. Member Johnson?
Mr. Manifold, so if the challenge is upheld, what will you do with this registrant?
If a 229 challenge is filed and upheld, the voter would be removed from the rolls.
Any further questions from the board? Chair will entertain a motion at this time.
I would move that we refer Mr. Minter to the AG's office.
We have a motion to refer this individual to the AG's office. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to refer the respondent to the AG's office on case SCB 2024-198. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. So be referred to the AG's office. The chair would entertain a motion for a 5-minute comfort break at this time.
So moved.
We have motions or second.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
We will take a 5-minute comfort break and come back at 20 till. Say 20 till. Thank you. Sorry, go back in session. The next item on the agenda is SEB 2022-155 Gwinnett County P.O. Box of Voters. It's tab number 76 in your binders. Yes.
Chief Investigator Koff, a number of these voters were researched and discovered to be homeless. Can you refer to any voters who were discovered to be homeless by their initials or by a number or something? I would prefer not to put their names into the record because I think that is simply a disservice to the individuals. So when you, as you're reading the report, I know that if I would prefer not to acknowledge them by name, to put their names out there.
Sure.
Thank you.
The Secretary of State's office opened this investigation after it was reported that possible 22 voters had registered to vote using the addresses of several different Gwinnett County commercial establishments rather than using the address of a residential property intended for habitation. The commercial sites included U.S. Post Office, UPS store, and various storage unit properties. The allegation that Georgia voters used for voting purposes an uninhabitable commercial address is substantiated. Out of the 22 voters, 16 were confirmed as having used a commercial establishment address for their residential address. The remaining 6 voters provided evidence that the address they used for voting purposes was intended for habitation or residential purposes. So 6 of those were unsubstantiated. And then during the investigation, it was learned that one voter, Miss Allen, voted twice in Gwinnett County while she was a permanent resident in Henry County. So potential violations for the 16, for OCGA 21-2217 subsection A1 and OCGA 21-2216 for qualifications of electors. For Miss Allen, OCGA 21-2216 A4 for qualifications of electors generally when they knowingly voted in Georgia County when which they were not a resident.
There is quite a number of respondents listed here. If you are here as a respondent on that case, would you please raise your hand? Okay, could you come forward for a moment so I can know who you are? Are we Gal Allen? Okay, all right. All right. Well, you've already said your name, so thank you. All right. Trying to be sensitive. Does the board have any questions for the investigator?
For the investigator, was Gwinnett County interviewed about this complaint?
Hang on. My summary was much smaller than the length of this report. Yes.
Any further questions for the investigator?
I have a question. Chief Investigator Koff, can you estimate the number of hours it took to complete this investigation?
I have the investigator here. I'll attest that it was quite lengthy. Can you give an estimate? Approximately about 34, 35 hours that were logged for this part.
Wow. Thank you.
So there were 16 that were confirmed as having commercial establishment address for the residential addresses, and then 6 were
Living there.
pardon me?
6 of them were living there, like
6 of them were living in there, so that they were unsubstantiated on those 6. But Ms. Allen, you're here to speak. Would you press your button on your microphone, please? And please identify yourself for the court reporter and then
Um,
make your statements.
okay, I'm Gail Allen, and I was said I violated because of my living conditions at that time. And I brought my rental agreement. I was there from 2011 till 2020.
Is it a commercial business?
It is a commercial business, but they do have a rental unit.
Okay. So it's like a multi-use?
Yes.
So you were not a permanent resident of Henry County at the time?
No, I didn't move to Henry County until 2020, and I voted in Gwinnett County because I moved in October, and because of COVID, I wasn't able to change my voting status to Henry County. And she said I had to go back to Gwinnett and vote for that election in 2020.
Who told you that?
The Henry County and Gwinnett County, because I went back to Gwinnett County to make sure that I could vote because I had just moved to Henry County in October. The voting was in November. And I said, nope, you don't have time to make the change, so you have to vote in Gwinnett County. They both told me that.
And you lived in the residential unit above the commercial establishment?
Yes,
And you have evidence of that?
yes,
What is that evidence?
I have a rental agreement.
Can we see that? You'll hand that to our bailiff, please. It was like night court, isn't it?
When you moved, what day in October did you move?
I moved that first week in October because I closed on the end of September, so I closed on at the date of closing.
So you've been on this from 2011, 2013.
That's when I first moved there, that's when I just couldn't find, because I had a one month time in that last year. I didn't have it too much, I couldn't find them.
Miss Allen, when did you start renting in Henry County?
I purchased a home in Gwinnett County, in October 2020.
Was there an addendum to these? Because this, the first one terminated August of 2012 and the second one terminated September 2014.
That I had originally found. I didn't end the lease in 2020 because my son is still a resident there as we speak. Michael Allen is on there, he is still there. So he picked up the lease after that.
He picked up the lease. So these aren't any good anymore than these. You aware?
I'm in Henry County,
Right now.
yes,
When did you move to Henry County?
October 2020. I closed on the house on September 29th, 2020, and I moved Henry County that first week in October.
And when did you vote in Gwinnett County?
In 2011. That was the first one I gave you, because I had voted in.
Wait.
Before.
The last time you voted in
In Gwinnett County,
Gwinnett County.
November 2020.
2020.
Because of COVID, everything was closed, and then there was often closed, you couldn't make that change. So when I went to Henry County, they said, well, it's too late, the voting is in a month, in November, you don't have time to switch, you would have to go back to your previous time. And I had my voter's registration, so I could still go to Gwinnett County. She said, yes. And when I went to Gwinnett County, it says, yes, you can vote here because of the time, you don't have time to switch to Henry.
Okay, so you moved to Henry County and COVID, you couldn't register down there. So you went back to Gwinnett County and voted there, even though you lived in Henry County at the time. 1 month. Okay.
So as of October 6th, you were still a resident of Gwinnett County, October 6th, 2020.
Yeah.
Okay. And under Georgia law, that means that for that election, you were qualified to vote in Gwinnett County, even if you were no longer resident, as long as you're a resident 28 days before, then that is where you are registered.
Let's do with Miss, with her claim first. Was there any more questions for the respondent in this case? Any questions for the investigator?
I actually have one further question, Ms. Allen. Where are you currently registered to vote?
Henry County.
Thank you.
The chair would entertain a motion on Ms. Gail Allen.
Yeah, I make a motion that we dismiss this particular respondent's case.
We have a motion to dismiss Ms. Gail Allen as a respondent in this case. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor of dismissing Ms. Gail Allen, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And any opposition, hearing no opposition, so moved. Ms. Allen, have a nice day.
And
Thank
thank
you.
you for coming and providing the information that you did. It was very helpful. Yes, ma'am.
We have we have six voters. Was Miss Allen part of the six voters? Ms. Gakoff?
No. She was part of the ones that we did find that were. No, she was not one of the six for that. She was separate because of the voting in another county.
Right.
Okay, so there's 22 in addition to her. Okay. So we have 22 names. We have 16 that were confirmed as having used a commercial address, and we have 6 that were provide evidence that they used the address the commercial where they lived. Let's deal with the 6 that provided evidence they lived at the commercial address. Are there any questions from the board on that?
On the 6th? No.
The chair would entertain a motion on the 6 individuals that provided a address where they lived, provide the address of the commercial, that they lived at the commercial address.
Could you provide those names?
Uh,
I don't believe there are they're not respondents, correct?
They were not respondents.
Okay, so those 6,
Only the
so we don't
16
have,
were.
only the 16, right? I do have some questions with regard to the 16.
we're gonna deal with the 6.
But they're not respondents, so I don't think we need to do anything for them, correct?
Well, they are respondents. They're to be dismissed, right?
Chief Investigator Koth just said that the 6 who were found to be resident are not officially respondents. Is that correct?
Yes. We put all 22 on the initial part of the report, but the only ones we focused on so they're listed in the beginning part, but not in the end. We didn't separate those 6 though, because we
Okay,
weren't really
right,
discussing those ones.
Well, for the sake of completeness, I do think that we should, I move that we officially dismiss any of the 6 respondents who were found to be resident at these addresses, just for the record, to make sure that the record reflects that there are no violations found.
Correct.
Right.
We have a motion to dismiss the 6 individuals that were found to be living at the commercial address that they listed on their application. Is there a second? We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yes, I'd like to have the names of those individuals that will be dismissed to make sure that we're being complete. None of these are homeless, as far as I can tell, is from the investigation. So we just want to make sure that we're correct with who's being dismissed.
Okay, I'm gonna separate those on one.
Thank you.
Hang on, I'm almost done.
Do you want me to help you?
I got 3 of them already. Okay, I believe those 6 would be Michael Allen, Jalen Bullard, Kenneth Thornton, Leonard Wilson, Jade Brown. That's on here. No, that's one of the 16. And then the gal Ellen, because of those 22, there were 16 up for this, so she was considered one that she had the address, but she was violated for possibly voting from out of county. So.
So we have a motion and a second to dismiss the above named individuals. Any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, all those in favor of dismissing that signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so move. Those 6 individuals are dismissed. The next item is to deal with the 16 individuals that were confirmed as having used commercial establishment address for their residential purposes, but did not live there. Any questions from the board?
Question.
Yes.
Mr. Manifold, were you aware of that these voters on the list had commercial addresses?
Hello. So this is, I think, is this a 2022 case? 2022. We have, you may know that the law changed July 1st, 2025, and a lot of specifically the PO boxes and USPS stores are now strictly prohibited from being used for registration purposes. So our board actually is currently undergoing a 228 voter examination process for people that are at these sorts of addresses to comply with the new law that took effect. We've identified, I think, 33 voters altogether that were kind of in the process of that. I can tell you I believe 2 of these voters, and it's just kind of a mixed bag on some of these. A lot of these voters were 230 challenged in September of 24, and so they went into challenge status. And then if they don't vote, they come back up as a 229 challenge. And so we had a 229 challenge in May of this year for some of these voters. And I know the 2 DeFreitas voters on this list were canceled from a 229 hearing. They were upheld. The 229 challenge that our board held in May canceled those 2 voters. And I think, yeah. So we're kind of going through this cleanup process right now with people that, if you don't know, the old ENET system did not have a very good restricted address system. It was once one voter got on ENET on the legacy system, there was no way to block that address from somebody else getting on it. So you could have somebody that registered there using it as essentially a homeless voter or somebody like that, using it as their only address that they had an attachment to. But there was no way to block somebody else. It was like a wormhole. It was like once one person was on that address, everybody else can pile on. And the only way you knew to block it or to hold it was if you had a registrar that was looking at it and knew those 30 or 40 addresses. And so we do have like we had like a list of addresses that were issues. But when you're talking about hundreds of temporary employees and then trying to remember what was that address that we needed to do. The good news is Jarvis, this is an improvement with Jarvis. We are able to restrict addresses now and still keep a voter that's allowed to be at that address, can be at that address. So I think this is kind of one of those legacy problems from the old system that existed where people were able to use some of these addresses that we now can restrict. And so, like I said, January 1, the law did change on a lot of these voters that are at these addresses, and we are going through a cleanup process.
Are you screening your voter rolls for these commercial addresses?
For these that new section, I think it's something like C.
Yeah.
Is it 218 C?
PO boxes 21-2-217 restricts registration at PO boxes and UPS stores. It was one of the provisions from SB 189, and immediately upon it becoming effective, the board 21-2-217 C. If you're looking at a purple book, it's on page 187. Proof of ownership or rental of a post office box or private mailbox service within a particular jurisdiction shall not constitute sufficient grounds to establish a person's residency. So the board's been sending letters, and that was effective January 2025, coming out of SB 189. So the Board of Registration Elections has been sending letters to voters when they've identified their address as being impermissible under the law. And that's the process that Mr. Manifold's referring to.
I have a question for Chief Investigator Koth. Of the 16 that were impermissibly registered at commercial addresses, how many of them were discovered to have other grounds to justifiably be registered in Gwinnett County? For instance, they were unaware that they were not allowed to register at a post box, but they still have a residence here.
I'd have to look at each individual one because there's a write-up for each one, but a lot of them are, quite a few were DDS. So they changed their license to a post office box, and then that automatically changed it.
And that
So
automatic.
they didn't necessarily.
Right. So they have other grounds for remaining registered, but these grounds are not adequate.
Yes.
So how are you dealing with that circumstance?
Yeah, the DDS specific, where they actually have a residential address.
Well,
and
people
then,
who have it, who still reside, but they're registered at a post office box. I mean, are you putting them into a 228 challenge status, but allowing them to remain, trying to reach out to them so that they can correct that before they get wholly removed?
so our board has a 228 voter examination policy. It involves the first wish of the board is that we send out a letter to that specific voter at any address that we have available to try to get them to update. The voter is essentially given 30 days, maybe it's 40, I think it's 40 to be consistent with the confirmation process. And then if they don't respond, it's the supervisors to bring it to the board at the next meeting. And then the board is to decide if they're going to set a hearing under 228 for possible removal if they don't respond. And so that's actually where we're at. We're about through the 40 days. And I think in August, we'll probably have to, the board will have to decide if they're going to set a hearing for the voters that are still at those post office and UPS stores.
And that provides another opportunity for notice to the voters at that point. Are you using any other means other than snail mail? If you have a phone number or an email address, are you attempting to reach out to them through those means?
To check that. That is in our old policy, I think for 229 and 230 challenges. I'm not sure that's in our 228 policy or not. I'm not certain. I'd have to check that.
Okay, thank you.
Zach, do you flag Jarvis that for a voter that has an ineligible address?
So really there's not, if they didn't submit enough, it depends. It depends on what, if you submit, like, I'll give an example of this. Like if somebody submitted, a UPS store address now currently that we are blocking that address, it would be essentially, they're not able to get on it. And so they get a letter and say, hey, we got this registration for this address. You have 30 days to respond. If you don't respond, we're we're going to keep you, if you're already registered at a residential address, we're keeping you at your current residential address. If you have, essentially you have 30 days to explain to us why you sent in this UPS store. I would say most people, as investigator Koss said, I think a lot of people do it by accident at DDS. They meant to put it as their mailing address and instead they put it as their residential. And so we get these. So the proper way for this to happen, if the old system had worked, would have been that address is ineligible. We have it marked restricted, and we essentially send the voter a notice that they have 30 days to respond, or we keep them at their current address.
I'm sorry, you mark restricted?
Yeah, so we can mark, there are addresses that we can mark. There's actually two types. We call it restricted or limited residential address. And so because you have a lot of mixed use properties anymore, a lot of times it's marked limited residential. And so when it's limited residential, it essentially tags it for a higher level employee to research. So if you're at a mixed use property, send me in that address to register. It's going to go to essentially a supervisor to confirm that mixed use, that you're at the right spot. So there's restricted, which is essentially what we use for the UPS stores or post office, where you just can't be at that. And then there's limited residential, which is kind of mixed use, because a lot of these even have like maybe a UPS store on the first floor and then condos up above.
Correct. So many of these, if not most or all of these, come from DDS, driver's license services, where they do allow people, they don't screen for commercial addresses and allow post office boxes to be placed on driver's licenses. But the voter registration application clearly says, do not use post office box for your residence. And on the one hand, I see this as many voters who are eligible voters in Gwinnett County that are simply using a post office box or UPS box, a commercial address that does not indicate their proper residence. So how do they don't know, or you don't know that they're getting the right ballot for an election. That's the whole point of this. Okay. You want to put your residence so that you'll get the right ballot in an election, the right district, right. And on the other hand, I know there are many people who use a post office box and do not live in Gwinnett County. They live in another county. They live in DeKalb County. They live in some other county. And they are in violation of election law because they're voting in the wrong county. They're getting the wrong ballot. They're voting for the wrong offices. That can be very important. So my issue is also with you, with Gwinnett County, that you're not flagging commercial addresses or post office boxes or UPS boxes, and that these need to be corrected or cured before the voter votes. But there are most of these, I would assume, I would hope, are eligible voters. And I don't want any voter to be prevented from voting if they're eligible. So how are you going to fix it?
Yeah, I think it comes down, like I said, we do have this ability of restricting. I think the more specific the legislature can get on what is a restricted address, the better off we all are. Because, as you know, people can register at a commercial address. If you're living there, you are to register there. That is where, if you're laying your head in the back of your bakery, I think we've had some of those maybe pop up here, where somebody is sleeping in their bakery, and that's where they should register. The law says you should register where you sleep. And so I think the more specific the legislature can get on defining what is restricted, I do think this post office, I think it's 218, was it 218C? 218. I think the more specific they can get to us and give us those tools to restrict addresses, the better off we are. I think this is an improvement because it gives us some weight to be able to restrict those addresses, not allow anybody on them, and go back to that voter for additional information when we need it. So I do think this is an improving process. again, the more I think the legislature can give us guidance on what they want restricted, the better off our office is. And
Certainly. I mean, that's kind of distracting. If somebody lives at the apartment at the U-Haul storage facility, that is their residence, and it's also commercial, but it simply involves a communication, which is your duty to contact that voter and say, hey, this looks like a commercial address. And all they say is, yes, Mr. Manifold, this is my apartment also, and I live here, or I live at the barber shop, or I live in the office office building because I have a shower and bathroom facility, and I'm estranged from my spouse, whatever the excuse may be. But that's the duty of the registrar. That's the duty of you maintaining accurate voter rolls so that the right people are voting in the right district with the right ballot for the right offices. So I don't know how explicit you want the legislature to be, but they very simply said, you can't live in a post office box. You can't, you just can't.
yeah,
Okay. Now, there may be an explanation that there's a UPS, but that's what a mailing address is for. Okay. It's not what the residence is for. How much clearer does it need to be? Because I'm almost of the mind. I really think that Gwinnett County should be a respondent on this complaint also. If you have the ability to search for to identify commercial addresses, and you're not attending to that information and helping the voters correct so that they are at the right residence, then the county is part of the problem.
I do think, again, I come back to, I do think this new law for January 1 of this year makes an improvement. I think it finally kind of starts to give the county some more guidance on what can and can't be used. I think limited residential is a good development too. Both the restricted and the limited residential, where we can go back to a voter and inquire for more information on why they should be at that address. It's just it's very hard in a state that doesn't have any guidance for homeless voters, other than you don't have a mailing address. You can use the office in our office, which again doesn't make a ton of sense. But it's hard. I think something like 36 states have provisions about how to deal with homeless voters. And we definitely have seen a number of times over the years that these UPS stores and stores like that quite often, I think we had a truck driver that is only in Gwinnett, 5 or 10% of the year. And the only address he still attaches to is this UPS store that he does mail. But when he's there, he parks in the parking lot at this UPS store, and that's his right address for where he should vote. And so it's just very complicated. And I think the more guidance counties can get both on homeless voters, which would be a wonderful, some good development, and both restricted and limited residential. I think we do want to do this work. I think it's a lot of matching, federal law with state law and trying to really, a lot of times it's why we often have so many different policies as a county board, is because we're trying to interpret these different things together.
And how to handle the homeless is a challenge. How to handle the homeless residents and where they vote. And if you have data on 30-something states that have this, because I could not find it, and I've looked at all of the states, so please provide that. Okay.
I'm happy.
And Georgia, the legislature in Georgia needs to address this issue of how you, the county, can handle homeless people, because they certainly deserve the right to vote. But this complaint has no homeless people on it. Okay? This complaint has people that either live at UPS boxes, PO boxes, or a storage facility. They're legitimate. But that's not this complaint today.
Yeah, and I will say a lot of these voters, I believe, have gone through voter challenge processes where people have challenged these voters and the board has either, a lot of times the board has upheld a challenge under 230 to put somebody in challenge status for a specific election. But then there's another standard for a removal. And so a lot of times what we end up in is this process where the board will say, okay, there's enough here for a 230. We will put them in challenge status for this specific election. But then when we get back to 229, essentially there's not enough to carry the weight to remove the voter. So then the voter's back to a normal active status. And so we kind of end up in this circle. And that's why I'm just saying that I do think this new code does help our office a lot on being able to clean this up, because we are finally, like, we had a May challenge hearing with some of these voters, and we were able to finally remove some of these voters because of this new law.
If there's an inherent tension between 229 and the NBRA. And I don't know what the right answer there is. And until somebody actually brings that before a judge, I don't know that we can resolve that. I think what would be helpful for you all would be for the legislature to provide an affirmative duty for you to undertake an evaluation for commercial addresses under 228. That is not, we don't have the authority to do that. As the board, we cannot require you to undertake that evaluation because that is only a legislative function. But I do think that that would be helpful. I personally, if I were writing the policy, I would prefer to see a longer runway for voters to have to confirm. It is particularly ironic that the legislature is suggesting that homeless voters need to use your office for their mailing address when so often the only way they can receive mail to know that they are being challenged or to know that there is a problem is to go to their post office. So you cannot do a blanket if there is a postal address that we must remove them, because you have to do a case-by-case evaluation. We as a board have a responsibility. We have the jurisdiction over the voters more so than jurisdiction over the county and the way you conduct your maintenance. We cannot tell you how to conduct 228 maintenance. That is not within our jurisdiction. What we can do is issue letters of instruction, letters of reprimand to individual voters, particularly now that we know that it is unlawful to register. And I think we're going to have to deal on a voter by voter basis here, because some of these voters have already taken steps to update their addresses and are now registered at residential addresses. Some of them have not. So I think we'll just have to deal with these on a voter by voter basis when we are prepared to move down this list.
I do have a question. So
Yes.
you were talking about determining residency and giving them steps to determine residency. But it says right here in 21-2-217, rules for determining residence.
Right, that's the statute
But
that the
it's-
counties do.
Well, it's,
Undertake.
well, but you're saying that, are you saying that they shouldn't do due diligence?
No, not at all. I don't know where you got that from what I said.
I mean, because it says here that proof of ownership of or rental of a post office box or private mailbox service address within a particular jurisdiction shall not constitute sufficient grounds to establish a person's residency within a particular jurisdiction. So I think I don't know how much more clear the legislators can make it.
I don't think you understood what I was trying to say.
Help me.
Under 228, the counties have an obligation to review. This is as voters are applying for registration. But when they are already registered and already on the rolls, there are other laws that attach, including federal law. And so to remove a voter from the voter rolls, there are other standards, not just this. I think that if under 228, there is an affirmative obligation for the counties to undertake that review on that basis. Right now, if a voter attempts to register on that basis, they will be rejected. And there's no question about that. But as they are already registered, Gwinnett, I would assume, does not already have a list of every single commercial address that's already, they have to go in and manually identify every single address that is a commercial address or mail address.
Wouldn't that be voter roll maintenance?
That's exactly what 228 is. And that's my point, is if they have an affirmative obligation to review and identify specifically those commercial addresses, that would be helpful, because then they would know that that is part of their legislative mandated activities. There's not an affirmative obligation to do that specific task under 228 right now.
So just so I'm clear, you're saying there's no obligation for them to clean up their voter rolls? to
No,
manage
that's
their-
not what I'm
Because that's
saying.
what it would be,
That's
right?
not what I'm
If there are people on the voter roll.
Time to.
Yeah. Okay, sorry. So if people are on the voter roll that should not be on the voter roll, management and maintenance would be identifying who those individuals are, correct?
There is an obligation to do maintenance. The more specific that obligation is, the less question there will be, and the easier it is for the counties to do their job. And I would love to hear your response on this.
I think what you're hearing is kind of what we've dealt with for the last 2 or 3 years as a board, is that I think you heard 35 hours of investigations for 20 some voters. And that's also an investigator that actually has powers to do some of these things.
Right.
Which we don't have very much, a whole lot of investigative powers there. That's kind of the tough thing we've been in, is that these are very individualized cases a lot of times. Like the guy, the truck driver out in the parking lot that is at the UPS store, and our board, he specifically came in and spoke to our board, and I think we had somebody that was at a storage unit that was living, by code, you probably shouldn't live at a storage unit, but he was the storage unit. That was the only housing that he had for a time period. And so that is where he should be registered to vote, because that's where he's laying his head. And so it just they're very personalized and very individual cases, each one of these. And so, and a lot of times, even our board, which is 5-member board, 2 Democrats, 2 Republicans, and a 5th member that they agree upon, a lot of times the board isn't even clear on, sometimes it's a 3-2 vote that we're going to keep somebody, or it's a 5-0. It's not super clear on the law, and that's in different sections. So the more guidance we can get specific, like I do think this new code section you read off is great. This 218 C about the post office boxes, the more specific it gives us more tools to be able to say, hey, anybody at that address. I think my staff identified something like 51 addresses in Gwinnett early this year that met that new code section requirement. And we were able to either restrict them or make them limited residential if it's a multi-unit kind of thing. And we can do that research. So I do think the more we can ally and partner and make better law and more guidance, it just helps. I think all counties want to do this work, but it is very individualized. When you start looking at individual voters, it gets it's tedious.
So are you saying this is a manpower and resources issue, or is this a legislative issue?
I think it's both. I think it's both. I think the legislature, the more specific they get, the easier it is on us to be able to implement. And I think it is. I think essentially these cases that you're seeing that we've maybe had challenges in 22 and 23, now in 25 with the clear law, we can actually do this examination and set these voters for removal finally. And I think our board has kind of gone back and forth, and it's been very hard at challenges with these voters over the last 2 or 3 years. But the more specific we get, the cleaner, the better we can clean up those rolls.
So basically you need legislation to basically say that you have the authority to go back and retroactively review your voter rolls to ensure that each person on there is at a legitimate address. Or what would this law, like what details would you need to be in this new legislation that assist you with doing this? Because, and I'm not challenging you, because I do understand that a lot of our election workers and staff and teams are in a very peculiar position and they don't get a lot of direction, support. So I would like to know, particularly being an appointee of the House, what type of policy would benefit?
I think Melanie wants to jump in, but I'm gonna say one thing. The one thing that kind of overlays all of this on us is the national voter registration form. And so at the end of the day, they have a map and you can draw an X on that map. And I have to register you at that X of wherever you put that on that map. Like if you're sleeping in a park somewhere, at the end of the day, you're allowed to register if you just draw an X on a map. That's NVRA. That is the national voter registration form that people can use. And so when you get away from that and you start looking at, oh, well, somebody's, either sleeping in the back of their bakery or their business that they own and stuff, it just gets very individualized that you have to look at this and get more and more information. And it is very tedious with the amount of hours you have to put into that. And so I'll be interested to see what's.
So let me,
So 21, so
just 1 moment, please. I want to be respectful. This is a great conversation. I think that it's something that we ought to flesh out. I think it's something that we ought to potentially make recommendations on.
Well, I'm trying to figure out what recommendation to make.
But we're kind of getting away from the case a little bit. And I want to be respectful to everybody that's waiting here all day long to kind of be heard. So, I agree. But we have 16 individuals that we decide what to do on. And I don't want to discourage the conversation, but I also know that there's a lot of people that.
Conversation, it would help prevent what we're.
I agree totally
right now.
I agree totally with you. But it doesn't have anything really to do with these individuals, and I want to allow people to go home. And I think that this board could call a meeting to bring experts in to discuss that with us, so we could talk about it and maybe.
A greater expert than the person that's actually having to do it, but I will defer. I will defer.
Yeah, I just.
To your advice or whatever you're getting.
It's fun.
Couple more questions.
Yes, Dr. Johnson.
Yes. Mr. Manifold, did Eric identify any of these commercial addresses found in this complaint?
I don't know. I do not know that.
Was Eric screened for commercial addresses?
I think Eric's only looking for any registered voter, any address, any registered voter in Georgia that had some sort of either registration or I think DDS activity in another state, I think is how Eric generally works. So anybody they can essentially match some sort of activity somewhere else to a voter here.
All right, and I'm not quite clear. Does the Secretary of State screen for commercial addresses?
So we don't, it'd be interesting. There is some new tool, another development. Hopefully this gets better. I know the Secretary of State has mentioned, I think in some of this list maintenance that's ongoing this summer, that there is some sort of tool that they're going to share with counties on voters. That they've said it's UPS stores, post office boxes, and commercial addresses. So I think we're all interested. There has not been any training and we haven't seen any of what's coming yet. But they have mentioned there is some sort of new tools.
That has not been performed yet or figured.
Seen it yet.
All right. Does the county screen for commercial addresses?
We do. What ends up happening typically is that we don't. It comes down to ranges, but we operate in ranges. Like this range of addresses is good. So a lot of times the way the county screens out commercial addresses is that a certain range isn't in the system. Like if you register it, say we have 100 to 600 is a valid address on a street number on that street. A lot of times the way the counties screen it out is they never put in that range between 600 and 900, which was commercial, never gets inputted. So when it pops up that somebody tries to register there, It says, oh, something's wrong. So that's typically how counties screen commercial addresses is because of street ranges?
So I believe in the code, 21-217A, actually described, the use of residence for, the requirement to register to vote, not post office boxes. So I wonder why Gwinnett County or these other cases that we'll be hearing in a minute did not, take, active steps to identify commercial addresses along the way and help voters correct so that they actually are registered at their residence where they lay their head. And also I'd like to mention there's an audit of the voter rolls that is taking place now. And this would perhaps be an excellent data point for the auditors to look at in the voter rolls, although I believe the Secretary of State sent some email to BuzzFeed or something that said, don't let the auditors look at the voter rolls, only look at the processes. But this would be an excellent audit tool to provide us more information about the exact topic that we're talking about.
Any further comments from the board? We have to deal with these 16 individuals that were shown to be voting and have an address, a non-residential address. The chair would entertain a motion on these individuals.
For the case of Denise Wilson Dawson, do I understand correctly that she is still maintain her address as at a commercial address?
I have hers listed as canceled. So out of these 16, there's 6 of them that are still on there with either, there's 2 with the United States Post Office and then 4 with UPS stores out of those 16. So 6 of them, the rest have residents or, apartments of some kind. She's canceled.
Okay.
Dawson is canceled.
Then I would move that the 6, which I hope you will be able to name afterwards, we should issue letters of reprimand and a cease and desist that would include instructions that they must register at residential addresses.
You want those last names?
Yes, please.
So it's Thompson, Green, DeFreitas, Knight, and Author.
Do we have a motion that issue a letter of reprimand on the above 6 named individuals? Is there a second? Motion and second to issue a letter of reprimand on above named individuals. Any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion. I'm sorry.
Mr. Chair.
That'd be quick.
You gotta be quick. I would beg to offer an amended motion that includes the first motion, but adds that the Gwinnett County take action to address all of these respondents that have been found in violation. To identify in Jarvis and to be aware that if any of these registrants desire to vote, that they need to correct their correct mailing address.
As the county was not
correct residence address.
As the county was not a respondent to this, I believe that alerting the county would be appropriate, but instructing them to undertake any activity as I think has a notice requirement that was not met here.
Okay, so Member Johnson had a motion. Are you, Dr. Johnson has recommended amended motion. Are you accepting the amended motion?
No, at this time.
Okay, so then we need to vote on the original motion, and Dr. Johnson's free to make a motion after that. The original motion is to offer a letter of recommendation on the above named 6 individuals, or is a second? Second by member Jeffries. Any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, all those in favor of sending a letter of reprimand to those above named 6 individuals signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved.
Mr. Chair, I offer,
Please.
okay, give you a minute.
Yes, Dr. Johnson.
I'd offer a second motion to alert Gwinnett County as to the respondents that are in violation of residence address
How would you like to alert them, Dr. Johnson?
by letter, Mr. Chair,
My letter from this board?
from this board.
Okay, there's a motion to alert Gwinnett County by a letter from this board to I'm sorry, to identify those individuals and alert them to properly register.
Correct. Identify that they are in violation of proper residence address and to take action to, if possible, correct the residence address for these registrants.
Did you get that, Mr. Gray?
Can you repeat it one more time? I got
Dr. Johnson, should you repeat that for our executive director?
Identify and correct and take corrective action to contact the registrants to provide the proper residence address.
Motions are a second.
Second.
We have a motion and a second from member Jeffries. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Does that leave us 10 to deal with? I think. Out of the 16,
Do it.
I think that leaves us 10 individuals to deal with.
Yes, those are the ones that have changed.
Good.
Those are the ones that changed their registration.
So we have 10 additional individuals on that list to deal with. The chair to entertain a motion on them.
Which 10?
I just want to verify, just to be clear, they've already corrected their address and changed
Yes.
it and everything.
You voted on the 6 that hadn't corrected.
Okay. So, all right, so I'll make a motion to send a letter of instruction to the remaining 10.
The remaining respondents.
Mhm.
We have a motion to send a letter of instruction to the remaining respondents. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second from member Gazal. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. A letter of instruction will be sent to remaining respondents. Thank you. Our next case on the agenda is SCB 2023-066. That is tab number 77 in your book. This involves 2 individuals. The respondents are Wycliffe Lovelace, and Kevin Yarborough, and attorney Lyle K. Porter. Wycliffe Lovelace attorney has requested a continuance and has been granted. So we will continue the Lovelace portion of this. And today we'll just deal with the second individual, which is Kevin Yarborough.
Yeah.
Please proceed.
Complaint came in that Kevin Yarborough had voted while he was no longer residing in Georgia. Kevin voted absentee by mail in November of 2020, November of 2022, after he sold his residence in Snellville, Georgia in May of 19. The investigator interviewed him and he advised he is a contractor and was in California for months, considers Georgia his home state. He does not vote in any other state, but he is hoping to move to Nevada. He is an inactive voter.
Any questions from the board for the investigator? Mr. Yarborough here, Kevin Yarborough,
Yes, sir.
pardon me?
Yes, sir.
Oh, Mr. Yarborough,
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Mr. Yarborough,
Yes, sir.
thank you for joining us today. Would you like to state your case, please?
Yes, sir. Thank you for the opportunity to do this, participate via Zoom from Nevada. I apologize if there's any extra noise in the background. I'm just about a block away from Nellis, and they're quite active today. So hopefully that's not a sign of anything. I really have not a lot to say. This was strictly out of my ignorance of not understanding the requirements for taking an absentee ballot. As was stated, I moved to California in January 2019 to do some contract work, and I kept my valid Georgia license, and I knew I would not be able to vote in California since I wasn't registered. So when the opportunity arose, based on what I thought was just the understanding that I had a valid Georgia license, then I could request an absentee ballot. So there was no intent for it to be fraudulent or to vote in multiple places. I totally respect the laws and appreciate the fact that there's quite a bit of activity to keep us from doing that. So I do respect that, but that is strictly my case, and I was informed that I could actually, I don't know, unregister myself from Gwinnett County, which I did. I never registered in California because COVID came up and then all the DMVs were shut down. So then I found out I was moving to Nevada. So I waited till I arrived here in Nevada, and now I am a resident of Nevada and am registered to vote here, which I did in November of this past year.
Where did you live when you were in California?
I lived in Ontario, California area.
Did you live in a house? Did you live in a trailer? Did you live in a?
I was doing a month to month, just renting a room from a Airbnb.
So it wasn't a permanent address, it was a Airbnb rental?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Yarborough, when you were working on this contract in California, where did you consider yourself a resident? It's a very subjective question, I understand.
Again, based on the fact that the only legal license I had was Georgia, I considered myself still a resident of Georgia.
Can you describe a little bit more about the nature of your contract? Was it a month-to-month contract? Was it a fixed term that was extended? How did that come about?
The company that I work for, we manage pharmaceutical facilities for the Strategic National Stockpile. And so the government had requested to stand up a facility, a small facility in the Ontario area. So the company I work for, Metro, asked me if I would be interested in going west. And I said, well, everything's west of Atlanta, so can you be more specific? And they were, more specific at a later date. But At the time, I was involved. My wife at the time and I were separated and eventually divorced. So it was an opportunity I thought to just kind of move along and start over in that regard. But the understanding was that it was strictly a year-to-year contract and that it could easily be withdrawn at the GSA's discretion, which they ultimately did and opted to open a much larger facility here in the Vegas area. And so I was asked to move out here and stand that facility up, which we did about a year and a half ago. And this is a more permanent, maybe more permanent than I had hoped, but it's a more permanent situation. I'm living, the last 2 places I've lived have been the last 2 places I ever thought I would.
At least it's a much drier heat out there in Nevada than we've got here.
It's actually cooler here right now, I think. I'm telling my kids who still live there in Georgia, need to come out and cool off for a while and head back to Georgia.
Mr. Yarborough,
Yes.
where did you pay taxes in 2019, 2020, and 2021? That's state of California.
California, yes, ma'am.
I see.
I remember that painfully.
California's pretty high.
Yes.
Mr. Yarborough, did you maintain any sort of residence at all in Georgia during this time period?
No, sir. Then spouse in, I believe it was May of 2019, and then but the mortgage was under my name solely, so I knew she would not be able to refinance at the time, so I agreed to keep the mortgage under my name, and she maintained payments, and then she eventually sold the property. I believe it was actually sold. It was actually sold in December of 2020 and closed in January of 2021. But the quit claim was done in May of 2019.
Did you receive any mail in Georgia, or was all your mail forwarded to California?
I had to have everything forwarded to my actual office, the warehouse address, since I wasn't sure how long I'd be at the Airbnb.
And you didn't really maintain a permanent residence because you were in Airbnbs and that sort of thing, and month to
Just
month.
speak louder so you can.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Member King, just.
Yeah, I'm ready to make a motion. Yeah.
Any further questions from the board? Member King?
I make a motion that we issue a letter of reprimand in this case, just to ensure that this doesn't happen again. He did not vote in both states, so.
We have a motion to issue a letter of reprimand on this case. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second from Member Gazal. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of issuing a letter of reprimand signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Thank you, Mr. Yarborough. We appreciate your attendance today.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next case on the agenda is SEB 2023-029 Gwinnett County absentee ballot issues. It's number 78 in your binder. The respondent in this case is Gwinnett County Elections and Registrations Office. Please proceed.
So this is a case in which the voter requested an absentee ballot by mail, and that absentee ballot was never sent by the county. The investigator spoke with Mr. Manifold, who indicated after checking the system that this was due to an internal error, that the ballot was not sent out. This voter, Mr. Pedro Marin, was able to vote in person for this particular election. And he also complained that he received a ballot for the subsequent runoff election. However, in checking, he had checked for the runoff, for the rollover list. So that's why he did receive that ballot. So that must have been inadvertent on his part. So that's the gist of the case. And based on our investigation, we found that there was a potential violation of OCGA 21-2, 384 sub 2 regarding the mailing of absentee ballots.
Well, the complaint's Pedro Marin. I believe he's a state representative, or was at the time. Correct. Is Mr. Marin here today? Okay. So does the board have any questions for the investigator? Respondent in this case is Gwinnett County. Would Gwinnett County like to make any comments?
Good morning again, board members, Mr. Chairman. Melanie Wilson from Gwinnett County Board of Registration and Elections. We really have to do a mea culpa here. We fell short. Mr. Marin should have the expectation that when he submitted an application that he would receive his ballot. That did not occur in this situation. It is certainly, we're grateful for the fact that he was actually able to exercise his franchise, and so there was no loss of a vote here. And we did, in fact, as the investigator pointed out, pursuant to his request, we fulfilled his application for an absentee ballot for the December 2022 runoff. If you remember, that was the Warnock Walker Senate race in December 22. One of the things we pride ourselves on is learning lessons. And so when it was discovered that the application had been misplaced, there were steps taken to correct the process in which absentee ballot applications are received. There were 4 things that have happened since this incident. We have a dedicated staff person during the absentee balloting period. There's a dedicated staff person at the front counter to receive all applications. Those applications are placed in a dedicated bin. At the end of every day, there's a sweep of the counter to make sure that there's no misplaced documents of any kind, that everything has its proper place. And at the end of the balloting period, at the end of the period of time within which people can submit an absentee ballot application, the reception area is swept to make sure that there's nothing missing. So we do feel like we've taken significant, important, subsequent remedial measures. We pride ourselves on always owning up to a mistake, and we own up to a mistake here. As I said again, thankfully, no voter was disenfranchised. Mr. Marin was able to exercise his vote. If I could ask, board, if you feel it, I would ask that you issue a letter of reprimand in this situation. It was a failure, but we've taken important steps to address it since then. During the absentee balloting period, during the election cycle period, as things get into this busy phase, we often have a high number of temporary staff working. But I think the lesson that we've learned is that it's important to make sure that we have dedicated staff at the front counter for something as important as receiving an absentee ballot application. Everything we do during the election process is important, but certainly making sure that we can receive an application so that we can ultimately provide the requested ballot.
Any questions for Gwinnett County?
I have one quick question. Approximately how many applications do you receive in person like this? I find this a quite an unusual circumstance that a voter is going to your office and applying in person.
I'm going to defer to Mr. Manifold. I would imagine we get more by mail than over the front counter.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, here. Yeah, most come through the portal anymore. Most of them are coming through the online portal. Still significant because it's our main office. Significant. I would say that I'm trying to think if that's probably the. I don't know. I'd be surprised if the mail was higher than actually the drop off at the front desk. We get a lot of walk-ins at our front desk because it's our main office. We have a lot of people stop by our main office. So it's significant. Essentially with this one, I think we believe what happened was this application was placed in sorting for the runoff. It had gotten into the wrong, essentially pile. It was in the runoff pile. And when they got to it for the runoff, they issued, because the rollover box was marked, they went ahead and issued the runoff ballot, which I think the complainant had forgotten he marked that box, so then he got a ballot for the runoff. So, but yeah, we've issued, this was in November, December, or October. He probably brought it in October of 22. I think we've changed a lot of processes at our office in the last couple of years, and this is one of those up front at the front desk. And I think having an absentee by mail employee at the front desk during balloting period just helps us get those applications to the correct place and process timely.
Thank you. That's helpful. I will also add, I find it unusual that somebody would go to the office to apply for an absentee ballot when they could just go to the office and vote during early voting, because it is a generous period, but you know, some people really prefer to have that piece of paper. So at the appropriate time, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Any further questions from the board? Chair will entertain a motion.
I move we issue a letter of reprimand.
We have a motion to issue a letter of reprimand. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of issuing a letter of reprimand on SCB 2023-029 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Next item on the agenda is SCB 2023-011 Gwinnett County improper processing of ballots. It's your last one, Gwinnett. A long morning. That's tab number 79. Please proceed.
Right, this is a self-report that the manager, Jennifer Fogel-Weekly, was notified that a ballot was rejected by the ICP scanner and the voter who cast the ballot had left and could not be identified. Jennifer advised since they couldn't spoil the ballot and have the voter create and cast a new one, she decided to duplicate the ballot herself. She created a new voter card that contained the same precinct combination as the original ballot. She had then made the same candidate selections on the BMD as a voter has made on the original ballot. Jennifer then printed and scanned the ballot in the ICP scanner and spoiled the original ballot. Jennifer stated there wasn't anyone else present, but she double-checked that the selections were the same. This was the Herschel Walker and Raphael Warnock runoff. She advised in hindsight this is probably not the best course of action, but she was only trying to make sure that the voters' vote counted. The allegation that a Gwinnett County election worker improperly duplicated a rejected ballot, which was found unattended and an ImageCast precinct scanner, is substantiated. Potential violations for Jennifer Fogel-Weekly, OCGA 212483.
Well, the respondent in this case is Jennifer Fogel-Weekly, area manager for Gwinnett County elections. Does the board have any questions for the investigator? Is Jennifer Fogel-Weekly here?
On behalf of my client, Ms. Fogel-Weekly, my name is Samantha Ruth with the Gwinnett County Law Department. I'm here on her behalf. She unfortunately wasn't able to make it, so I came. If I may, Mr. Chairman and esteemed board members, to give a little bit more factual basis for what happened on this day. As the board members know, this was the 2022 U.S. Senate runoff, as previously stated, between Senator Warnock and Herschel Walker. This was during the advanced in-person period, so it was not election day. It was actually the Friday prior to the election day. If my memory serves correctly, it was December 2nd of 2022. Ms. Fogel-Weekly was serving as the area manager. This is actually my first foray in elections, so I wasn't 100% sure that area manager corresponds to other counties. In Gwinnett County, an area manager actually manages and is the first line of defense for multiple precincts. So during this period, she actually had 2 precincts. The specific incident happened at the Gas South precinct. She also had a secondary precinct in another area of Gwinnett, Pickneyville, which is about maybe a 30-40 minute drive. She did receive a call from the assistant manager of Gas South and was informed that a ballot was being rejected by the scanner and that the voter in fact had left. So the first failure occurred with the poll official at the scanner, who should have informed the voter to wait until the scanner either ticked up by 1 or in this case would have rejected the ballot. And at that point, then training would have kicked in, which would have allowed those on scene to have then allowed for the voter to get a new memory card, cast a new ballot, and the original ballot should have been spoiled. Unfortunately, the voter was allowed to leave or did not remain. We're not clear as to that. And so once they realized that the scanner had rejected the ballot, the assistant manager called Ms. Fogel. She was actually at another precinct, so she told him to set the ballot aside, that she would deal with it when she arrived. When she arrived, things got busy. About approximately 47% of the active voters in Gwinnett turned out for this particular runoff election. And so the ballot was not remembered until closing. And at that point, she attempted to call HQ, but obviously things were busy on that end. She wasn't able to get a hold of anyone. So to add some clarification, I wanted to impart to the board that Ms. Fogel fumbled. She absolutely should not have duplicated that ballot. She is well aware of that. She's actually causing her a great deal of stress, thinking that she messed this up. But in that moment, when she couldn't get a hold of somebody above her, understanding that they had already failed in allowing the voter to leave the scanner, her attempt and her intention was to make this right for the voter. So she had spoken with the other assistant managers, informed them that she thought the best course of action at that point was to duplicate the ballot. She then also spoke with one of the poll watchers that was there. So her duplication occurred very much in the open at the precinct. At that point, she then went over and duplicated the ballot, then made the correct selection according to what was on the ballot, scanned it in, and then spoiled the secondary ballot. When she arrived at HQ after closing of the Gas South, she then informed another employee of the precinct or HQ that what she had done. On December 3rd, she also wrote a full statement, which I believe the Secretary of State investigator has. And then when the county reported this to the Secretary of State for investigation, she also then spoke with the investigator on the phone. I believe that was on February 15th, 2023. So she has been very forthcoming in all of this. She is very apologetic. Her intention was just to correct the mishap that had occurred before her. She fully understands that this should have never occurred, that she should have spoiled the ballot. I just wanted to give a little bit more background about Ms. Fogel. She has been working elections since she was hired in November of 2014, began working elections the following year. This occurred in December of 2022. She has worked every election also since then. This is her only violation since her hiring. She has learned a valuable lesson. She understands that this could have gone much worse. She is asking for mercy from this board and therefore is asking for a letter of reprimand. A very strongly worded letter of reprimand is what we're asking for today.
Any questions from the board?
I have a question for Mr. Manifold. Are you using this as a training example?
We do have a training scenario about how to spoil ballot and how to properly spoil. I think I remember running into her on election night, and she was kind of frantic on this election night or it was actually, as you mentioned, the Friday as we were closing all the AIP locations.
Mm-hmm.
And she came back that evening, and I know she immediately felt remorse and was like, I think I did something I shouldn't have done. I don't know what. I think everybody was tired at that point. I think this is the runoff. So in many ways, we worked all the general, we worked to the runoff, and everybody was super tired. And it's the last day and they're closing at 7:00. And I think this happened right at closing. And I know that she talked to a poll watcher, because then the poll watcher actually called me even before Ms. Fogel Weekly got back to the office. And so I really do think that she has been one of our best poll officials over the past decade, and she is very strong and very good. But yeah, we are trying to, we have even kind of increased some of that spoiled ballot training as well.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
No further questions from the board.
My only comment would be to be sure include the word unattended ballot as far as spoiled ballots in the scenario. It'd be a great example to share during your training process with poll workers. And thank her for her many years of working in the polls.
Board entertain a motion.
Move we issue a letter of reprimand.
We have a motion to issue a letter of reprimand. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second from Dr. Johnston. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of issuing a letter of reprimand, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Letter of reprimand will be issued in case SCB 2023-011. Gwinnett County, you are finished for the day.
Thank you.
Have a great drive back. I'm going to entertain a motion for a short lunch break here in a moment, but I want to let you know, we still have DeKalb County and some Fulton County cases going up. There is a particular Fulton County case, SCB 2022-243 that has 15 respondents, I believe, and it really does, it isn't the Fulton County as a respondent, it's 15 individuals that, have incorrect addresses, voter addresses, similar to the Gwinnett County case earlier. And out of respect for those individuals, I have some childcare responsibilities and everything else. We will hear that immediately after we get back from lunch. And then we'll go to the DeKalb County cases and then back to Fulton County. So we'll see if we can let those people go. I'm suggesting that we have a very short lunch break today since we're a little bit behind. So the chair would entertain a motion for a 30-minute lunch break at this time.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Vote is unanimous. We will meet back here at 20 till 1, and we'll proceed with SCB 2022-243. What's that one? It's good to see you. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Call back to order the meeting of the State Election Board. The first case that we're going to hear is SCB 2022-243, Fulton County absentee ballot fraud address, very similar to the case we heard earlier. It's tab number 86, tab 86 in your book. Please proceed.
Okay, the Secretary of State's office opened an investigation after receiving a report of 20 Fulton County voters who potentially used non-residential commercial addresses, which included the post office, UPS stores, and other commercial properties as their residential address for voting purposes, potentially violating OCGA 21-217A sub 1. Additionally, one voter is alleged to have duplicate registrations, and 2 others were believed to have incorrect birthdays listed on their voter registration, potentially violating OCGA 21-2-571, voting by unqualified elector or giving false information. Of the 20 voters who were alleged to have used uninhabitable commercial addresses as their residence for voting purposes, only 2 provided evidence that they lived on the site of the commercial property. The commercial locations listed for the remaining voters included United States post offices, the UPS stores, and a mail center, etc. 4 of the voters indicated that they did not have a permanent residence of their own and classified themselves as homeless. All but one of the address changes occurred through the Georgia Department of Driver Services. The one differing change occurred using a federal postcard, as the voter was living in Canada and used their previous Fulton County address for voting purposes. It is unknown why 2 voters' addresses indicated missing address. It was reported by Fulton County that one of the voter ID numbers, there was a clerical error which occurred during a duplicate merge. The 2021 voter registration transaction card for the second voter received from the Georgia Department of Driver Services showed the residential address of 2029 missing address. Both registrations have since been corrected to reflect a residential address. The allegation that a voter had 2 voter registrations and voted under both ID numbers is unsubstantiated. The voter in question did have a duplicate voter registration created in error. However, the voter only voted once in each election prior to the accounts being merged by the county. The allegation that 2 voters' birthdays were fraudulently entered was unsubstantiated. The investigation determined that the voters' birthdays were somehow entered incorrectly, but have since been corrected to reflect both of those voters' birthdays. So ultimately, we determined that there were 16 individuals that were in violation of OCGA 21-2-217 sub A sub 1. And I can read off this list of individuals, the 16 individuals, or however you want me to do that. Now, 3 of the individuals we identified as being homeless. So I can just go by last names or initials for those individuals.
Initials, please.
Yeah, I'm curious. You said 16. I only see 15 respondents listed.
Yeah, I'm counting 16. 15, 7. Yeah, 15.
I got 15.
Let's count 16 again.
Maybe I can't count. So I don't know.
Make sure we got the same. Oh, okay, you know what? I was looking at the violations of the back, but should have been 16. Not two.
15.
Yeah. Compare. Yep. Oh, Jason wrong. For some reason, he's not. But you said we stopped and stopped. Stelly. Stelly. We don't have any. Oh, okay. Oh, right here. Page. So. Yeah, there's 16.
The board will need to add Vicky Reynolds as a respondent.
Yeah, so she should be in the back. If you look under the violation in the ROI, she's listed on that. Did everyone see that on the?
Cheers, yep.
Okay,
All right.
so she must have been left off the front page, but she's on the back page.
Thank you.
Are you finished?
Yeah, I mean, I can go, so there's actually 3 different violations here.
Okay.
And there's one person that violated all 3. His name is Jason Rome. So Mr. Rome, we determined was in violation of OCGA 21-2-217 A1, 21-2-216, and also he also voted outside of the county in which he resided. So he was the one that we were able to determine actually lived at another location while he was registered at a business address. The other individuals, we determined that they were registered there, which we knew that obviously through their DDS registration. And these individuals, the second set of 16 individuals actually voted while they were listed at that commercial address. And then Mr. Rome was an individual. We were able to, through our investigation, determine that he had moved to Cobb County, actually, and voted as a resident, quote unquote, of Fulton County. So he's the one that was hit with all 3 of the violations. So, and like I said, I can go through the names if you want me to list each name. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Last names, I guess. Okay.
Or Beverly B.
Yeah. I can do that. First name and last name.
Initial.
So for OCGA 21-2-217 A1, Beverly B, Emily F, Frederick F.
Hang on a second. Beverly B. What's the next one?
Emily F.
Good.
Next is Frederick F.
Yep.
Chad H.
Yep.
Aaron J.
Okay.
Rakisha M.
Okay.
Michael M.
Okay.
James M.
Okay.
Vicky R.
Okay.
Jason Rome, who I already mentioned. Marcia S.
Okay.
Darcy S.
Okay.
Joseph T.
Good.
Catherine T.
Okay.
Audra T.
Okay.
Sharon W.
Okay.
And then basically everyone, all that again for OCGA 21-2-216. I can go through it again if you want, but
It's the same individuals?
same individuals. And then finally, Jason Rome.
Michael,
Yes.
do you have information of whether these are active or inactive status voters?
So yeah, here's the investigator. Doherty, actually.
Except for who? Except for,
So they're all active except for Milton.
What was the third violation for Mr. Rome?
Gonna be qualifications of elector, but like a second count of that.
Is that 216 or?
Yes, 216.
Okay. And so I take it that there's no violation found against Marcus Martin Parkinson. I'm sorry, P.
Yes, those were the individuals that I listed. There was a mistake as far as,
Satish V. So there's three of them. There were no violations, right?
yes, those are the individuals that we determined there was a mistake of administrative error, et cetera.
Mr. Chair, for the sake of completeness, I would move that we dismiss, formally on the record, dismiss any allegations against these three.
Yeah.
As per the investigation. I so move.
Sorry, we have a motion from Member Gonzalez that we dismiss any complaints against Marcus N, Marin Park, P, and Satish V. There are no violations found. There's a motion to dismiss against those three individuals.
Mr. Chair, question first. In my record, I have Vicky R had a corrected residence update.
Vicky Reynolds.
Yes.
See. November 3rd, 2022. So via. Okay, you know what? That explains why it should have been 15 and not 16.
Mhm.
So that was a good catch, actually, because. Yeah.
So what's the?
So she actually dated her residential address on November 3rd, 2022.
There's no violation?
Yeah, no violation. So
Yep.
Vicky Reynolds should be no violation.
Would you like to amend your motion?
So amended.
So we have an amended motion to dismiss the claims against Marcus N, Marin P, Vicky R, and Satish V. Is there a second?
Second.
We have motion and second from Member Jeffries. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor of dismissing the above named individuals, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. We'll deal with the rest of them now. I know that we have two respondents here. to speak. We have a Mr. Michael Milburn, and we also have is it Marcia Scott? Marcia Scott. Miss Scott, would you come on up here and sit so we can talk to you? Okay. Any place is fine, just a little closer. We can see you a little bit better. I appreciate y'all coming today. I know it's been a long day for you to listen to this, but Mr. Milburn, would you like to proceed and tell the board exactly your explanation?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Board. I appreciate you moving up the agenda for us. I will be 75 years of age on September the 26th. I've been a registered voter for 57 years in the state of Oklahoma, the state of Georgia, the state of Michigan, the state of Oklahoma again, the state of California, and the state of Georgia again. And I want to thank you for making me aware of a potential violation. And that violation is the rules of determining residency in Georgia when they're used in another address for their fixed habitation. Now, as we would say in Oklahoma, we could cut across the pasture if we could just answer one question for me. When was this Rules for Determination Residency, OCGA 21-2, 2017, A1, when was it officially initiated?
Nineteen 1984. Mr. Melvin, the code specifically says no post office boxes, I could read it for you, are acceptable was last year. But the code for your proper residence was written in 1981.
Okay.
Is where you sleep, where you lay your head is your proper residence, so that you'll get the right ballot to vote for the right offices for candidates for offices. So you get to vote for the school board member where you live, or the sheriff where you live, or the proper state representative or state senator. So you get the right ballot for the election.
Okay. So then that the fixed habitation where a person lives and without any present intention of removing therefrom.
Correct.
As the rules reads.
Correct.
Okay. Well, I did not know there was a problem because last July I was called for jury duty. And because I'm over 70, I exempted from it. And so I did not know there was a problem with me in Fulton County, period. And so I see the error. Please let me know where I can correct it. We move along. I see right here what has happened. When I moved back to Georgia in 2005, I kept my California residency and my California driver's license, and I voted in California until 2013, when I got my initial Georgia driver's license, which had my post office box on it. And when asked to register to vote, of course I did, and so I became a registered voter again in Georgia. Now, my registration was to be renewed on my birthday, September the 26th, 2018. When I went to do that, I was instructed I need to list a physical residence that time. Now, between 2005 and 2013, my residence was 3187 Lavelle Drive, Southwest Atlanta, Georgia, 30311. And that's what I listed. Now, there was a change for new license. Now I don't keep up with everything, but I catch it on the news, and I had to get a new license with a star on it. And so I did. I went to the DMV on February the 24th, 2013, and they wanted a physical address. And so at that time, I did not have one, as I reported in my 2020 census. I reported I was homeless. And I reported the location where it was, and which was around my post office box. And in doing so, the person who waited on me said you needed a physical address and suggested to me to list the address of my post office box, 50 Sunset Avenue, Northwest, Atlanta, Georgia, 30314. I did what the representative told me at the DMV. And then I came back downtown with my new license, and I registered again with my new license. Doing what I thought was right, I came back and I got a certified stamped registration from Fulton County that I was a registered voter on this new DMV the card I had. Now, I voted in the November general election in November 2024, right down here at Fulton County, and was called for jury duty last year. So I just need to know where I've gone wrong so we can correct it, because I've done all I know to do going on 75 years of age as a registered voter. Please help me.
Thank you. Thank you for coming down here today and explaining your story. It's greatly appreciated by myself and I'm sure other members of the board and helpful in this decision. Are there any questions from the board?
Sir, do you have a fixed residence at this time?
When I became homeless, two pastors that knew me and had known me for years got together with some of their members to where I could go take a shower, and they were kind enough to give me something to eat. When the pandemic kicked in, the first part of 2020, I was out here, and one of the families said, look, you just stay in. And that's what I've been doing in DeKalb County. Now, why have I not changed over? From 1999 to 2015, I was without health insurance. In California in 1999, they upped my health insurance $300, $400, $500, $600, $700. I couldn't pay it. So I was without health insurance, but my physicians in Alameda County worked out where I can get my colonoscopies and various cares and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Because whether you know it or not, as a man and as an African-American man, you can't take chances with your health. You got to stay on top of it. Not only colon, prostate, everything. And so consequently, when I moved here in 2005, the Grady Hospital was so kind to work with me to keep my health care going. So when I became 65 in 2015, Medicare kicked in. When Medicare kicked in, Medicaid, and then I was able to get Humana. In other words, I had health insurance for the first time in 16 years. You don't know the relief to know that if anything happens, I can get my teeth, anything in my body taken care of. And that's because of Fulton County and Grady Hospital. So that's one of the reasons that I have stayed here, because of the fact that I know that I'm cared for and loved by people down at Grady, and Fulton's my home. That's all it is to it. I used to be the student pastor at the Ebenezer Baptist Church between 1975 and 1977 under Pastor Joseph Lawrence Roberts Jr. I used to drive Martin Luther King Sr. around after his family had been assassinated. So this is home for me, and this is where I vote. And I'd appreciate if I could still keep voting here until my days are over with.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Questions? Mr. Melvin, do you live in DeKalb County now?
Yes, that's the pandemic, family that I was with, I was just coming and going. They said they stay here. And so I had a place to stay. I'm thankful that I can do that right now.
Great. I'm so glad. I'm happy to tell you that Grady Hospital is also Fulton DeKalb Hospital Authority. So you can live in DeKalb County and still use Grady Hospital if you want, if you so choose. I have spent many years at Grady Hospital. Okay, and I'm so glad you're registered to vote, but we want you to vote in the right place so that you get the right ballot to vote for the right contests that are on the ballot. So if you live in DeKalb County, you need to register to vote in DeKalb County.
Okay. Thank you for that understanding of Brady.
And please do, because I want you to register and I want you to vote.
Comments from the board, questions? The chair will entertain a motion at this point.
I would like to thank Mr. Milburn for coming down here, for sharing his story, for being such an involved and engaged member of our society when you're among the least of us, and yet you are giving more than most of us. So thank you for coming down here. Thank you for voting. Thank you for everything you have done. I wish that the systems had not failed you so terribly. And I am grateful that you were able to take advantage of Medicare and that you have health care.
Chair will entertain a motion.
Yeah, I make a motion that we just issue a letter of instruction so that you do have in writing all the information needed to ensure this doesn't happen again. That's my motion, a letter of instruction.
The motion to issue a letter of instructions or a second? We have a motion and a second. I want to know the chair fully supports that and would gladly vote in that favor when the time comes. Any further discussion? This is his name. Okay. All those in favor of issuing a letter of instruction, Mr. Milburn, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The chair also votes aye. Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Mr. Milburn, thank you for coming down today.
Chair, thank you. This has been a great experience. I learned so much sitting. I mean, I wish every person take time to come down. Hear what goes on with the project.
You are welcome to come back and visit us anytime you want to. Yes.
Give me the opportunity. Spend my last days as a voter. Bless you all. Thank you.
Mr. Milburn, just so you'll know, the election director for DeKalb County is right there in the beautiful green jacket. And she will take care of you.
He's got a new voter.
Everybody,
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The next respondent we have is Marcia Scott. Ms. Scott, press your button there. Thank you.
Hello, greetings, everyone. And first of all, thank you for the opportunity. I can stand, please. I like to stand. Amen. Praise the Lord. But first of all, I want to give honor to God, who is the head of my life. And thank you so much for the opportunity to move cases up. I know that this is important to you as well as to me. As a Georgia citizen, as a U.S. citizen, and as a registered voter, every time I get a chance, an opportunity, whenever those voting rights are, whether it's pre-election, preliminary election, early election, I always exercise my rights to vote. My thing is, I'm kind of concerned because of the fact I was like, Lord, I register every day and I am active. I'm a former educator as well. And I do a lot of community outreach coordinator with homeless and everything. And my thing is, when I got this letter, I was shocked. I was kind of like, Lord, what is this? Because of the fact of the matter, I stay on top of my stuff. I've been a registered voter ever since 2016 in Georgia. every time there is an election, I don't take for granted, like, I'm not gonna vote today, because every vote does count. Whatever background, nationality, or whatever your last name is, it does count, because that's what makes a difference in the community as well as local government and in the national. So when I got this and I called the number and I said, hey, what is this? Because active on my Georgia page, before I go and vote, I always check everything, and my residence is on there. My mailing address is the P.O. box, and that's where I get all my mail. I get all my mail and everything because I had fraudulent activity at my residence. And you should know, in the state, Georgia is a scam state, as well as any other states too as well. And I had most documents when it come down to children documents. I'm a single mom, super mom of 3 kids. And I'm very, very knowledgeable and educated in what I do. I'm very active in the community, Hosea Feed the Hungry, anything in my church as well. So for me to take the time out, see, I don't take this lightly, because I could have been at home, but it's a major concern for me because I do exercise my right to vote. I don't want my vote rights taken, because I do take pride in the state of Georgia as a citizen, as a middle class, working class, mother as well. And I'm very educated and I'm very knowledgeable of what I do. And I do appreciate you taking the time, because I took time off my job, as well as took time for my kids. They in summer camp and everything. People call it, hey, I want to make sure my voice is heard, my voice count. No written letter. That's why I'm here, because of the fact of the matter, I am active and my residence is not even the address on here. I get my mailing. That's how I got the mail, through my postal service as well. It just, my thing is, I'm like, God, and I'm gonna say this too, as I stand right here, I'm like, Lord, what am I doing here? I exercise my rights to vote. Why am I here? As a mother, I work hard. As a single mom, I work very hard. I don't take these things lightly. And when I got the letter, I called Nadine Williams. I called several times on there, left voicemail. I did as instructed on here. I even called George. See, I know my stuff. I was just saying I need to be a lawyer because I know my stuff. My background is social work. Social work deal with case management, food stamp, Medicaid. So I know how to deal with the working people and lower class. Nobody is no exempt. We all are somebody. And my thing is, when I saw this, I was like, what? Like, you go on the page, it's active. This address is not the residence. It's the mailing address. So I always said, and I told, even when at my address, I said, please, all my school record, everything, please forward it to my bank statement, anything, because of the fact I had so much fraud activity, scams as a single mom.
Mhm.
And I'm not just pointing that out, but a lot of stuff is going on today.
Yeah.
The world is changing. Things are changing. And if you can hear the passion in my voice, I took the time out to be here. I couldn't stay at home and say, no, but because I came here, my voice mattered. Because I came here, my voice count. I am a citizen here in Georgia. I'm a citizen that take pride. First of all, I'm a citizen of a God, because in God, I trust. Always. As a single mom, didn't expect to be it, but life happens. But I still roll with the punches. Also, fun fact, my son is a student at Morehouse top elite school. Now, you have to see all the fun fact. I'm alumni of Clark Atlanta University. So these are prestigious schools and universities that I don't take pride and don't take it lightly. I'm very active in the community. At my church, I go to Gen Care, Centerware, all these, because they call me the resource person, because I make sure things happen. So my thing is, and I'm like, okay, Lord, I want to continue to exercise my right to vote as the young man. He's 75 years old and I deal with seniors all the time. And the first thing I was like, "You here and I'm here." I'm like, I ain't commit no crime. I'm just a working person doing everything I can to do the right thing. And the first thing I came here, I looked on there, God told me, I go by God. He let me say, go check the online Georgia voter page. I said, I checked it. This address is not my residence. It's my mailing where I receive my mail. So this is in error for me right here. I've been here ever since 8:30, paid for parking out here. This is not jury duty for me because I'm not getting paid to be here. I'm just here to voice this as well. Please continue to allow me to exercise my rights to vote as a working mother, as an educated mother, as a Christian mother. And also my thing is this was in error because of the fact, I'm like, Jesus, God. I look on the page and I say, I can see if it was in the residence, but if you pull it up, it's not in the residence.
Yep.
It's actually in the mailing part.
Yep.
So my thing is right now, I do appreciate the timing as well. I'm very passionate about what I do. I know everybody, I know some people get paid. I just want to make sure, like, I told my son, this is his second intern at the mayor's office. He works with the mayor. I told my son, I said, son, I gotta be on time because I want to make sure. Because I'm like, no. So he was like, Mom, I just want to make sure everything because of the fact of the matter is this is error. And I'm like, kind of like, what is it?
Ms. Scott,
Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. And we're not here to take away your vote. That's the last thing we want to do. We want to help everybody vote right. And have you re-registered now with your physical address or are you still using the post office box?
No, my address is the same address only.
Updated correctly.
It's updated correctly. Okay. All right. No, that's right. No, that's right. That's all right. I got, yep. All right. So
It's updated.
I just want to make sure that it was.
It's been updated. We see it.
So,
Okay. Yeah.
We're getting ready to,
You're good.
okay, I just want to say one last thing.
Yep.
Since it's already been updated, I need to be compensated for my time here.
I do too.
Because of the fact that about, no, I'm just saying because.
I want to get on that train too.
we can't do that.
Yeah, but I'm just saying like, why did I get this in error then when it was already in the system? My thing is the ball dropped on that side because of the fact.
Well, my understanding is at the time.
I can explain the facts.
Yeah,
Okay.
my thing is because.
Okay, let the investigate.
Okay. So your residential address that was listed on ENET at the time this investigation was opened was the US Post Office, 794 Marietta Street in Atlanta, Georgia. And apparently between 2018 and 2023, when you changed it to reflect the residential address, you voted 9 times with the business of the post office being your address. So that's why you're here, because the fact that you registered initially was a violation. And then the fact that you voted while you were registered at the post office is a violation. So that's the reason why you're here. Now, you did correct it in 2023. So currently it's reflected as a residential address. But originally, when we conducted this investigation, you were in violation of the statutes. So that's why you're here today.
Understood. I got it. The chair will entertain a motion at this point.
Yeah, we're just gonna, my motion is to issue a letter of instruction that will give you, like I said, more details around what's the right thing to do going forward. So I have a motion to issue a letter of instruction.
Yeah, and a letter of instruction is not, it's just telling you the proper way of doing it, is all it does. It's what it says, it's a letter of instruction. It's not a letter of reprimand, it's not a letter, it just tells you the proper way of doing that, okay?
Yeah.
Okay. It's good. All right. We have a motion. And we have a second to issue a letter of instruction. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of issuing a letter of instruction,
Aye.
please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Chair also votes aye. A letter of instruction will be issued on SCB 2024-1564 Marcia Scott. Thank you, Ms. Scott. Thank you for coming. We appreciate.
Say this too as well. Thank to God be the glory. Thank God. But God knows all things. I can't say nothing else. But I want to make sure somebody signed on this that I got a letter of instruction. I don't know how long I will get that in the mail, but to satisfy this and to confirm when I walk out the door.
Our executive director will come down and assist you. Then
Yeah,
tell you that we
you
voted
signed
to
Yes.
to get issued a letter of instruction, right?
And this has been recorded, so you're
Yes,
fine. It's okay.
This is-
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's well documented.
Yes.
Will I receive something in the mail?
Yes.
Yes.
Mhm.
Director Mills will handle you right now.
Make sure the election's coming up in August, everything is good.
Yes, you're fine.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I have a motion
Yes.
for Melvin S., Catherine H., Kenneth G., and Keandra M., who had clerical errors, duplication, merge, and missing address that have been corrected. It's my understanding that those would be dismissed as part of this complaint.
We did that on.
We just dismissed it. We just
Oh, okay.
we voted on it.
Okay, yeah. Did you vote?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, good. So that leaves, I forgot now.
13.
Everyone else.
Everyone else, that's right.
Mr. Chair,
6, 7, 8. $13, correct. Yes, there are 13 remaining cases.
correct. The complainant in this case is
Jason Frazier.
Jason Frazier. Is Mr. Frazier here? Mr. Frazier, would you like to speak to the remainder of potential violations?
Yes, this is Jason Frazier. I would like to speak to these. However, as one of the other respondents mentioned, it would be nice to get a summary of the case. I submitted this 3 years ago. Haven't heard anything since it was submitted. To be honest, I'm taking notes as we're going over this and learning what names they are and cross-referencing some of the challenges. I mean, I've turned in thousands of people of business addresses in Fulton County, and this is the first time I've seen anything make it to this board. I mean, it's been, again, 3 years. I think the pace needs to be increased greatly on this. As you heard yesterday, I mean, 2 of the people had already passed away by the time the cases actually made it here. But I mean, the biggest takeaway that I've got out of this is it really seems like the counties need to be a little more involved in where people are registered. I mean, this poor lady, she didn't know she did anything wrong. And you can't, I mean, I wouldn't expect that she would know. I mean, if DDS is updating those addresses improperly and the county isn't actually checking addresses as they had stated on the record, we've got some problems and there's a lot of gaps in the system that should be corrected. So that's kind of my 2 cents.
Mr. Frazier, I know you study the voter rolls. How many voters registrants in Fulton County have commercial addresses?
I've turned in a little over 2,000 challenges for people registered at commercial addresses. And I think 98, 99% of those were accepted. However, there were a couple of folks, like you'd heard earlier, that maybe they live in an apartment above the storage unit. So, there are going to be some of those issues, but I mean, literally all I did in the beginning was I got a list of all the UPS stores in Fulton County, check to see if people are registered there. And every single UPS store, FedEx store, packed mail, virtual mailbox, Cubes Mart, every storage center that I looked up had people registered to vote there. There was no active checking out of Fulton County at that time to check any of this. In my opinion, when somebody registers to vote, you should check to see, is it an address? Is it a residential address? Is there a clerical error? Like if you compare business or a residential address to mailing address, you'll see thousands of addresses where it might be a one number off on the mailing to residential, but nobody checks that. Nobody catches it. So they might not be getting their mail, or they might be voting in the wrong spot. I mean, just a quick check on that would go a long way, or check either one of them to see if that is a taxable address in the system. Just a quick comparison, and you can find thousands of issues and get them corrected. So that way people are voting properly. I mean, the individual wants, in every case I've seen, they want to vote properly. They may not know there's an issue. And I think the duty falls on Fulton County. In all of these counties, per 21-2, was it 228? They're supposed to be maintaining the voter rolls. And I'm just not seeing a good job at that.
Learned today that the Secretary of State does not screen for commercial addresses, although they may be beginning to do that now. And the audit that is currently underway, according to Mr. Nisi, is looking at commercial addresses in the voter rolls. So it's hopeful that there will be some process that will be implemented that will identify this, because most of these voters actually want to vote. They have the right to vote. They just need to be identified where they reside. And we've learned today also there's a very large problem, especially in Fulton County, with homeless voters. And the General Assembly needs to address that difficult situation of how to help homeless people register properly, vote in a proper jurisdiction, and maintain the right to vote. So, and in looking at the list of these challenges that I guess originally came from you, it is curious that there was one voter that has moved to Canada in 1997 and still votes in Georgia. This is now the third case we've heard at the state election board of people that have long ago left the state of Georgia but continue to vote here. And it's this is not our job. It's the General Assembly's job to address this issue. But thank you.
I think that Fulton County would like to respond also.
Good afternoon. Is this thing working?
Yes.
Good to hear. My name is Ann Brumbaugh. For those of you who I haven't spoken to or met previously, I represent Fulton County. I'm here today with Nadine Williams, who's the supervisor, and Sherry Allen, who is the board chair. We just wanted to give everybody the reassurance that Fulton County does take this very, very seriously. Since September 2024, Fulton County has been able to work with their geographic information systems and run a monthly scan of all 900,000 voters. And so they're running a scan for all these issues that have come up. If the scan will notice a commercial address. So if someone is, these two people here, the scan will compare the address and the voter registration to the, how these addresses are classified, and it will flag it. That is now, I think, the Gwinnett supervisor said something about this morning. That is now that it's been moved to Jarvis, now that registration is in the Jarvis system, this is information that can be captured and that can be used to flag subsequent addressees. The problem is in 2022, when all these cases were reported and Mr. Frazier was doing his research, we were still using ENET, and it did not have the facilities to capture this information and then flag it going forward. So for Fulton County, every month they ran a scan of all 900,000 voters. They compare commercial addresses, duplicates, all the things we've talked about. The only problem is if there is a sort of a new PO box or UPS store, because as we can tell from this report, none of these say PO box. They say, 500 Roswell Road. So it doesn't look like a PO box. But so if there's a new PO box or a new UPS store that gets created, then until that first voter registers with that new UPS address, and then the monthly scan comes, it will catch at that point. But once it is flagged, once the GIS flags it, then all subsequent voter registrations will be flagged. Fulton County, once they have flagged them, they send a letter with a flyer. I have a copy here, if y'all want to look at it, that explains what the process is, how to fix their address. We went through the respondents yesterday and we sort of did our final check on what the status was. And for example, Ms. Scott, I think her name was, yes, she had changed her address as of 2023. So they are trying very, very hard. They take this very, very seriously. They actually tried to use an outside vendor, maybe once you started bringing these issues to their attention. Unfortunately, that outside vendor didn't work. Took a little time to figure that out. Then it took a little more time to get their own GIS people to develop the technology to do this. But it is being done on an ongoing basis. It's been done for over a year. And so we are hopeful that these issues will not recur. And like I said, we have reached out to these voters when we can. They're able to come in and change their address or even do it electronically.
Thank you, Attorney Brumbaugh. I want to commend Fulton County on taking those actions. I think that's a great step forward and hopefully will help reduce some of this stuff in the future. So
I would also like to point out that the commercial addresses, has to be an individualized inquiry because as we've seen, I think something like 25% of the voters identified in Gwinnett County were in fact resident at these commercial addresses. And so it can't just be a sweeping, it's not a binary sort of inquiry. If I could ask Investigator Brunson, do you know how many hours were spent undertaking the research for this particular group of respondents?
Yeah, we'll get it.
Thank you.
26 hours.
26 hours. I would like to treat these voters who were identified as not having a primary residence somewhat differently as those who likely do have a primary residence, because we have a number of the respondents who do not have a fixed habitation. So I would move that for those respondents, we do a letter of instruction that is sent to their
Could you be specific? The homeless?
Are you making a motion?
Sure.
Or what are we doing?
I don't know if you want us to kind of give you the latest, since we did just look at these particular voters yesterday and give you the latest information on their voter status. I don't know if that's something that you're interested in or not.
Yes, please.
Okay. So I'll do it the way you all did it. So the first one would be Beverly B. Beverly B updated to a residential address on June 11th, 2025. Emily F updated to a residential address on September 19th, 2024. Frederick F updated his address on January 20th, 2023. Chad Hill moved to Gwinnett. Excuse me, I didn't mean to say his name. Moved to Gwinnett on March 22nd, 2024. I need glasses. Aaron J moved to Cobb on June 7th, 2023. Rakisha M is registered as homeless in Fulton as of November 5th, 2024. For Mr. Milbin, we had that he was in challenge status, but hopefully he will work with the cab and get that fixed. James M, he updated his address on February 21st, 2025.
I'll skip down to Jason R. Transfer to Cobb, November 18th, 2022. Miss Scott, we had the same information that her address was updated in March of 23. Joseph T. He's in challenge or review status as of April 8th, which means that if he shows up to vote, he will have to give some information about his actual address.
There was a Doris Stelly too.
I thought he was,
Darcy.
I thought he was dismissed. Okay, sorry. Okay, Darce S, he is listed as inactive. So once they're inactive until they fill up or they get removed.
Joseph T, what was Joseph T?
Joseph T is in challenge status, so if he shows up, he will have to give information about his residence. Catherine T is also in challenge status as of June 5th, 2024. Andra T, she is in challenge review status as of June 25th, 2025. So for example, if she shows up to vote on August 26th, then she would have to show proof of actual where she's sleeping at night residence before she'd be allowed to vote. Sharon W, address change January 11th, 2024. Melvin, oh, I think that's not all of them. That's not, okay. All right, that's all.
Dr. Johnson.
One final question, Ms. Brumbaugh, if the inactive voter, the one that you said is now inactive, if they request an absentee ballot for the next election, would they get it?
Okay. Yes, if you've registered to vote, if they show up and they want to vote, whether it's absentee, by mail, or in person, then yes, they are allowed to vote.
So would they be required to give a residence address?
For this one, because he's also got the post office box, yes, I think he would.
You think he would, Ms. Williams, would he?
Thank you. So yes, he's in inactive status due to return to mail, but if he were to update his information before the voter, the deadline, he'd be able to receive the absentee ballot as long as it's not that PO box.
If he presented to the polling place to vote and showed his new driver's license with a residence address, would he be able to vote?
He's not challenged, so we would have our poll manager are instructed to call the registration office. They would have to verify that information and most likely offer him a provisional, so we can make sure we confirm everything he provides.
And correct his address?
Correct. We would offer him a provisional ballot, more than likely.
Member King.
Thank you. Ms. Williams, do you have the list, the 2,000 individuals that Mr. Frazier was referring to?
Again, Mr. Frazier's information is over 3 years old. So over time, we have been, I don't have that information in front of me, but his information is 3 years past due. So all this information has changed over time. And again, we are doing a monthly audit of our voter rolls. So if he wants to resubmit, or feel free to review his 2,000 voters, to see if they're up to date, he can feel free to do so. But again, our voter roll is checked monthly. So I would assume at this point, his 2,000 voters have been updated at this time.
So you do have the list?
I'm sure it's in our records, but again, it's 3 years past, it's 3 years old.
No, I was just asking if you had it.
We received several, I'm sure which one. Mr. Frazier has submitted several challenges, so we'd have to accumulate that information.
And when those challenges are submitted, you do check to see if they are legit challenges or not?
Yes. If he sends us an email and is noted as a challenge, we proceed with what the rules are to proceed as a challenge.
Mm-hmm. I'm asking because I feel like this is a good partnership, so to speak, because it sounds as though the county may be a bit overwhelmed with the lack of resources or labor in order to go out and individually check all of these individuals. We see that it takes a number of hours. Mr. Frazier, as a citizen, was able to find 2,000 individuals. So I just, I'm just trying to see if there's a way to work together. I would think that if you were handed a list of potential violations, that would be you help the citizens helping the county.
I think that, yes, I think Mr. Frazier's lists have always been taken seriously. I know last year when I was representing the board on a day-to-day capacity, he sent us a list and it was reviewed. Again, with the GIS monthly audit of all 900,000 voters, that is a second thing. It is unfortunate. I don't think other counties maybe have that capacity, but Fulton has been able to utilize that capacity to do a monthly audit of all 900,000 voters to help with this process and problem.
Member Gazal.
I wanted to let Ms. Brumbaugh and the county know that according to our files, a number of the voters who are in challenge status have no fixed habitation. So if they do attempt to vote, it will be difficult for them to show their residence because they don't have one.
Are you talking about the list? The
The
2,000?
list no, I'm talking about the
Oh,
list.
just in general.
This list.
Oh, that one.
Specific
Okay,
list,
okay.
as Ms. Brumbaugh had read through, because
Yeah.
so many of them are updated. Some of them are in challenge status. Again, it's just to highlight the problem of our voters who do not have a fixed habitation. We don't have a good solution for that.
I was referring
So
to the commercial.
what I can say is, again, last year on election day, a number of people showed up to vote. They were all in challenge status. A number of them were homeless. We did run little hearings on election day, starting at about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. People came up, they explained their situation. The board listened to them. If they had, proof of some sort of residence, then I think all of them were, they were all sent to the registrar in Fulton County. She changed their information and they were able to vote. So again, I think it is definitely a work in process. The better and more technology we can get, and the better and more technology that more counties can get, the less likely this problem will occur. But certainly Fulton County takes it seriously. They run these audits. Again, to your earlier conversation, they aren't waiting for the legislature to say, you must run an audit. They are putting people in challenge status. That's why we had so many people on election day in November, because they've done this on their own. So it's a work in process. Obviously, Mr. Frazier, anytime you want to send a list, send the list. And hopefully we will get this right.
That's
Thank you.
friendly.
May I ask,
Oh,
go ahead.
Dr. Johnson?
May I ask, where did these 4 challenges come from? Were these challenges that the county initiated? The ones that the new update that you just gave us?
Yes, I believe so. Again, we do our examinations monthly. So these voters would have come up on that list and we would send them the notices in the mail.
So they were initiated from Fulton County.
Member
Thank
King?
Okay, last question. Of the 2,000 that was submitted, are they flagged? And if so, or how many of them have been removed and addressed?
I don't think we're really ready to answer that question. It wasn't part of this case, so we didn't prep anything like that. But again, all I can say is from my own experience and then working with this, every time they get a list, they are looking through it. You can go through old minutes, which are on the Fulton County website, and go back through old meetings, and you will see that there were a number of voter challenges over the last couple of years.
Are there any further comments or questions from the board? The chair would entertain a motion on these final 13 individuals.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we issue a letter of instruction for the final 13 of this complaint case.
A second.
Let me make sure if I'm not, I think I'm getting confused here. Yeah, final 13, okay. I'm sorry, would you restate that motion?
I move that we send a letter of instruction to the final 13 respondents that we have been discussing in this complaint case.
Thank you. We have a motion to send a letter of instruction to the final 13 respondents. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, all those in favor of sending a letter of instruction to the final 13 respondents signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Motion carries 4-0.
Mr. Chair, I just want to say for the record, oh,
Just
go ahead.
just get my notes down here. Okay, Member King.
Just for the record, I know Mr. Frazier was one of those that was recommended to be a part of the Fulton Election Board by the Republican Party and was rejected by the county commissioner's office. I think it sounds like he may be needed. But I do think that I want to thank Mr. Frazier for doing that as a citizen to assist the county. And I hope that you continue to do that.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda will be SCB 2024-156. That is DeKalb County improper voter registration on college. It was slated yesterday as a recommended dismissal case, and then we moved it to be heard today because I believe that Dr. Johnson wanted to propose something, and the attorney wanted to respond, have the opportunity to respond. So,
Yeah, so this is a continuation case from the May meeting. During the follow-up,
this was actually in yesterday's book. Oh, yeah, which I didn't bring today because. Yes, well, this was, no, we're gonna do DeKalb. There's three DeKalb cases. This is a DeKalb case, so we'll go back to Fulton.
All right, we are going to DeKalb
I
now.
just moved the one Fulton case up for.
Okay, good. I wanted to make sure.
Yeah, DeKalb is up next. So there's only 3 cases total.
So yeah, this case was briefed during the May hearing, and there was some follow-up that was requested as it related to Emory and their training. Our investigator researched, spoke with Mr. James Rowland, who's over the initiative. He provided the training documentation. Also included with that was documentation from another campus where they had very specific instruction that was given to students. Our investigator followed up with Mr. Rowland, and through their attorney, they said that they'll be consistent in the future, providing that more explicit and definitive specificity that the Oxford campus used to have that consistency throughout to provide the students.
Any questions for the investigator on this case? Just say this one was slated for dismissal yesterday. The attorney is here. Do you have any comments you'd like to make, Ms. Brumbaugh?
Hello again. So now I'm putting on my Emory hat. I'm here with Mr. Rowland. He is the Senior Director of the Emory Civic Engagement Department. He is a little bit above the Emory Votes, and Emory Votes Initiative is a piece of what he does. The person who was running the Emory Votes Initiative on the Atlanta campus in last fall has now moved out of state. So we're in one of these situations where we're having rollover. But to provide a little bit of context for what happened, the Higher Education Act requires that colleges and universities make voter registration materials available to students. In 2022, there was a Dear Colleague letter that was written from the Federal Department of Education, which said, hey, you have to provide voter registration materials to your students. Please work with your local election officials to do so. So the Emory Votes Initiative followed this Dear Colleague letter. They reached out to DeKalb County. The understanding in 2022 at that time was that every student who was living in a residence hall on the Emory Atlanta campus was going to be in the same precinct. So there was every student on that Emory Atlanta on-campus living was going to get the same ballot. Because of that understanding, the advice from DeKalb, which Emory then followed, was to let these students register with their mailbox address. I guess partly because, you know, the kids were moving from one dorm to another, but again, they were going to be in the same precinct. They were going to get the same ballot. So that is what happened. And then in 2024, there was a reconsideration of that advice. Both campuses sent out advice or guidance before the November 24 election, before actually registration cut off in October, saying, you know, kids, you got to use your dorm address for your residence and then your mailbox for your mailing. So that is what happened. And that is the advice that is continuing to happen. Along the way, as part of the investigation, it is learned that perhaps Emory Oxford is more visual, I guess, than Emory Atlanta, and they create a flyer and they are distributing a flyer. There is no flyer that we are aware of. Again, the woman who was running the Emory Atlanta Emory Votes Initiative has moved out of state. But there isn't, you know, again, just like DeKalb, just like Gwinnett, just like Fulton, I meant, not DeKalb, because DeKalb hasn't come up yet. Everybody takes this seriously. Everybody wants to get it right. Unfortunately, sometimes, you know, the advice changes over time as people reconsider things, people bring up new issues that other people are concerned about. But certainly going forward, Emory Atlanta is going to tell, and is already and has been telling its students, if you are going to register to vote using your Emory address, you must use your campus residence hall address in that residence line. So, you know, we want to work with you. We're sorry that this came up, especially because I think about the time that the complaint was made, that's when, you know, the advice had changed. So we're sorry to waste your time with this. I'm hoping that we can just stick with the investigators' original recommendation that it get dismissed. But certainly if you want to issue us a letter of instruction that says, please keep telling people to use their residence hall address, we certainly can understand that.
Any questions from the board for Ms. Brumbaugh? Attorney Brumbaugh?
My only issue was to make sure that Emory main campus gave the same instructions that Emory Oxford, the junior college, I guess it's still junior college. No, it's 4 years. Anyway.
It's apparently freshmen and sophomores, and then they can transfer.
And transfer, right, the way it's always been. But they had a great flyer, and I wanted to be reassured because you have a whole new freshman class of 18-year-olds who have never, maybe have never registered to vote, but they're now old enough to register to vote. They don't know what is the right way to register or what it means by residence. And this is an opportunity to help them have a positive experience for their first time of registration. And also it's doing it right. Thank you for coming. I'm sorry to waste your time. I intended to dismiss this, but I wanted to be reassured. And a flyer, maybe a visual aid would help an 18-year-old freshman. They're just out of, you know, mom and dad's house, I guess.
Dr. Johnson, would you like to make a motion?
I move that we dismiss this case.
We have a motion to dismiss the case. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a second from Member King, I think was first. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of dismissing case 2024-156 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Motion carries 4-0. DeKalb County. You're up next. Case SCB 2024-156 has been continued and taken off the record for this, off the agenda. So the next case will be SEB 2024 159 DeKalb County, third-party pre-filled absentee ballot, and that's tab number 81.
We received this complaint from DeKalb County Director. The complaint alleged that America PAC, a political campaign, sent out a partially pre-filled absentee ballot application to an elector. The elector confirmed that the absentee ballot application with sections 1, 2, and 4 were pre-filled by America PAC. He acknowledged he handwrote the email address, date of birth, license number, and signature. The attorney Wang with Vantage Legal provided an email which confirmed the absentee ballots were sent out only to the voters that requested the forms on America PAC's website and who filled in their information on the application. America PAC took the information provided by the voters and printed it on the forms. The attorney advised that was the equivalent to the voters filling out the forms themselves. This allegation was substantiated, potential violations, OCGA 21-2381, subsection A1C2 for the organization America PAC.
The county's involved with Fulton County and DeKalb County, apparently. The respondent is attorney Eric Wang from Vantage Legal. Is Mr. Wang here? No, Mr. Wang. To the allegations that America PAC mailed and pre-filled absentee ballot applications to Georgia electors. That was substantiated, correct?
Yes, to also add, it was also, they failed to display in a conspicuous location the statutory language. This is not an official government publication and was not provided to you by any governmental entity, and this is not a ballot. It is being distributed by America PAC on an absentee ballot application sent to an elector for the November 2024 GE. So they didn't have that language also. So it was pre-filled and then missed the language.
In violation of 21-2-381 A1C2 and 21-2-381 A1C2. Any questions for the investigator? The chair would entertain a motion at this time.
Mr. Chair, I have a motion that we refer this to the Attorney General.
We have a motion to refer this to the Attorney General. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a second from Member King. All those in favor, any discussion?
I would like to make one comment for the record, which is that a district court in Kansas earlier this month found a similar provision restricting the mailing of pre-filled ballots as a violation of the First Amendment. So there are some federal constitutional issues with this law. I don't know that it is being challenged in this circuit, but I just want to put that out there on the record.
Okay. Any further discussion? We have a motion and a second to refer this to the Attorney General. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Motion carries 3-0. It didn't even affect DeKalb County. Next item on the agenda is SEB 2023-039 DeKalb County residency and voter registration issues. It's tab 82. Just 1 moment, please. The respondent is Nadine Deed in this case. Okay.
Yeah, there's actually multiple respondents on this. So this is a continuation case from the May 2025 hearing. There were 4 total allegations for this complaint. Allegation 1 was heard and dismissed during the May hearing. Allegation 2 is very similar to the complaints that we've heard here today. 38 voters registered at business addresses, UPS stores, post offices, and Walgreens throughout the county. In this case, all the voters were registered through Department of Driver Services except one. That voter was registered through the Department of Community Health. Some of the voters had not voted at all, which leads us to believe they had no intention to register to vote. So it's the DDS automatic, and these individuals had no voting history. Some of the individuals canceled their registration or have updated their registration to a residential address during the time of this investigation. So we mainly focused on those voters who remained registered at the business addresses and who we could not reach, and also those voters that actually voted while they were registered at these business addresses. And also there was one individual that we found that voted in a location where he should not have, similar to the last case. And that individual is Nathan Powell. So as it relates to allegation number 2 for this complaint, there are 11 individuals that we found that were in violation of OCGA 21-2-21, or I'm sorry, -2-216 sub A sub 1, qualifications of electors. There's also 16 individuals that we found that were in violation of OCGA 21-2-217 sub A sub 1, rules for determining residency. And then there's one individual, Nathan Powell, who we found was in violation of 21-2-451C, voting outside of precinct or residence. And I can go ahead and give those names now for the individuals for that, or I can keep and go through allegation 3 and allegation 4. So it just, whatever's.
Finish this.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So David Knight, or I don't know if any of these individuals are homeless or not. We don't have the investigator here. So I can just do the same thing and just give first name, last initial.
Let me ask this question first. Is there anyone here that wants to speak on this besides DeKalb County? Is there any respondents that are here to speak on this particular case? Okay.
Okay. So we have David K, Timothy S, Raymond G, David E, Christopher R, Nathan P, Kimberly D, Monterio F, David R, Gloria S, Chantel L. Is everybody ready for the next one? Okay. Yep. So OCGA 21-2-217 sub A sub 1. We have basically, you know what, it's a little different, but mostly the same people. So David K, Alex R, Timothy S, Raymond G, Lakeisha L, James S, Curtis S, David E, Christopher R, Nathan, I've already said his name, Powell, Rodnika P, Kimberly D, Monterio F, David R, Gloria S, and Chantel L. And then for 21-451C, the one Nathan Powell. So that's allegation number 2. Allegation number 3 was that 44 challenge voters were registered at Agnes Scott College, the main campus address.
Michael, could we deal with?
Yeah, let's deal with number 2.
Okay.
So we have, this is allegation number 2. We have we have 13 individuals that are apparently violated 21-2-216A1 qualification of electors generally. Are there any questions from the board relating to those individuals? It doesn't appear that they're here to respond.
Was Chantel L on that list?
Yes. So it should have been 11, I believe.
Yes.
So she changed registration from one PO box to Spalding County PO box. Is that correct?
I have to go into actual report. That's not specifically in my summary here, but let me find her. Chantel L. Yes.
Okay.
Well, she updated her address, but apparently that was still a PO.
To a PO box.
Yeah.
Chair, entertain a motion on these 13 individuals in violation of 21-2-216A1. Anyone? Anyone?
Chair, move that we send a letter of instruction to these individuals.
We have a motion to send a letter of instruction to the previously named individuals, 13 in violation of 21-2-216A1. Is there a second?
Second.
We have motion and second from Member Jeffries, I believe. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor? Sorry.
Discussion. So for DeKalb County, the same question applies. Is DeKalb County reviewing their voter list for commercial addresses, and what are they doing about it?
Push your button, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Brent Herron. I represent the DeKalb County Department of Registration and Elections. Yes, we are reviewing commercial addresses. We have identified all addresses for post office within DeKalb County and have put those in Jarvis as flagged addresses. So we are in the process of doing that. Again, as I think we've heard today, the problem we have with some of these addresses, or if they're a multi-use property in which there are condos or apartments that are above a UPS store or a post office, then that's going to be there. And I think we'll talk in a minute about Agnes Scott, but that's going to be a similar problem where you have a commercial address, but yet you have people that are living at that commercial address. But currently, DeKalb is in the process of identifying those. And when we do identify a commercial address, it is flagged for further investigation when a new registration comes in. So that's our current process.
So the lesson here is that we really want voters to register at a residence address. And that's why there's always a mailing address on a voter registration that allows a person to have their election mail sent to the mailing address. It may be the same place, but it's a street address, and it's the rationale is to make sure that people that are using UPS boxes or post office boxes, that they actually live in the proper jurisdiction for voting. So that's why we're interested in this, and would like the counties to really work toward providing the proper residence address where people live.
Yeah, and I would say that when we get a new registration today at one of those addresses, we send a letter out. This is a has been identified as a commercial address. And you need to give us your residential address so we can properly update your registration, or so we can get you registered to vote at your residential address, not at this commercial address.
Thank you.
Any further questions from the board? There's a motion and a second to send a letter of instruction.
The complainants here. Do you want?
Does the board want to hear from the complainants in this? Pressure.
Thank you. I want to thank the board for dealing with this issue at long last, and the measures that Mr. Hinton just stated are dealing with people who are coming on. You know, they've marked the addresses and they'll send letters if the registrant is not it's not a residence address. But there are people on the voter roll. I think the last count was 161 that had post office boxes and UPS stores and everything. And procedure needs to be done where those people are addressed and that problem is resolved. So I thank you for the instructions you gave to, what county? Gwinnett County earlier today. And I just encourage DeKalb County to do likewise.
Thank you.
Oh, and one more thing. I did not intend for this to be a challenge against the individuals. It was a complaint against the board for not handling them. So, thanks.
We have a motion and second to send a letter of instruction to the above named or the previously named 13 individuals. Any further questions or discussion?
The only point of discussion would be that this seems to be a fairly recent change in how the counties are looking at residence addresses for voter lists. We've just heard now this is the third case, Fulton, Gwinnett, and DeKalb, where they're just initiating this, and hopefully the Secretary of State will facilitate this also, so that at some point there will be an expectation that the county registrar will be held accountable for not addressing this. So they've got a huge task all the time. 10% of people move every year. And so they are busy, I would expect, year round, and they have to verify much information and much data that's put into the voter rolls. But there's a point where there will be an expectation for the registrars to provide correct residence address for our voters. We want accurate and current voter rolls for the elections. Thank you.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion, comments? All those in favor of sending a letter of instruction to 13 individuals named, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved 4-0. The next list is a list of 18 individuals that potentially violated OCGA 21-2-217A1 rules for determining residence. Any questions on that list of individuals? Chair will entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, we send a letter of instruction to the 18 individuals that are listed.
We have a motion to send a letter of instruction to the 18 individuals listed as violating OCGA 21-2-217A1. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a second from Member King. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Letter of instruction will be sent to those individuals. There is one individual that was alleged violated 21-2-451C, voting outside of precinct of residence. Any questions from the board on that?
Yeah, this particular, just to provide a little context,
Please do.
so this is Mr. Powell. And ultimately, we were able to determine by interviewing him that he actually voted in the 2020 and 2022 elections while he was a resident in Fulton County instead of DeKalb. So even though he was registered in DeKalb at the time. So that's why he got the additional charge, is because of that.
Did he admit to it?
Yes.
Did he give a reason for it?
You know what? No, it's not covered in that. He was supposed to provide a statement with further clarification. He never did that.
So he voted outside the county.
Yes.
He lived in.
Yes.
Any
further questions from the board?
Has he updated, has this voter updated his registration since since he voted outside his residence, actual residence?
Let's see.
No. Okay. Okay, thank you.
You know, it says it's still active, but you know what? This is a 2023 case.
Yeah.
So we would have to run him right now.
We confirmed yesterday he is still an active voter in DeKalb County.
While actually being resident in Fulton.
And he's a resident in Fulton, correct?
Yes, according to the.
And the investigators made him aware of his statutory obligations.
What's that?
Would part of the interview process have made him aware of his statutory obligations to register in the county where he is resident?
Yeah, that's usually, it's not in the report though. Okay. And the investigator's not on hand, so I don't want to say for sure that happened, but generally when we're following up and asking questions about it, yes, that's part of.
Well, when you're interviewing him, he knows why he's being interviewed.
Exactly.
Right. Sometimes, you
I
know, want to make sure.
Sorry, I just want to clarify that this individual actually knew that he was being investigated.
You know.
The entertain a motion.
I make a motion that we send this case to the Attorney General's office.
We have a motion to refer this to the AG. Is there a second?
Second.
We have motion and second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor of sending this to the Attorney General signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved.
Just to circle back briefly, he did refuse to provide his current address, so he got a little, you know, uncooperative.
Well, that certainly helps this case.
Thank you, that actually.
So we're in allegation number three, yes.
So allegation 3 was that 44 challenged voters were registered at Agnes Scott College, the main campus. The DeKalb County Elections Office was able to provide a copy of 40 of the 44 mail-in voter registration applications, which were dated from 2008 to 2019. So the students had registered between those years, 2008 to 2019. So the 44 challenged voters, 3 of them, Denise Alanis, Kanisha Knight, and Leah Trotman, had changed their voter registration address to another address in Georgia. Of the remaining 41 challenged voters, 39 of them are inactive, but still have the college as their address. 2 of them are active actually and did vote in elections back in 2018. So we were able to speak with one of those individuals, Gianna Rodriguez. And Gianna had graduated from Agnes Scott College in 2022 and moved to New York. She was under the impression, because when she registered, she moved back to New York, got a driver's license in New York, and assumed that, hey, I'm registered to vote in New York, my Georgia registration is canceled. So the other individual, and Yaniki, I guess is her last name, we weren't able to get in contact with her. My guess, and this is just a guess, is that she maybe lives in another country potentially, because we weren't able to find any trace of her using our various methods. So ultimately, from this investigation, those two were the ones cited. Her first name is Affiang N. Yanihi, I guess is the last name. So maybe well, you have the report in front of you there, so. And then Gianna Rodriguez, we found both of them to be in violation of OCGA 21-2-216A1 and also 21-2-217A1. Now, I will note that that is a common belief among folks that do leave and go to another state. When they go to another state and get a driver's license or register to vote, their assumption is that it's automatically canceled. There's some reciprocity between states where other states are notified when you register to vote in that particular state. And so they're not thinking about canceling it. And to be honest with you, I think that's pretty reasonable to think. I moved here from Wisconsin in 2020 and, I work in elections now, but back then when I came and got my Georgia driver's license, I wasn't thinking to go and cancel my Wisconsin voter registration. I don't think any citizen, unless they're really immersed in election law and rules, knows to do that. They just make that assumption that it's automatically canceled. I registered in this state. I'm not trying to double vote. To me, that's a reasonable assumption, just frankly, as an aside. So
Let me ask a question here. This is actually an allegation against DeKalb County, right, for allowing 44 voters to register using Scott College's address instead of a residential address.
Pardon me?
This allegation is number 3 is actually against DeKalb County, correct, for allowing 44 individuals to.
No, we didn't put them down as a respondent.
This allegation was against the voters. So just to make it very clear that, Ms. Rodriguez was a student at some point, voted in 2016 and 2018.
Yes.
Ms. Anyihi was a student at one point and voted once in 2018.
Yes, while she was a student there.
Right.
Yes.
So they voted when they were students. So when they were residing somewhere in the neighborhood of the college, of Agnes Scott College.
Yes. They both voted.
And they've not voted since.
They've not voted, no.
I
Yeah,
have no further questions.
yeah, they don't. They
Yes,
haven't
sir.
voted.
Just, we confirmed yesterday, Ms. Rodriguez canceled her voter registration on June the 23rd of this year. So
Thank you.
presumably after she got notice of
Yeah,
After
this
she-
proceeding, she took steps to cancel her registration.
And I will also note that New York is not a member of ERIC, so we would not have access to those voter lists and be able to make that comparison. And as far as I know, there's no reciprocity with New York in any way, shape, or form.
That's the problem. Eric does not participate in the most common states that Georgia voters move to. I was provided a list of the other 39 Agnes Scott students that were listed or named, and I was given a date registered, but I think this is probably a birth date for this list of Agnes Scott students. The date, it says date registered, but it ranges from 1992 to 2000. So it's probably birth dates. However, to further discuss this particular case, which is common to all of the colleges in Georgia, Agnes Scott has 253 registrants that have been registered there more than 4 years and 78 registered more than 10 years. I know it takes a long time for some folks to get through college, but probably not Agnes, not Scotty's. There actually, I have a list of all the college, not all of the colleges, but most of the colleges in Georgia. And there are thousands of students registered at the college address, not a residence address, but the college address, more than 4 years, and quite a large number registered there more than 10 years. So the effort to keep our voter rolls current for students who have enjoyed college and then moved to other places, we could improve on for sure. That is a challenge for the counties that have Agnes Scott, Emory, Georgia Tech, the Spelman Morehouse, the Clark University, for those that are in the room. This is an issue, and these other 39 students are have a residence like Emory, like the Emory case needs to provide their residents. College students oftentimes live at a dormitory the first year, and then off they go to an apartment or somewhere else, and they need to keep up with their residence as far as the proper residence for voter registration.
As this challenge was made against the students themselves, I don't see that following up with the students who voted, and one has already canceled her registration address, the other one is no longer to be found. I mean, we could send letters of instruction, but I don't know if the only address that we have is the address on campus. It will simply be returned to sender.
Right.
It would simply do what?
Be returned to sender if they don't, if there's no forwarding address for these voters. The only one that we know where is has already canceled her address, or canceled her registration.
Seems like a waste of time.
Seems like a waste of time. So I would move to dismiss
Allegation number 3.
allegation number 3.
We have motion to dismiss allegation number 3. Is there a second? We have motion and second. Any discussion?
Yes, I think a letter of instruction should go to these students. If it gets returned, it's returned, but there'll be a record in the voter registration system that a letter was sent, and that these are not appropriate addresses. If nothing else, there'll be a trail for any future questions about these registrants.
Can I ask how it would actually show up in the voter registration system?
Because I believe all contacts with registrants are kept
from the county, but not from us.
Right. But it would be a record for us to have should an issue come up again with these students. If a complaint comes in 2 years from now with these same names on the voter rolls, then we have a record that this was brought up as a complaint case this year in 2025, and would have more questions of the county of what their information is and what updated information they have for these registrants.
Any further discussion? We have a motion and a second to dismiss the allegation number 3. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Did you vote?
Aye.
Right. Opposition, any opposition?
Nay.
Vote carries 3-1 to dismiss.
Mr. Chair, I do think we should keep it on a record somewhere in our complaint files that we dismissed it due to the fact that we just don't want to initiate additional work that would be unnecessary. But in case these individuals come up again, we do have something on record.
Mr. Executive Director. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Allegation number 4.
So allegation number 4. Complainant alleges that voters that have been reported to the National Change of Address System and have registered to vote in another state should be removed from the electors list. The complainant identified 10 DeKalb County voters who were identified, moved to Florida, and have been registered with the Florida Division of Elections. The voters are Edward Stewart Nelson, Zenobia Williams, Lucretia May Drake, Sandra Lorene Ison Woodall, Rosemary Lurza, Terry Dawn Tanner, Hazel McIntyre, Lamont Lawrence, I. West, Paul L. Freeman, and Robert Wayne Blair. According to ENET, as of June 30th, 2022, 9 of the 10 voters have been moved to inactive or canceled status due to DeKalb County sending out confirmation notices from the NCOA notification. Voters Williams, Drake, Woodall, Tanner, McIntyre, and Blair are canceled as they responded to the confirmation notice. Voters Nelson, Lurza, Freeman are inactive / cross state as these voters did not respond to the confirmation notice. And then apparently there was only one voter, Lamont West, that remained in an active status at the beginning of this investigation. And Mrs. Keisha Smith from DeKalb County advised that her office did not receive an NCOA notice regarding Mr. West, and apparently there was a name difference. Man, these flies again. There was a name difference. Apparently his name is spelled on his Georgia driver's license as a Lamont L. West. And the information came through as Lamont Lawrence I. West. So nevertheless, our investigator spoke with him over the phone. He was unfamiliar that his voter registration in Georgia did not automatically cancel when he received his Florida's driver's license and opted in to register to vote in Florida. She emailed him the link to the Georgia Secretary of State's Office of Voter Registration Cancellation form. He was able to resolve the issue and cancel his voter registration on 8/4/2024. So basically that whole situation is dismissed, so to speak, or we didn't find a violation.
You found insufficient evidence suggesting violations occurred. Are there any questions for the investigator in this case?
I have a question for DeKalb County.
Yeah, Ms. Lee wanted to make a comment too. Ms. Lee? Oh.
Should I speak to the ones on the students for part 3 or part 4?
Very briefly, please.
Okay. That's on the students. Or I should say alleged students, because we don't know the residents. They just are using the main college address. I suggested to the DeKalb board when I brought the challenges to them that the alleged students be placed on what I called at that time provisional status, which probably means challenge status. So that the missing information could be obtained when they attempted to vote. However, the challenges were denied. And that's why I'm bringing this complaint. It's really on the handling of challenges, and the whole point of it was on handling on handling incomplete addresses. Incomplete addresses are an important issue. Our rolls have many registrations that are incomplete because they lack an apartment number, or in the case of students at this institution, for instance, a residential mailbox or dorm. And as a newly seated board member myself, I would like to hear your recommendations as how to handle incomplete addresses of people who are already on the voter roll, and whether or not they should be sent an absentee ballot if they request it. So that's that one. And
Any questions or comments from the board?
Captain. Question for
Yeah. It's DeKalb County?
Yes.
Dr. Johnson has a question on that.
Question. The
Yes, ma'am.
three registrants, Nelson, Freeman, and Lurza, are inactive cross-state. Cross-state, I expect is notification that a person has registered to vote or obtained a driver's license in another state. Is that correct?
Exactly. That's correct.
That's correct. So those three, if they've been given a driver's license or registered to vote in another state, they're not eligible in Georgia, correct?
That's correct.
So if those three voters requested an absentee ballot or showed up to vote, even though they're still on the voter rolls, on the inactive voter rolls, would they be allowed to vote?
They shouldn't be allowed to vote. I would have to look at, to advise my client about the proper way to get them removed, right, from the rolls in complying with the, National Voter Registration Act as well as Georgia law, but they should not be voting. If they're registered to vote in another state, they should not be voting here. That is correct.
To be compliant with NVRA, there's a specified waiting period, but it involves eligible voters. These are ineligible voters that are still on the voter rolls. And I'm not clear of the distinction of whether they're automatically allowed to vote or reactivated with any contact.
That's something that I can look into. I don't have an answer for you on that right at this moment, but I certainly can look into that, and I will advise my client on the proper way to comply with both state and federal law to make sure that the voter roll is proper.
Right. They're going to be compliant with NVRA, but also with Georgia law.
Correct.
That they have lost their eligibility or qualifications when they have moved and registered in another state.
Correct.
Correct.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
to that end, I would like to make sure it's very clear that the requirements of a county and jurisdiction are very different from the requirements of a voter. If a voter is no longer resident and they vote in a jurisdiction where they are no longer resident, they have violated state law, potentially committing voter fraud. That is not the same standard that counties have to use in terms of maintaining voters on the voter rolls. It's very clear under the NVRA that if we don't have a wet signature from that voter, either with a copy of their voter registration in another jurisdiction or a confirmation that they're canceling their registration, even the DOJ confirmed this in a filing 3 weeks ago in a statement of interest in a case in Illinois, that's the NVRA requires that jurisdictions maintain those voters on the lists, probably in inactive status for 2 election cycles. Now, we're past that second cycle according to the dates in this. So I would imagine that many of these voters are slated for removal right now through regular list maintenance processes. But I don't want counties to be subject to litigation due to violation of NVRA.
thank you. Any more questions or comments from the board? We need the chair would entertain a motion on allegation number 4, which has been, the investigators found insufficient evidence to suggest any violation occurred. The chair would entertain a motion on allegation number 4, where the investigators found insufficient evidence to suggest that a violation had occurred.
I move we dismiss.
Yeah, make a motion to dismiss.
We have a motion to dismiss. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to dismiss allegation number 4. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved by a vote to 3-0. Without dissent, the chair would like to call for a 5-minute comfort break. Okay, we'll break until 10 till 3. 10 till 3. Thank you. And we'll get back and start with Fulton County. DeKalb County, thank you. Yes, thank you, DeKalb County.
I haven't signed by our governor yet, but. So that will give us.
We'll be able to 24 sticks then.
Used to be.
I don't want to be pertinent, but. They are, yes. So that's coaches. So this complaint came in, it was a self-report from Fulton County by Elections Director Nadine Williams. And this involved a clerk, Lynette Basanti, on February 21st, 2024, during the PPP early voting, loaded 3 of 6 BMD printers at the North Fulton Service Center with regular paper instead of security paper, and printed out ballots on those subsequent papers that were in the. After a review, it was 138 ballots that were printed on standard paper. Once she was spoken with by the investigator, she indicated that a coworker, the machines were low on paper. A coworker directed her to standard paper, so she thought that was the correct paper to put into the printer. That's what she did. It was discovered when she inquired with a supervisor on, hey, we need to get more paper. And they're like, wait a minute, we need to get more paper. Why is that? And then that's when they discovered the paper in the printer. As far as the outcome, there was an audit done. It was counted. There was no discrepancies as it related to the counts. And so that's the gist of this complaint. So based on that, we found sufficient evidence to indicate that Mrs. Basanti was in violation of 21-2-372, which requires the use of security paper.
The chair has no questions for the investigator. The respondents in this case is Lynette Basanti. I imagine somebody from Fulton County may be here to speak. Ms. Basanti, possibly. Any members of the board have any questions for the investigator? Fulton County, do you have a response?
So this is really a response on behalf of the department. I am not personally representing Mrs. Basanti. We mostly agree with everything the investigator said. It was self-reported. It was extensively there were multiple statements of all the poll workers when the incident happened. Our information was that it was more like 60 ballots and 138, but regardless, this happened and people voted with regular paper. Just to give you all some assurance that this was an isolated thing that is not likely to happen in the future, hopefully never happen in the future. The poll worker, I think the poll worker just misunderstood. She knew she was supposed to check the levels, and then she thought, well, if I'm supposed to check the levels, I'm supposed to replace them. But that wasn't the instruction that had been given. It was just how she interpreted it. Anyway, the point is, neither the poll worker nor the poll manager have worked for Fulton County in 2025. Processes have been changed. The reason that there was extra paper such that this could happen in the first place was because it was just sort of the process, and it was given to print out recap sheets, which have to be printed out every night. The process has since been changed. The only standard copy paper that goes to a precinct is the paper for these recap sheets, but the standard copy paper is now placed in the poll manager's printer, and then that printer is sealed. So you can't actually take any paper out, and you can't put any paper in. So there's no extra paper for somebody to go replace. Additionally, while the training certainly always said you're supposed to use the correct paper, the staff are now instructed to report the paper levels to a poll technician. And so there's only one person now that's allowed to change the paper on the BMDs. So since the policy has been changed, there have not been any other issues. Again, if there's no paper to mess up with, I don't think it can get messed up again. So yes, Fulton, this occurred. It's unfortunate, but we're all trying to move on.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Fulton County? Chair will entertain a motion at this time.
I make a motion that we issue a letter reprimand because there was a violation, but it seems to be rectified.
We have a motion to issue a letter of reprimand. Is there a second?
Second.
We have motion and second from Dr. Well,
Rick Jeffries.
Member Gazal. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Letter of reprimand will be issued on case number SCB 2024-017. The next case on the agenda is SCB 2022-354. It is tab number 84.
The Georgia Secretary of State initiated this investigation after it was brought to our attention that a Georgia voter was identified by name and date of birth as possibly voting in Georgia and Florida for the same November 2016 and November 2018 general election. Adam Leonard, they checked his voter registration, also known as ENET at the time, revealed that this voter voted advance in person for the Georgia November 16 and the 18 election. West Palm Beach Board of Elections confirmed there was a match that Leonard voted absentee by mail October 26, 2016, November 3rd, and 2018 in Florida for the November 16, November 18 general election. No voting documentation was available as the required 24-month retention period had expired. The investigator attempted to make contact with the respondent by phone, but by the time of this report, there was no contact made. As of November 17th, 2023, Leonard was listed as inactive on Jarvis due to the NCOA. We checked law enforcement databases. He looked like he resided in Florida. He didn't respond to any mail or phone calls. I had him checked while I was sitting here, and he's now considered active as of 4/4/24. This was originally written up as a dismissal only because we didn't have any of the documentation, so we couldn't rule out an administrative or clerical error. But it is a potential violation for 21-2572.
Thank you. You know, my only problem with this one is it's so old and there's no, if you go to investigate this thing, you're not gonna be able to get the proper information to really be able to convict anybody of anything. And while it is a serious violation if it did occur, I'm not sure that the time and energy and money used to investigate this will result in anything. And so I just, if it was more recent, we'd send it to the AG in a minute, I think, but it's a 2018, the documentation is no longer there. What are they really going to be able to do with it? You know, that maybe I'm wrong. I certainly am.
Yeah, I just don't know if that's up to us to.
Well, I'd like to make sure it's really clear. The AG has civil jurisdiction. We would refer it to a DA for criminal jurisdiction, and we don't have the documentation, so we can't go that far. But I would still refer this to the AG's office because there is it is more likely than not, based on the evidence that we do have. There's clearly not enough for a criminal violation, but at least this is serious enough that I think having that documentation with the AG office. Can I clarify, Chief Investigator Koch, did you say that the voter is active now or
As of
inactive?
4/4/24.
In Georgia?
Now he's living, possibly this report was written, so.
Right.
So as of the 23, he was inactive for NCOA, but I had somebody check and it's now active as of 4/4/24.
So this voter has had some contact with Fulton County in order to reactivate. Now, I'm not saying that Fulton County has done anything wrong whatsoever. You do not have any information. Do you have access? Can you look up and see if this voter is active right now? Because they're absent. No, acting if Fulton County can do anything.
So according to our information, this voter is currently active. He last voted on November 8th, 2022. And he didn't, I think, a My Voter page address update on April 4th, 2024. Is that consistent with what you're seeing?
Yes.
Okay. That's the information we have.
Oh, I move that we refer this to the AG.
Making a motion?
Yes.
We have a motion to refer to the AG. Is there a second?
Second. Oh.
We have a motion second from Dr. Johnson. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of sending to the AG signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved.
And thank you
Good.
for that update.
Next case on the agenda is SEB 2022-119 Fulton County improper federal ballot. So, we did 243 earlier. This is 119, tab number 87.
Where's it?
243 was the people that spoke.
Yeah. I know that, but I have an 85 in here and I didn't know what was, but it's not on the agenda.
Oh, excuse me.
Oh. That confused me. Okay. So this is tab 87? Okay,
It's what? Tab 87, yes.
okay.
Yeah, 85's not on the agenda.
Ready?
Yeah, we skipped a number. We're missing number 85. It's not on the agenda. Tab 85.
2022-333.
That's what I just saw in here, but it's not on the agenda.
If it's not on the agenda, then we're lacking public, then we're lacking.
Oh, that's right. It was in the dismissal column. We kept it in the agenda.
No, no.
That was voted on.
So there was notice of the case then.
Let's say, wait.
Okay. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, we voted on it yesterday.
The tab numbers changed.
We dismissed
Didn't
it.
change, just to keep the continuity.
All right.
Okay.
All right. 2022-119, number 87, tab 87.
The Secretary of State's received a complaint alleging that Fulton County Board of Elections and Registration issued voters absentee ballots that omitted a required race which should have been on the ballot. The allegation for Fulton County that mailed out ballots that omitted the contest which should have been included on the ballot was substantiated. Fulton County had in their possession the correct ballots that should have been mailed. Those ballots contained both the race for the State House of Representatives for District 50 and the race for U.S. House of Representatives for District 7. However, a Fulton County employee inadvertently picked up ballots that only listed the race for U.S. House of Representatives for District 7, which were the ones mailed to voters. Fulton County reported that there were approximately 75 Fulton County voters who were adversely affected by this mistake in June of 2022 general primary runoff election. The absentee ballots were printed correctly, therefore did not need to be corrected, and the county went through the proper process of mailing absentee ballots in a timely manner, but they did not verify the ballot before being mailed. Evidence to suggest that the Fulton County Department of Elections and Registration violated SEB Rule 183-1-12, subsection .072.
Are there any questions for the investigator on this one? No, there's got to be questions on this one. Yes, Member Gazal.
So this was a primary runoff. Do you happen to have any information on the margin of the race that dropped? So in other words, were these votes, could they have been dispositive in the outcome?
I don't have that.
Okay. That's fine. Thank you.
That may be a good question for the Fulton County. Any further questions from the investigator? Fulton County.
Yes, thank you. So once again, kind of a ballot number issue. Our information is that there was only 32 ballots that were sent out improperly, not 75. We have a letter that we sent to the complainant at the time, which says 32 ballots. We also have I don't want to call it a spreadsheet, but basically what happened is there were ballots that were printed for permanent overseas voters. Permanent overseas voters can only vote for federal races. So these permanent overseas voters only got the United States House District ballot. And then there was the ballots printed for all the Fulton County residents who got both House Districts, U.S. House District 7 and Georgia House District 50. And unfortunately, for our records, somehow 32 of the permanent overseas ballots got mailed to Fulton residents. This was sort of caught at the time because people were calling and saying, I didn't get to vote for House District 50. So Fulton did overnight these were all absentee mail-in ballots. They overnighted all 32 voters, Fulton County voters. They overnighted the correct ballots. According to their records, of these 32 people, 17 never returned either ballot. One person voted in person early, so that person would have gotten the right ballot in person. 9 voters returned the corrected ballot, and 5 voters returned the incorrect ballot, even though they had received the correct ballot. We don't have the margin. I feel pretty comfortable it wasn't 5 votes, but we don't have that information. Once again, once they realized what had happened, they now they isolate the ballots for the permanent overseas voters, put them in separate tubs, mark those tubs. So nobody's just grabbing a permanent overseas ballot and sending it to a regular Fulton County resident.
Did you track the 32 overnight ballots to see if they were actually delivered?
Yes, that's how we got the letter, which I'm happy to give to the board so you can see what this was a investigation that was done at the time. This is a contemporary record. So we knew that, like I said, they overnighted them. So they would have had the tracking numbers. And then, of this 32 that were sent, only 5 of the original bad ballots were returned.
So you were able to confirm all 32 were received on the receiving end. Okay.
Attorney Brumbaugh, I want to thank you that you provided a contemporaneous report, because those are always going to be the most accurate because memories are fresh. So I really appreciate that. This is extremely helpful in contextualizing exactly what happened. Out of curiosity, and this is purely for my edification, how many federal only voters can you estimate you have in Fulton County? And this is again a question I would like to slightly off topic, but.
Well, I had that piece of paper, but I'm really bad at losing. Oh, here it is. Okay, so the way they figured out that it was 32 was they had and I can give this to you too. They had gotten 25, they'd ordered 25 ballots for each of the precincts. Am I explaining this right? So they ordered 25 ballots for each of the precincts for which these permanent overseas voters were getting these ballots. And then they sort of subtracted out how many permanent overseas ballots were left after this came to light. And I will say you'll see my notes in there. It says 34. 2 of the ballots, I think it's in the letter I gave you. 2 of the ballots actually never made it out of the mailbox and never got sent.
Any further questions from the board? Chair, entertain a motion on 2022-119.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we issue a letter of reprimand and because it was a violation, there was a violation.
We have a motion to issue a letter of reprimand. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion second from Member Gazal. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of issuing a letter of reprimand on this case signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. The next case on the agenda is SCB 2022-070 double voter, tab number 88.
On May 18th, 2022, the Secretary of State's office received a complaint from Sharon Benjamin of Fulton County Elections and Registration. Complaint advised that a voter, a Mr. William Fogarty, completed 2 voter applications on 2 different dates and voted twice at the Robert O.C. Library. The investigator spoke to the registration clerk, who waited on Mr. Fogarty the first time on May 5th, 2022. She stated that on May 10th, she remembers what occurred. She advised that a new poll worker, an individual by the name of Brian Williams, waited on Mr. Fogarty. He came to the location, and as he was going through the process, an error message popped up. This individual, Mr. Williams, being new, he didn't know what to do. He asked for assistance. Apparently, there was some miscommunication made, and Mr. Fogarty was allowed to vote that second time. Mr. Fogarty was asked about voting twice. He did not deny it. He stated that he is having memory issues and did not intend to vote twice. In his statement, he attributed him voting twice to the barrage of candidate signs in the vicinity of his voting place, and the signs caused him to second guess if he voted. So based on the investigation, there's evidence to suggest that Mr. Fogarty violated OCGA 21-2-572 repeat voting in the same primary or election, and also that Brian Williams of Fulton County Elections and Registration violated SCB Rule 183-1-12-.11 regarding conducting elections, which states the poll officer shall verify the identity of the person registered voter who the voting certificate. Basically, he should have heeded that error message. It shouldn't have been overruled, but it was, and that's what allowed Mr. Fogarty to vote that second time.
Let me, I'm going to recuse myself from this case because I believe that I may know this individual. I haven't confirmed it, but I believe I may know him. And I do have information related to his mental capacity. So at this time, I'm going to turn over the chair temporarily to Dr. Johnson and let her handle this one.
Are there any questions for the investigator? All right, Fulton County? Yes.
So again, I'm representing the department, but not Mr. Williams, the clerk.
Fogarty.
No, well, also not Mr. Fogarty, but Mr. Williams is listed as a respondent. He was a clerk. So to provide, the department's response, so we agree with everything that the investigator said. This did happen. Part of the problem, again, this is the general primary, May of 2022. We're still using ENET. ENET is obviously not nearly as good as Jarvis, because if this happened today, Jarvis would be like, you can't do that, and it wouldn't happen. But back then, you had and I spent a lot of time learning this, so you're gonna just have to learn it. Let me tell you how smart I am. So back then you had these poll pads, which had the ENET, which had the voter history on it. And then you had, or was that the poll pads? The laptops. The laptops had the ENET in them. You had the poll pads, which gave you the card, which then let you go vote. They were not linked. So if you made a mistake or didn't pay attention to your ENET history, you could still hit the poll pad, plunk, and get the card and give it to the person. And that's essentially what happened here. This Mr. Fogarty had voted on May 5th. He comes in, the ENET shows the history. Unfortunately, the history starts with the oldest history first. So instead of saying May 5th, 2022 at the top, you got to go all the way to the bottom. And Mr. Fogarty is elderly, so probably it's a long list. So the training was that if you found that somebody had voted early, or you got some sort of error message, you didn't just hand them a voter card. You called the election hub and said, this is what's going on. And if you weren't savvy enough to do that for whatever reason, you still did not give them a voter card. You maybe gave them a provisional ballot, but you didn't just hand them a voter card. For whatever reason, the main manager was, I think, out to lunch when this happened. So an assistant manager and this new poll worker just sort of brain freeze and ignore all their training and let this guy, Mr. Fogarty, vote again. The poll manager comes back from lunch, does his hourly reconciliation, and pretty much immediately realizes, hey, we've got a problem because our numbers are off. We've got one extra vote. So that's how it was reported. And, then we self-reported it to the state election board. Since then, the poll worker and this assistant manager no longer work for elections. And this is actually used as a training example. So we have the training, we have the remediation, and we also fortunately now have Jarvis, which links the poll pad with the laptop. And so you couldn't actually print out a card given this information.
Any questions? No questions?
I do want to confirm one thing in this report. I've recused myself from voting on this, but I know an individual with this exact name at this exact age that I've known for quite some time that has some significant memory issues. And he lives in Fulton County. And that's the reason I felt that this is probably somebody that I know, so.
I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we issue letters of reprimand both to Mr. Fogarty and to Mr. Williams. Is Mr. Williams still serving as a poll worker?
No.
Very good. Okay. All right. Yes. So that is my motion.
All right. A second.
Any discussion? All in favor for issuing a letter of reprimand to Mr. Williams and Mr. Fogarty? Say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries 3-0.
You want to pass the mic back? You want to keep it?
Here. Next case.
Next item on the agenda is SCB 2022-050 Fulton County required seals.
We received this complaint alleging that Fulton County did not have the required seals at the Sherwood Event Hall precinct. Margaret stated that she was a poll watcher for the afternoon enclosed at the House for the House District 45 election on 2022 election. At the close of the election, the poll manager did not have the required seals for the carriers. She had called the warehouse and asked them to bring seals when they came for the equipment. When the crew arrived from the warehouse, they either had not gotten the message or may have forgotten to bring the seals. The clerks tried to reuse as many of the seals as they could from the morning when they opened the carriers, but not all of the seals were reusable. Although the carriers were locked when loaded on the truck, they did not have all the seals. The investigator spoke with Derek Gilstrap and to follow up on the paperwork to know if the seals had ever been delivered. He stated that 50 seals were delivered according to his assistant supervisor. He also stated that there was a tech on site all day and he was not notified that any additional seals were needed. He said there was also a dashboard where requests for any assistance could be made, but nothing was submitted according to Derek. There is sufficient evidence to substantiate Fulton County Elections and Registration did not send enough seals to properly seal all of the equipment at the Sherwood Event Hall precinct. Potential violations 183-112 subsection 04. This is for the May 3rd, 2022 runoff.
Any questions from the board for the investigator? The respondents, Fulton County, does Fulton County have a comment to make?
Yes. So for starters, Mr. Gilstrap no longer works for the DRE. He resigned sometime in the last year. Miss Taylor still works part-time. Miss Taylor was the poll manager. I think if this were to go to a hearing, there might be some credibility issues because Miss Taylor would, were she here today, she would tell you, no, I knew there weren't enough seals. I called the DRE. I said, there aren't enough seals. Please bring us enough seals for tonight. And she thought it was taken care of. And then that didn't happen. So Miss Taylor was the manager at that time. She noticed the issue when the warehouse people showed up and didn't bring the seals. She did what she could. She improvised on the spot and she decided I'm going to prioritize. So she took the seals that she had and she sealed all the outside of the carriers. And then she also sealed the ballot bags. But there were interior seals inside these carriers that didn't get done because there wasn't enough. It's important to know that this was a special election runoff. This was literally like the only precinct that was having voting that night. It was election day. And so rather than seal everything up and leave it, and then warehouse people come the next day and take everything back to the hub, in this case, the warehouse people showed up that night and took all the carriers and everything. So there was never a chain of custody situation in which this equipment was not in the presence of a Fulton County employee. So, you can feel confident that there was no seal issue here. Nothing was tampered with. Miss Taylor literally handed everything off to the warehouse people and the warehouse people drove it straight back to the hub and then everything was checked in at that time. So that is, again, this was a kind of an isolated incident. It is certainly unfortunate that it happened. I mean, Miss Taylor knew, by mid-morning, I got a problem here and she tried to fix it and some sort of breakdown in communication. But again, you shouldn't have any concern that there was an actual security issue in this case, given the facts of this election.
Are there any questions for Fulton County from the board?
I've got a couple of questions. Now, what is the mechanism for a poll manager to make a request in an instance like this? And how I wanted to learn a little bit more about that breakdown.
We have a platform called a BOC. It's electronic. So the person puts in a request in a tablet and then it comes into our call center to say, I need these particular supplies. So that would have been the response that should have happened if it was inputted. I think the problem that happened because the staff knew they were picking up everything that evening, they didn't give it priority to send the seals because again, the equipment did not stay unaccompanied overnight because usually we have 147 locations and stuff has to get picked up 2 or 3 days later. But for this election, everything was being removed. I mean, every supply, every item was completely removed from the facility and brought directly back to the tabulation center.
Have the personnel responsible for the call center, has that changed now?
We have streamlined that process to make sure that those dashboards are better monitored. And we have also told poll managers that if you ask for a supply in the morning and by maybe 1 or 2 o'clock, we need to sound the alarm and let us know it has not arrived because it might have got lost in transport, to make sure you request it again and make sure it gets out there. So we have emphasized that in training.
Okay, so you have remediated.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any further questions for Fulton County or the investigators? Chair will entertain a motion at this time.
I make a motion that we issue a letter of reprimand in this matter.
We have a motion to issue a letter of reprimand. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion second, Dr. Johnson. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of issuing a letter of reprimand, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved, 4-0. The last case on the agenda today is SCB 2020-140, Fulton County, wrong ballot style. It is the last tab in your book.
All right, so this case involves the November 3rd, 2020 general election. The complainant, Mrs. Johnny Dixon, received an absentee ballot that had the wrong ballot style. Apparently, she and her family received different ballot styles, although they live at the same address. She was concerned she would not receive her absentee ballot in time to vote. So she voted early in person at the East Point Library on October 14th, 2020. And she was not able to vote for the candidate in the 5th Congressional District. She did not notice this error until after she cast her ballot. Apparently, she talked to her husband and he had the correct ballot. Upon further investigation, there was a mistake made when the ballot was built. However, as a safeguard, the state Secretary of State provides to the county to check and validate. But Fulton County officials did not catch the mistake. They signed off on the ballot bill, and there's an exhibit in the investigation that indicates that. And that was on September 16, 2020, signed off on by Dwight Brower. So further investigation revealed it looks like there were 94 voters that were impacted by this mistake. And in looking at the results of that election, U.S. House District 5 and U.S. House District 13 that were impacted by the error, the candidates were separated in District 5 by 249,211 votes. And in District 13 by 36,446 votes. So there was no impact to the election as a result of this error that occurred. So based on the investigation, what we found was a violation of SCB Rule 183-1-12-.07 sub 2 regarding failing to properly review and note the ballot bill error.
Complainant in this case is Johnny Dixon and respondents Fulton County Board of Elections Registration. At the time, the director was Richard Barron. Are there any questions from the board for the investigator?
And we just like to amend that to elections and registration, not the board. I know it says board, but it should be
Fulton County Elections and Registration, yeah.
Elections and registration.
In Fulton County, do you have a response?
Very briefly, essentially, we agree with what the investigator says. We tried to track down some of the former employees that were working at the time to get more information. In 5 years, they don't remember. We have changed the standard operating procedures and the again, this geographic information systems now gets the spreadsheets and sort of double checks, make sure that all the voters are in the right precincts and we don't have this problem. GIS also reviews the ballot. So we have changed the system and we are employing the best technology at our services to try to prevent this from happening. Yeah.
Any questions for Fulton County from the board? Chair will entertain a motion.
I make a motion that we issue a letter of reprimand for the violation.
We have a motion to issue a letter of reprimand for SCB 2020-140. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a second from Dr. Johnson. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Letter of reprimand will be issued on SCB 2020-140. Thank you, Fulton County. I know you have a long drive home. Please be safe.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can I soapbox for 1 second?
You would do what?
May I soapbox for 1 second?
Soapbox.
Soapbox.
Oh, please feel free to do so.
So I just want to use this opportunity for anybody who's still hanging in from the counties. Reviewing the ballot bill, really critical. This one had like a little twist that there were a husband and wife were given different ballots. I understand from the report what happened there, but if counties don't review the ballot build, it can change the outcome of an election. Please take that. It is a difficult, tedious task. Please take it seriously. Thank you. Done so far.
Thank you. We will proceed with other items on the agenda at this point. Under section 3, new business, the first item is personnel matters. I believe that when the agenda was made up, there was a personal issue that has subsequently been resolved. Does the board have any personal issues they want to discuss? Then we will strike that from the agenda. The next item is report from the executive director. Mr. Executive Director, would you please provide the board with your report?
Thank you for this time. I'll be quick, but I started as executive director on June the 2nd. And want to thank the board for this opportunity. And the day I started, of course, is the day that we lost Alex Harden from this agency, who basically was running everything inside the agency. And the agency of the state election board had been approximately 4 months without a director. So you can imagine there was a lot of work to be done. There still is a lot of work to be done. Here's a few things we've been able to accomplish along the way, because when Alex Harden left, we lost the contact phone for the agency, basically. So I acquired a new phone for the office. We now have that in place. Wi-Fi was installed for the office. The problem that we had was that Wi-Fi was being operated off the Georgia Building Authority public Wi-Fi, which didn't make it very safe. We put a firewall in place to protect our office. We know sometimes it can be highly politically charged. So that's in place. We were able to access the laptops and get them given out to all the board members that had been laying dormant for several months. Work being done that was just not very exponentially or done very fast. And all the board members now have their computer. They have SEB emails. In the past, they had been operating, prior to me coming on, they had been operating, as I understand, off of Gmails. And now they have State Election Board SEB emails. You can go on the website, Secretary of State's page, and then tab to the SEB, and you'll see the new emails listed there. We also, my first week, I was able to meet with the Office of Planning and Budget. Governor's folks began to just get a brief view of the budget, where we were at as an agency. There were some extra funds. As you know, the state budget goes from July to July. So we were about to lose some state funds that would go back to the Treasury. We didn't want to be reckless and just spend it because it was there, but we wanted to be prudent. Thanks to the legislature, the governor, this agency had been provided recently with 2 new wonderful investigators, Jesse Patton and Ann Delmas. And we knew that it would not be long. Matter of fact, they were already in need of vehicles. Met with OPB, they approved the purchase process to begin with the vehicles, and not to go into all the details, but there's quite a bit that does go into that. Our investigators will be traveling the state. doing their job for the SEB board. And OPB approved the purchase of the vehicles, and we are told that we're just days away from getting the final approval of what we need to take the last step, hopefully to go pick out some cars and get going with that. I want to thank especially the governor and OPB for approving that. That was a need. It was money on the table that would have been lost, and doing the way, operating, taking advantage of that the way that we were able to helps everybody in the long run. Now let me just say this for a second, and I really hate that the SOS investigators have already gone because I wanted them to hear this. I trust Jesse Patton and Ann Delmas, and they are two great employees who are doing a great job. They have had to do crossover work that they were not hired to do. They were hired to be investigators. And a meeting like this doesn't just happen. It's a team effort. I want to especially give thanks to Addison Brooks, our intern, who has worked and done a tremendous job, done everything that we ask her along the way and more. And we've done it as a team. And it hasn't been easy because a lot of us didn't exactly know where to go, but we're figuring it out as we go. And, I think we've had good meetings yesterday and today. Let me just explain to you the tools that the Secretary of State investigators have, and not to get in the weeds too much on this, but Jesse and Ann, our investigators, of course, I asked questions about the Secretary of State investigators. They gave the highest marks that could be given to the SOS investigators. They've spent a lot of time with them. They've been working with them. They've been building good relationships. Jesse and Ann believe they're good at what they do. And I really hate that they're not here to hear me say that in person, but maybe they can watch it at some point, because I think it's important, because going forward, we've got to learn to work together to do what's best for the state of Georgia in regards to the integrity of the voting system and making it strong. When Jesse and Ann came on, I believe that since they've come on as investigators, Chairman Favere has assigned them 5 cases or thereabout. Now, out of those 5 cases, they had to hand off to the Secretary of State those 5 cases. You said, well, why would they do that? Because let me explain to you, the SOS investigators have these tools to investigate: Jarvis, GCIC, the voter rolls. They have something called tools. They have other investigative platforms on one hand with the SOS investigators. Now, our investigators on this hand, the tools that they have to investigate, I'll say it again, they have 0 tools like the tools I just named. So when they're given cases to investigate, what are they going to be able to investigate them with if they don't have access to those tools that I just named off to you? That's not being critical of SOS in any way. They're operating with the tools they've been given. But our investigators need those same tools. And the whole reason for me sharing this is it screams the need for a memorandum of understanding to be reached between the SEB and the SOS. If there's a memorandum of understanding reached that we can share those tools and work together on these cases, then it's better for everybody. And frankly, that's what I'd like to see happen. Now, Jesse and Ann have come up with a very good memorandum of understanding plan. It's something that I would encourage this board to let's move toward, let's work together on. I understand from the chairman that there's some objections probably at some point, and I would say that's okay, but
Two comments.
let's move what we can get. I'm sorry.
There's two comments I had on it.
Oh,
Yeah.
you want to share
I
those?
sent them back to you already.
Yeah, I just wondered if you wanted.
Well, one of them had to do with the GCIC and whether we'd have access to it, because we're not a police agency. And my understanding is you have to be a police designated agency to have access to GCIC. That is
Or under
something
the supervision of somebody who is.
yeah, so that's something we'd have to work out to have access to it. And I can't remember what the other comment was this time.
Yeah, Firefly, yeah.
Firefly, yeah. So, yeah.
Yeah, so Firefly is another tool that SOS has, and you actually hear it come up sometimes in some of the cases that have been presented in here. And again, I'm not being critical in the least of the SOS investigators. I'm saying we ought to be supportive of both SCB's investigators and SOS. But you wouldn't give one policeman a badge, a weapon, and a patrol car, and then give the other policeman a badge and no car and no gun to do his job, no tools. So we got to work toward that. And that's something that I'm committed to working on. I hope this board will be committed. And I say this to the Secretary of State's office. We need their help because this has got to be a team effort for it to work. And we can do it. I believe that. All right. The other thing is that, so what have I might bring to mind? Well, what have our investigators been doing? They've been working their backsides off. They are creating a state-of-the-art tracking program for all complaints that come in. And that is a very, very intensive piece of software that they're putting together with a company called Windswept. They have had multiple team calls, many times on the computer, back and forth. And what that would do is when a complaint comes in, that complaint will be tracked from where it's logged and followed through the whole system so that someone would be able to look and see, okay, this complaint was put in and right now it's with the investigators, or right now it's about to go before the board. Right now, it's already gone before the board and it's been dismissed, or there was a letter of instruction written. There's not anything like that right now. And Ann and Jesse, I say kudos to both of you for what you're working on. You're pioneering. It's something that's not out there. And you are making it, and that requires a lot of work. And I would like to just say to the board that when that is done, it's not like snapping your fingers and saying, okay, we're ready to roll. Somebody's got to input that information. So when that system is in place, there's going to be some labor that's going to be needed to put that information in the system, track it, keep up with it, and keep it moving. And hopefully we won't have situations like have happened in the past. I'm not blaming anyone. I'm just stating reality. When a complaint gets lost or a complaint can't be found. And sometimes it's a hodgepodge right now of, where do you find this? Sometimes we can and sometimes we can't. This program, computer software program that they're creating will solve that. You'll be able to look back and find out when, for example, the Agnes Scott case that came up earlier, and one of the board members brought up an excellent point about, well, what if one of these people come back and they want to vote? How would we ever know? If we had this system in place and we had those names of those students, then next time a complaint came in and it had that one of those students' names in it, it would be in the system. You would be able to track it and you would be able to trace it back to that and resolve that. That's just one quick. And I just want to finish. I'm right at the end. The expectation for this, Jesse and Ann are telling me that toward the end or the late of October, we should be rolling out with this and getting it started. Had the opportunity to go to the Blue Ribbon Commission, and I've got copies for all the board members. The Blue Ribbon Commission that's in place by the House and led by Tim Fleming some excellent information. I know the chairman was over here. I think vice chair was here and Janelle was here as well. There may have been others here I didn't see, but were you able to?
I was online.
So you were watching it online and, you know, it had some great information that was out there. And I would say that the legislature recognizes that, you know, we need to keep improving the system. And that's true with everything. It ought to be ongoing improvement. In closing, I just want to say, I want to welcome 2 new staff members that we've got in place now. Hope Cohen is now on board and doing a wonderful job. She has already created some really good things that we need in the office, and we'll continue to develop those. And then Autumn Miller. Autumn, if you would just raise your hand. Autumn is going to be coming on a part-time basis, and she will be, Hope is full-time, Autumn is part-time, and Autumn will be helping us. Main focus will be all of these open records requests that we get and making sure that they're tracked and done well, but she'll also have some other crossover work as well. And Mr. Chairman, that's my report.
Thank you. I want to reemphasize one thing. When you're building an entirely new department here with the investigators, and when they came in, they didn't have cars, they didn't have email addresses, they didn't have business cards, they didn't have phones, they didn't have anything really, and didn't have a case management reporting system. So all this is having to be built from scratch, and it's hard to do investigations when you don't have any tools to do the investigations with. And so people may be a little bit concerned about the fact that investigations are not coming forth from the SEB, but you have to build the department first. You have to have the infrastructure to be able to do that kind of work. And that's what they've been focused on up till now, is just building that infrastructure. And we expect to be fully operational, hopefully later this fall, and then be in the field doing some investigations at that time. So the work that they're doing now is every bit as important. We're lucky to have the resources of the Secretary of State's office right now to do those investigations, continue the investigations while we build for the future and build this department. So.
And I'll take this opportunity to say the MOU is critical. The memorandum of understanding between us and SOS. And I just hope that we can get that resolved and find the common ground and then do what's best for Georgia.
Yes.
Press your button, please. You got
your button on the.
I would just like to add one thing. The Secretary of State Office investigators, that entire department is a great resource and has been working great with us. We're building a good relationship, and they're helping us through some of this process to learn what we need. Because obviously right now they're the experts. They're the one doing it. They're the one doing the presentations. So I just say with that, thank you to them, and they are doing a good job, and they're working with us on some of this stuff. So.
Thank you, Jesse.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I just want to quickly also say thank you to Executive Director Mills for stepping in a very critical time with very little assistance and doing such a fabulous job pulling the team together, pulling off these meetings and doing it with excellence. So thank you.
Well, you're kind, and I cannot emphasize, Addison, you have really outdone your age. Addison is leaving for California to go to college. And Addison, I can't say it enough, and I'm only saying what you deserve. You know me well enough to know I try not to blow smoke. You deserve those applause. You really do. Thank you.
Thank you, Addison.
Thank you. Thank you, Addison. I know that you've received an education you never expected. So thank you for all your hard work. Next item on the agenda is memory card rule discussion. Dr. Johnson, I think you added that.
I added that.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, I added that.
Right.
Yeah, I brought this to the board and added this because I had an email from Mr. Favorito in regards to a discussion that we discussed a while back involving memory cards and the use of them. So I'm going to let him present. You can come up and present now.
Thank you. The presentation here, I think I worked a little bit with Addison to get this going for you. Give me just a minute to set up.
So Mr. Favorito, please make sure you speak in the mic for our court reporter.
Addison, I think I'm going to have to pull this. There's one card already in here. Okay. Can I take this out?
Yeah.
Yes, yeah. These are some of the.
Oh, yeah. FAV, hold on. Mr. Gar, can you spell your last name?
FAVORITO.
I didn't want to mess it up.
And I recognize. Trying to get this to recognize my memory stick. Okay. I'm going to ask, we're going to email you the presentation. So I just want to make sure, because I've got it here.
Okay.
And it's not. Let me see, I think that should be on your way. I think it'll be a timer to do that. This is just, I wanted to bring this back to your attention. Let me see if y'all get it. Do y'all have access to your emails?
Yeah, that's fine. We can review it. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Jason, you can use this in full. Can you come a second? Come up to the side. Make sure I get this going. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Are you gonna take a minute or two, Mr. Gabriel?
Okay, we're good. Sorry, it takes a couple minutes to get this set up. So, do you want me to start?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. So this is just a quick recap, 10 or 12 minutes, just one of this memory card retention rule. The memory card retention rule was necessary, we believe, to make the current state election board rule 1A3, 112, 13C comply with federal and state law. Y'all approved this unanimously on August the 6th of 2024. Want to thank the board and also thank Member Gazal. She recognized as the attorney on the board that this was a legal issue. This was tabled due to funding concerns on September the 20th, 2024. So just before we get into it, just to recap how this works, I'm sure y'all already know this, but once the ballot marking device is prints a selection summary, that selection summary is then or some call it a ballot. But that's scanned, and then on the memory cards would automatically are produced with in-person ballot images, raw cast vote records, and audit logs. That's the actual data that's on these memory cards that we're talking about. That's eventually uploaded to a server in different ways for different counties, and then the results are tabulated. So the problem right now is that the state election board's memory card retention rule that I just mentioned doesn't retain the ballot images, the cast vote records, and the audit logs on the card long enough to comply with the federal or state election record retention law. So the solution is simply to modify the rule to comply with the clear plain text of federal and state election record retention law. Specifically, that law is that all primary and election documents, this is OCGA 21273, all primary election documents shall be preserved therein for a period of at least 24 months. I'm sure y'all know this. Federal law also requires, this is 52 U.S.C. 20701, federal law requires every officer of election shall retain and preserve for a period of 22 months all records and papers which come into his possession relating to any act or requisite to voting. This came about, we discovered this discrepancy when we surveyed all 159 counties for the 2020 election ballots, the images, excuse me. And we found out that there were over 1.7 million original ballot images missing. And this was in early 2021. And that was missing across 70 counties. So you really cannot say that the results are correct. You can't verify the results if you've only got 3.3 million out of the 5 million vote the ballot images are cast. So I know the Secretary of State says that the results were certified. No one can actually verify what happened in 2020. So why is this rule change important? The original scanned image of the ballots were destroyed, and we believe that maybe there's some will continue to be. And when we surveyed the counties, they say it's because of the state election board rule. The rule lets us do this. Well, the rule is still subordinate, as y'all know, to federal and state law, but they've used the rule as an excuse. And the original ballots are still being secretly preserved. Y'all know this as well as anybody. We have tried to subpoena the ballots in Fulton County, and they have fought us for 4 years. They won't turn the ballots over. Y'all have subpoenaed the ballots. Criminal cases, such as the Harrison Floyd case, have subpoenaed the ballots, and they have hid those from us for 4 years. And I think we all know why. But the bottom line is no one can verify any election results if the ballot images are destroyed and the ballots are being held secret. We're having secretly counted elections, secret proprietary software, and secretly preserved ballots. No one in their right mind should think that's a legitimate way to vote. But that's what we're up against right now. But we bring this back to your attention because now you've got some funding and you've also got this eternal vigilance case where the Supreme Court has set a new standard. I want to talk about in just a minute. But when we found out about this, and some of the counties, again, even sent us open records request emails that where the state election director at that time, Chris Harvey, authorized the destruction of the data that was on the memory cards and reuse of them. And even current Deputy Director Michael Barnes back then also authorized this. And I'm showing you their open records request here where they said you can clear the CF cards when you're ready. This was just literally within weeks after they had been used. So the proposal that we have here is simply that the current text, which is really the last sentence in the rule, says that the election superintendent may use the memory cards for programming ballot scanner units for the next primary election runoff. Either the last sentence should be stricken, or it simply could be changed that the election superintendent shall retain the memory cards for a period of 24 months in accordance with Georgia law. We're just simply trying to make the rule consistent with the law. Now, I know that y'all are interested in the recent Supreme Court ruling in the internal vigilance versus Georgia case. One of the first things that a lot of people don't realize is that the Georgia Supreme Court confirmed that everything that y'all did was correct based on 35 years of precedence. So we've heard all these fake news articles and all this complaining that the board overstepped its authority. But the first thing that the state election board said in making the internal vigilance ruling was that they recognized that their 35-year precedent, which is a case called DOT versus City of Atlanta, is reasonable, necessary, and in the public interest. That is the test they use to determine if the rules are valid. And they said, right off the bat, if we applied it, would lead us to uphold all of the challenged rules. So I think it's really important that everyone know, given all the attacks that y'all have been under, is that you did absolutely nothing wrong, and the Georgia Supreme Court confirmed that you've done the right thing. But in doing that, they also came up with the fact that they needed to conduct a new 3-point test. And that made some of the rules fail, some of them passed. So the new test is, did the General Assembly actually delegate authority at issue? Did the General Assembly possess the delegated power? And was the delegated power permissible within the scope of the statute? Based on my reading of 183.12.13c, it does not meet 2 of the 3 points that the Georgia Supreme Court has identified. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. So I know we talked a lot about cost, how much of these memory cards cost. Here's a little bit of background. There are roughly 4,000 ICP scanners in Georgia, about 2,300 plus precincts are using them. Some of the Georgia counties already comply with federal and state record retention law. You don't have to do anything there. Runoffs and off-year elections also, as you know, require very less amount of information, a lot less scanners and so on. And the compact flash memory cards that we are talking about are standardized and interchangeable so that other states buy cards directly from third-party vendors and they can actually save money. So what are the actual costs? Well, Dominion, if we buy them from Dominion, they resell these third-party cards. They don't make their own cards. They're just buying third-party cards themselves. They charge, as we heard before, I think Director Cohn found out it was $46 for a single 16 gigabyte card. It is an industrial grade card, but it is a third-party card. We found industrial grade 16-bit Princeton cards, which is a famous manufacturer, available for $26. Other brands down to $19. Pricings of 1,000 cards or more would be even cheaper. So if you figure out $20 for a bulk price third-party card, that's 80,000 statewide, or an average of $500 per county for that's per election, to just simply add an extra card to their existing scanners. So all that said, the Secretary of State should have included the cost of media in the initial purpose, and media, when I say that, for proper record retention. That should have already been done. It shouldn't be your responsibility. And in fact, it is not your legal obligation. We don't even know what systems we're going to be using in 2026 yet. I think that's still some issues given the legality, the study committee, and even the president's executive order. So we don't really know exactly what's going on. So you don't want to go out and spend money right now, but you just need to be prepared now that you've got some budget. And I know that y'all have offered to help out the counties on this, but quite frankly, that's just out of the goodness of your heart. You don't have a legal obligation to do that. So y'all are not responsible for the cost of the cards. The state election board is only responsible for making the rules comply with the law, as y'all already know. And it's up to the counties to basically ensure that they are also complying with the law. So that's the bottom line I just wanted to run through. So what we're just asking you to do is to make the law, to make the rule comply with the law. I believe that you should issue a letter of instruction to Deputy Director Barnes so that he understands what the law is in this case. As you saw from the email, he had authorized the destruction of the data that was on those cards within the federal and state retention periods. We have had a difficulty subpoena the ballots. I know y'all are having to do that as well. You could also subpoena the ballots as well as the other records. And I would suggest that you could also issue a letter to the Superior Court requesting that they make all the 2020 ballots and 2022 primary ballots available to the public since this 2-year seal period has expired. Now, they're not obligated to do that, but I think that the state election board has a lot of clout and they might be willing to listen to you if y'all decide to do that. So that's all I had. I thank you for listening so intently, and I'll flip it back to you. I'm happy to answer any questions if I can.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I wanted to make sure we brought this back as well. I do know that we are in a bit of a limbo, considering we are waiting to hear more in reference to how the elections will be handled in 2026. However, I did want to put it on our executive director's radar that we do need to make sure we're in compliance with this rule and that our counties have the support necessary to fulfill this requirement as well. At the best of our knowledge, but to your point, we are not responsible for ensuring that the counties do, but I also understand that the county's budgets are pretty tight, and asking them to find money to support this rule can be a challenge. So if we do have the ability to keep some money to the side to ensure that there is funds available once we know how to move forward, that is what I would like to see happen.
And if I could add one thing there, the counties, whether the rule is in place or not, the county's obligation is still to the state and federal law. So I think that your main concern is just to make sure the state election board is complying with the law, and the counties are going to have to ensure that they comply. Whether or not they were or not, the law still hasn't changed.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Beverly.
Thank you, Member King. Any other comments from the board on this topic? We'll move on to the next item on the agenda, which is discussion of purchase of code books for election officials under OCGA 21-2-31 subsection 3. Is this one of yours, Dr. Johnson?
It is.
Okay.
So one of the duties of the state election board is to purchase code books for election officials or provide
Well, I screwed that one up.
for code books. So I wanted to make sure that we had an opportunity to discuss this and
Excuse me, Frank. Addison, please come and bail me out of what I'm doing over here.
Wait to the we're gonna be late.
Okay, we're good. I think there's no one on Zoom. So
But
just leave it.
yeah, I need to get back to the other.
the other people.
The other nice thing. Okay. Good. Thank you.
Thank you.
You can't go to college, Addison. You have to stay here and assist me. I'm going to adopt you as my unofficial daughter so that you can help me with my technology issues.
And this would really fall under maybe the budget planning for next year, that we would ask our executive director Mills to include a request for budget for the purchase of code books, or coordinate with the Secretary of State, who it's my understanding they've purchased code books in the past, to coordinate that purchase to make it available for election officials.
Which election officials? I mean, we're talking about
I think the Secretary of State provides code books to county offices.
Is it one per county, or
I think it's more than one per county.
do we know what the cost of these are? Are we gonna leave it up to executive to figure that
I
out?
think Executive Director could reach out to the Secretary of State and see, coordinate with them. I would think that this is probably left over from years past when the Secretary of State and the State Election Board were basically one, and the Secretary of State has continued to handle that part of the State Election Board's duty. So perhaps he could look into that and discuss that at the next meeting.
Absolutely. Good. Report back to the board on the number and cost. Thank you.
Addition, as far as financial or budget planning at.
What's the next item?
Next one.
Are we, any comments on discussion of purchase of code books by this board? Okay, next item on the agenda is financial report and budget planning.
Right. Included in the plan for budget for next year. My question is, did we have a surplus, or how much was the surplus that we had this past fiscal year? The return to the state?
My understanding is, and again, I've gotten some mixed reports, but what I've been told was there was roughly 179,000, and those numbers, as it was shared with me from the budget analysts of SOS. It's possible there may be some variation in those numbers simply because sometimes there are holdovers, and holdovers are simply where a commitment to buy a specific item or pay for a specific item was made between July and July, and they just haven't paid the bill yet for billing purposes or some other reason.
Well, a lot of the reason for the surplus was the fact that we were budgeted for 2 investigators, and we didn't hire them till after the first of the year, after January. So we had all that compensation that wasn't used. We had a vacancy for a while with the executive director. So that compensation wasn't counted against us. So I bet that the majority of that $100,000+ is just positions that were vacant at the time. So.
I'd like to ask the board if there is a will to entertain a SAG appointment by the Attorney General, a special Attorney General that could provide legal advice throughout the year.
Yeah, I'm in favor of that.
Of doing what? Of
an appointment by the Attorney General's office of a lawyer or some legal counsel that the State Election Board could reach out to and receive legal advice or answer legal questions off and on through the year.
I'm sorry, are you asking if we should request that from the Attorney General's office?
I'd like to hear thoughts from the board.
That would be within the discretion of the Attorney General's office.
I mean, what I would really like is us to be able to hire our own attorney. However, I know that we've already asked about conflicts counsel and being able to do that. So if our only option is to be appointed a attorney from the Attorney General's office that will be available throughout the year, I will absolutely support that. And I think we should request that. Like, we should have an attorney here at our meetings. So should we have any questions, we can at least have someone we can reference.
Well, I think that it would be appropriate for the executive director to pose that question to the Attorney General if that's even an option for us.
All right, thank you. And in new business, it's really old business, but it's financial or budget planning. I have a question about enhanced voting paper ballot image audit.
That's old business.
That is old business.
Yes, got to that yet.
Okay.
Are you done with financial report and budget planning?
Yes.
Any questions on that topic? Next item on the agenda is next meeting date, time, and place. I have inquired earlier in the year with this board on their available dates for additional meetings. I also coordinated with the Secretary of State on when they'd be available to handle meetings. And the dates that was provided to this board, and also in conjunction with the Secretary of State's office, investigators being able to handle it, was September 23rd and 24th. We remember we had to work around a couple of board members' times when they were on vacation or out.
Vegas.
You're in Vegas then?
No, the week before.
The week before, right. You were the one that had an issue then. So the September 23rd and 24th right now is scheduled as the next meeting, and then December the 9th and 10th. The plan is to do something very similar to this one, where we'll hear 50 plus cases plus business comes with the board on those two dates, of those actually 4 days of meetings.
All right, Mr. Chair, I have a motion concerning the meeting date, time, and place.
Okay.
I make a motion that the Executive Director, James Mills, be given the approval and consent of the board to schedule date, time, and place of board meetings, to contact the Secretary of State IT if necessary directly, to post meetings that are called by the chair or any two board members.
And I believe that the statute says that the chairman of the board notifies the board of the time and date of meetings.
The statute says that the chair notifies the board of time and place of meetings.
Correct.
And does not say date. I would like to make a motion that Executive Director Mills will schedule date, time, and place of board meetings. And it is still the duty of the chair to notify the board members of such.
There's a motion on the table. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition?
I'm not entirely confident that that is congruent with the statute. So I oppose, because I'm not confident that it adheres to our statutory obligations.
The chair will exercise his right to vote and will vote no too, because I believe that the AG would agree, but I'll inquire with the AG about that. So the motion carries 3-2.
Can I ask a question? Because I want to make sure what y'all are asking me to do, one. But I will say that the code says this is 21-2-30-3. With the consent of the board, schedule the time, location of all meetings and hearings, as well as maintain a schedule of all meetings and hearings available for the public review. That is under the duties of the executive director in that code section. But I work for the board, and I say to the board, I'm willing to do whatever the board wants me to do. I'm only pointing out that is what it says in the code.
Right. The motion was made and was voted on by a vote of 3-2. So.
Thank you.
So my question would be, I guess, you've already voted on the meetings for September 23rd and December 9th and 10th. Is that?
No vote is taking place on that.
When is the board's next meeting?
The chair had scheduled meetings for the 23rd and 24th of September and the 9th and 10th of December. That is when the Secretary of State's office is available to hold those meetings. So if you want to do them other dates, the Secretary of State will not be available to attend those meetings, the investigators.
Well, you have to inquire. You wouldn't know that.
Well, I did, because I inquired about when they were available. And they said that they have other obligations too. And those were the dates that they were available to hold meetings. So, I mean, feel free to inquire with them if you want to.
I don't have a problem with keeping those meetings in place, but should we need to have a special call meeting or an executive session or something of that nature, we will now reach out to an executive director, Mills.
Is there any further comments on that?
My availability is quite limited. You know, I have a job, and I don't get paid when I don't work. So I just want to make it clear that this is a sacrifice for me, and having additional call meetings is very challenging. I missed chairing a meeting that I had organized an hour and a half ago, because this has gone on so long. So it is, I would ask that you be cognizant, of course.
I did have a question about just the method of this. If I'm going to be asked to do this, then as I understand the method works now, the chairman calls over to SOS, the attorney for the Secretary of State, and gets those dates put on the website. And she contacts SOS IT, then they put it on the website. But that doesn't happen unless you make the call. And so my question to the board is, and to the chairman, if I make the call, because you've asked me to, if I do that, then what is the proper protocol? Am I going to be recognized when I call over to the Secretary of State's office to have that authority to say, hey, here's a date that they'd like to meet? And I'm simply asking a question.
I mean, that's the understanding. That's why we took this step, to ensure that it is on the record that you are responsible for that. So yes, they should respond to you.
Mr. Chairman, do you see any issues there? If
I can't answer for the Secretary of State.
I'm not asking you to, I'm asking you, do you see any issues?
Would you support him? Would you back up this decision should the Secretary of State push back on responding to our executive director after this decision has been made?
Well, I will consider that. So I'm not prepared to answer that right now.
Mr. Chairman, all due fairness, I understand that this is a new idea and a new concept. But to say that you would consider what the majority of this board has just asked you and me to do is to be in defiance of the board.
No, I didn't say yes or no. I said that this was brought on me as a surprise today at the board, and I want to consider that. I carefully consider it. So,
well, I want to be able to do, and I certainly don't want to be, y'all asked me to do this. This is not something I'm dreaming of. I want to be able to do what I'm being asked to do. And I don't want to call over to the Secretary of State's department and say, can you put this meeting on schedule, and then have you behind the scenes saying, no, don't do it. That's not going to be a good working relationship. So I want to clarify that right now, so there's no issues like that going on.
well, I don't think it's proper for you to make accusations like that against me right now, not knowing what I'm going to do. And to surprise me with things like this at the last minute at a board meeting, I don't know how you would expect me to respond to that without considering it. So my answer is, when I've considered it, I will give you an answer.
Okay, and let me clarify. I'm not making any accusations. I'm only giving an example that if that happens, I don't want it to happen. So I'm asking the board to think that through, so that when I call, I'm able to do what I'm asked to do. That's the only point I'm making.
You made a point, and I've made a point that I will consider what this board has voted on, and I will consider that. So,
and to be clear, Mr. Chair, I was under the impression that this would be something that you would be open to, considering the amount of work that, you know, you've already discussed how much extra work, how many hours you've put into this volunteer job. You've mentioned that several times. So I thought that this would be us taking something off of your plate that would allow you to free up some of your time. So the fact that there is so much pushback on it is alarming.
I haven't pushed back on it. I haven't given an answer on it, yes or no.
Okay.
So there has been no pushback from me. There's been no answer from me. I said that I would consider it. Like I said, this is a last minute request that I was not aware of prior to 5 minutes ago, and I will consider it.
Well, Mr. Chairman, you know, life's full of last minute things that happen. When I walked into the SCB office and basically had no help, well, hello, that was a surprise.
We just hope going forward, we're able to address this accurately.
Any other comments, or questions from the board on this? Let's move forward then under old business. Next item on the agenda is enhanced voting paper ballot image oversight.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I added this to the agenda. I just wanted clarification if there is budgeting in the state election board budget for an enhanced voting paper ballot image audit for this year. And if there is, how much is in the budget? And is the state election board tasked with providing oversight, financial oversight of this audit?
Yeah, I thought that we had discussed this ad nauseum back in, I believe, the February meeting, but to my understanding, there was an original $5 million that was budgeted. The legislature took back $3 million of that, left a balance of $2 million approximately, and don't hold me to this number, 1.85 million of it was spent on the original budget, ballot audit project, which leaving a balance of approximately 150,000, give or take. And I don't know how that is to be how to be used, other than to allow the Secretary of State's office to use that for future audits, if necessary. So.
Do you know if an audit is planned this year?
I do not.
Okay. Pertaining to that and other financial issues, I have a motion to make that the Executive Director, James Mills, be given the approval and consent of the board and require the approval and signature of the Executive Director for payment of any invoice less than $5,000 and the notification and consent of the board for payment of invoices greater than $5,000.
You said be given notice, and he must approve any invoices less than 5,000 and greater than 5,000?
No, I'm sorry, probably misstated that. Give the, delegate the authority to the Executive Director, James Mills, to approve and provide signature for payment of invoices less than $5,000, but require the notification and consent of the board for payment of invoices greater than $5,000.
There's a motion made that the Executive Director would have the ability to sign and consent to any invoices less than $5,000, and any invoices greater than $5,000 would require approval of this board. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Chair, I had a question about a word in that motion.
Yes.
I was trying to write it down myself, and what I wrote down was approval and consent of an invoice. And my question is, does consent mean a formal vote in a board meeting, or does it mean that I have polled each one of the members either through email or by phone call? I mean, even the code itself uses the word approval and consent back and forth. And usually in the code of elections, when it uses the word approval, oftentimes it means there has to be a vote. But when it uses consent, then that's sometimes different.
My impression of that would be that it would require a vote of the board. Which would have to take place in a public forum.
Well,
Would it provide for an email
That,
vote by the board?
that wouldn't be in public forum. No, all votes of this board would require a public meeting and for consent or vote in.
Can we amend the motion to say consent instead of approval? That way we will be able to, he can do it through email.
Do that.
Okay.
I think so. If you use the word consent, but not approval.
I would want an opinion from the Attorney General on that.
I don't have a problem with that. That's why I'm just asking the question.
I would want an opinion. I mean, y'all can vote for what you want to, but I'd want an opinion from the Attorney General on what that's comprised of. So
I think that's reasonable. As the Attorney General.
I mean, Mr. Executive Director, you should pose that question to the Attorney General.
I'll ask the question, approval or consent, and I'll get their opinion. Now, if I report back to the board, I guess on that would put me reporting back to you on September 23rd, I guess, which is fine with me. I don't.
Just hold all payments until this is rectified.
Well, I mean,
Would there be any?
That's a board decision. I'm not.
Why don't we table that motion until the next meeting?
Is there any further questions on enhanced voting paper ballot image oversight? Next item on agenda is human resources.
Human resources. We've hired, the state election board has hired several people this year, and Secretary of State Human Resources has provided the administrative support of that. But the experience that I have had with that process has been somewhat incomplete or awkward, and there's been some question about posting of hiring for positions. I would like to make a motion that Executive Director James Mills be given the approval and consent of the board to contact Secretary of State HR Department directly to handle personnel matters and job posts for replacement of any current staff positions, and to use Teams or other employment agencies or individual search methods to search for the best candidate to employ for the necessary operation of the state election board.
There's a motion by Member Johnson to give the Executive Director the authority to deal directly with the Secretary of State's HR department and also use whatever other resources he deems are necessary to hire individuals. Does that encompass what you're trying to do?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
A discussion, I would like to say that I have questioned, asked questions of the Secretary of State's office about their HR and what has happened. I have complete confidence in what they've done for us, and I think they've done a great job, and I appreciate it. The HR department receives, when we post a job over there, receives dozens, if not hundreds of applications. They go through those applications and present to this board the qualified applicants based on the job description that was put in place. So this board has not received in the past all the applications. We received the applications for those people that were qualified based on the job description itself. And if we wanted to receive all of those, then we simply had to ask, and they would have provided us with the however many was applied, which we would then be able to sort through those if we chose to even do that. But that's been a process in the past, and I want to commend the Secretary of State's office for the work they've done for us, and appreciate it. So are there any other comments?
My only comment is that the applications that were provided to us or forwarded to us were not complete and did not include the most qualified candidates.
That is certainly your opinion to have. I believe that there were quite a few qualified candidates, or certainly at least 40 of them that applied. So anyway, any further discussion on this?
Mr. Chairman, if I may, that's not an opinion. That is a fact. My application, I had to push when I was asked to apply for this job, and it did not show up until there was a push. Our 2 investigators' applications did not show up until there was a push. And I have to ask the question, or I'm not doing my job. Why is anybody culling through applications when they're sent to the SEB?
What I'm saying is that's a standard practice of them, that they go through and they look at the applications themselves. The ones that are qualified based on the job description are the ones that they forward to keep this or any agency from having to go through hundreds of applications. That's been their procedure up until now. And if we had wanted to see all the applications, all we had to do is request them.
Well, don't you find it strange that my application didn't make it? Our 2 investigators' applications didn't make it. You don't find that strange?
Well, I'm not familiar about all of that. I can just tell you what their procedures were and that they followed their procedures. So
My recollection is that we requested all of the applications and we received them and reviewed them. I guess I don't really understand how what we're proposing it differs from right now. If somebody can explain to me the difference in where we are now and what you're proposing, because I have not been directly involved in this process.
Basically, we're just asking that those who apply to work with the SEB, that all those applications go to the SEB and allow us to comb through them and determine who's qualified and who's unqualified, rather than having the SOS act as a third party.
There's no motion necessary for that. I mean, they're willing to do that. They said they would. If we just asked them, they would provide us with all the
We
applications.
don't want to have to ask.
Okay.
That is what we're just asking, that the SEB applications come to the SEB. I don't understand the confusion around that. Yeah.
That's what I was asking.
Yeah, that's
I
all.
don't know. It was.
Yeah.
Are there?
We're just eliminating it. We're separating the SEB from the SOS by ensuring that the agency acts as a full agency, and that being receiving our own applications and reviewing them and deciding for ourselves who's qualified and who's unqualified. Not that the SOS has done anything wrong or that they are, we appreciate having them up until this point, but we would like to be in a position where we can stand on our own 2 feet.
Do we expect additional hiring this year?
I don't expect, I don't. But if we need a replacement, my motion was to delegate the authority to the executive director, James Mills, to post and review and interview for any replacement of the current staff that we have But I don't anticipate, we don't have any plans for new hires.
I don't know that it changes anything that currently happens, so. But your motion, there's a motion to designate Executive Director Mills to post and hire individuals as he deems fit. Is there a second? There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. The next item on the agenda is SCB investigators.
Let's strike through that. Executive Director Mills already spoke about the investigators.
Next item on the agenda is SCP complaints.
Mr. Chair, could we attend to the last item first and then complaints last? IT update?
Next item on the agenda is IT update and website.
Yes. As you know, the State Election Board website is on a platform that is hosted by the Secretary of State. I went on the internet and went on our website, and the phone number is not a State Election Board phone number. And the address is not the State Election Board address. And there is not a State Election Board email for citizens to communicate, write, email, or send complaints to. In fact, the State Election Board complaint portal goes through the Secretary of State. So I would, and I called the phone number, and it's the Secretary of State employee that answers the phone. And they weren't sure who the State Election Board was. And they looked and looked and looked, and they gave me a phone number. They said, oh, here it is, State Election Board. And it was actually the Election Division office that answered. Actually, it was Alex Harden's old phone number. So there definitely needs to be an update on the SEB website. And I would, we've talked about this in the past, but I would like to talk about it in our meeting today to consider moving forward with the development of of our own website for the State Election Board, and include the consideration of establishing social media for the State Election Board in order to notify citizens of upcoming meetings and proceedings and how to fulfill our duty as the State Election Board to provide public information for explaining election laws and voter education for voting procedures.
I don't know whether the current budget allows for that or not. The last few budgets, the governor line item vetoed funds out for this board to have its own website. I don't know if that was in the current budget or not, frankly. So that would need to be something to be checked into. So
to my knowledge, the current budget states that we can, the only thing we cannot do is hire additional people. So we are, and we did, Dr. Jan and I did speak with the speaker when we were asking for the additional funds, and we specifically asked that these funds be utilized for the development of a website, and that was not removed from this current budget.
okay, like I said, I do not know. I did not. I don't recall specifically. So, you have a motion?
I move that the State Election Board proceed with the development of its own website to be managed by the State Election Board, including a portal for election complaints, and that the board consider social media for the State Election Board in order to fulfill its duties with public information and voter education.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and second. Any discussion?
Again, I want to be clear if I may, we're uncertain as to how much funds we have in the budget. I just heard this discussion, so I would like to suggest that you consider maybe me getting some estimates and coming back to the board and me finding out how much money we do have and can it be used for those purposes. That's just a suggestion because I'd hate for you to tell me to do it and it costs that we don't have funds.
Well, to my knowledge, this would allow you to start the process, which would include obtaining the cost. And then based on the previous motion, that would have to be approved by the board anyway. So yeah, this just allows you to start the process.
Any further discussion?
I would strongly recommend, Executive Director Mills, that you also discuss with the AG's office any compliance issues. Anything that we put up there must pass compliance.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposition? So moved. The last item on the agenda is SEB complaints. It's not the last item. We still have public comments to go through.
So SEB complaints. I'd like to request a 5-minute break, and I have a resolution that I would like the board to hear and consider, and I'll pass a copy out to each of the board members.
Without dissent, we will recess for 5 minutes.
Everything I thought.
And the Attorney General is charged with providing independent and effective assistance of counsel to the board without conflicts of interest that may impair its abilities. Whereas the board has heard complaints of potential violations of both Georgia and federal election law over the last few years, and the investigation of some complaints, including SEB 2023-025, are still incomplete with respect to basic documents required by law to be maintained, despite the extensive efforts of the board to exhaust all remedies available to it, including the lack of a response to a subpoena issued by the board issued to Fulton County. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the board calls on the assistance of the Secretary of State to assist it as fully as possible, and suggests that the Secretary of State and the Attorney General seek the assistance of appropriate local authorities or federal authorities, including the Department of Justice, to take any action necessary to bring a prompt resolution of these issues, including obtaining all necessary voting records and documents.
Any discussion on this resolution?
Dr. Johnston, since you had time to type this up and make copies of it, don't you think it would have made more sense to make it available to us more than 5 minutes before you want to vote on it so that we could actually read and understand what you're asking here?
Mr. Chairman, this was as soon as I could put this together and have it copied and presented to the board. And I felt strongly that I wanted it to be presented to the board rather than presented to other parties before the board considered it.
Any other comments on this resolution?
I think this is unfortunate that we have to take this step, but when you subpoena, when you ask repeatedly and there's no resolve, we're almost left to take the necessary step. And so I fully support it. I hate that we're in this position. I wish that our subpoena would have just been answered. We're simply asking to see documents that should be available. And again, it's unfortunate that it has to come to this.
Any other comments or questions from the board?
Isn't there a court case on this?
Yes. I'd like to state for the record that I am adamantly opposed to this resolution for a number of reasons. Number one, SEB 2023-025 has been adjudicated by this board previously, and the resolution was achieved in that, and therefore it shouldn't be mentioned in this. Number two is my understanding, and I hope I got this correct, is that Fulton County filed a motion to quash the subpoenas that were issued at 5 o'clock on election day without the knowledge of myself, and it was reported by our former executive director that the reason they did not tell me about it is because I was an obstructionist or something to that matter, and therefore I was not aware that those subpoenas were being issued at 5 o'clock on election day to Fulton County's headquarters. That be so, Fulton County did respond to it with a motion to quash. It's currently in litigation. This board has not had an opportunity to discuss that ongoing litigation with the Attorney General, but it is a matter that is being litigated. And like I said, I oppose this on a number of reasons and will not support this. So
to be clear, that lawsuit was not approved by the Fulton County Board of Commissioners. So that's also another issue, another reason why we need to move forward with this. And again, we are asking the Secretary of State's office to help us with this as well. So hopefully this will allow them to also help as well.
It's not about an issue about Fulton County's motion to quash. This is about the lack of production of any documents that I asked for relating to this case and this case is not closed, it is not dismissed, it has not been complied with. And to date, from the subpoena from November 5th, 2024, not a single document has been presented to this board.
Your motion, I mean, the resolution says including a lack of a response to a subpoena issued by the board directly to Fulton County, and Fulton County has responded with a motion to quash, I believe. I don't want to say it definitely, but I believe that was the case. Like I said, this board hadn't had an opportunity to speak with the Attorney General about that yet, but I believe that there is some active litigation on that, so. Were there any other comments? Anything further on this? There's nothing further, then we'll move on to the next section.
No.
I asked if there was anything further on it.
I move that we adopt this resolution.
There's a motion to adopt the resolution. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adopting this resolution signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition?
Nay.
The chairman exercises his right to vote and votes strong nay. Next item on the agenda is public comment. We have three individuals. Richard Schroeder is first up. Second up is Bill Henderson, and third up is Jen Richards. Mr. If you would leave, please limit your comments to 2 minutes each.
Yeah.
I said it.
I'm so grateful for this new board. And I thank you for the opportunity to speak today. There's nothing more important than our elections. The future of our country depends on our elections. We're guaranteed secret ballot and conducted in accordance with procedures provided by law, as stated in our Constitution. The blatant disregard for any privacy during our voting process on a 2-foot vertical screen is very telling about the concerns for the Georgia electors. This board has failed to promulgate the Georgia election laws and rules as written in their duties. That's at 31. I took an oath on election day to perform my duties to the best of my judgment and ability, and they wouldn't let me do it on November 5th. We have just come out of the worst 4 years in our nation's history because of rigged elections and the vulnerabilities of the Dominion voting systems. Our red state has turned blue. The results of the midterm elections will be dismal at best. Remember, President Trump narrowly won Georgia with a 2% margin. They're still cheating. We have lost our God-given dominion given to us in the first chapter of the Bible to a dominion voting system that is designed and built to control elections. We need to ban the failed, expensive dominion voting systems and vote on paper ballots. They're 1/10 the cost and very easy to audit. 30 years ago, I received a word from the Lord. I want to share that word with you today. Such a time as this. It comes from Psalm 1. Blessed is the man who does not walk in the counsel of the wicked, or stand in the way of sinners, or sit in the seat of mockers. His delight is in the law of the Lord. On his law, he meditates day and night. Whatever he does prospers. Not so with the wicked. The wicked will not stand the judgment, nor sinners in the assembly of the righteous. The Lord watches over the way of the righteous, but the way of the wicked will perish. Only God could orchestrate this.
Mr. Richard, your time is up. I'm
I
sorry.
pray for this. Let's all pray for this board, its future in securing our elections in this state. And I pray for our executive director and his ability to stand strong and lead this board into righteousness. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments.
Next up is Bill Henderson.
Good afternoon, I guess. This is kind of off topic, but I wanted to say this. Last week, there was an event called the State of Election Integrity in Georgia and Beyond, put on by a group called the Democracy Defense Project at the Carter Center. Some in this room were in attendance there, including you, Mr. Chairman. It seemed to me that a very rosy picture of election integrity was painted by the people that were allowed to speak at that. There didn't seem to be any input from anyone who might dispute the overall narrative shared by everyone who was on the stage. I could say a lot of things about that event, but I just want to focus on one thing. If, as was stated several times during that Carter Center meeting, there are so many behind the scene things that we in election integrity hobbyists, as we're sometimes called, although we have decades of real world experience, don't know about or take into account when we're doing things. Why don't Mr. Kirk or Mr. Sterling or whomever sit down with some of us and show us some of these things to answer our specific questions and convince us that maybe we've got it wrong, okay? I would like nothing better than to know that our elections are safe, secure, and accurate. If I were convinced of that, I would praise the system that we have and I would go away. All I know for sure is that data that I can personally analyze and information that I get from people that I trust and who I have no reason to think are lying says otherwise. If you can prove us wrong, please do it. Otherwise, recognize, address, and try and help us fix the problems that we have identified. Thank you very much.
That was perfect timing. Thank you.
Jen Richards. No?
Not. It's not him.
Right. Last item on the agenda is adjournment. Chair will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So
Do we have a motion? Is a second?
second.
Good motion and second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Motion carries 3-1.
That's just good. Good. Ms. Jen.
There's a little bit of a jinx.
Okay. Just some information. Thank you. I'll review it. It's the first meeting. January 5th. This is some information from